2. Chen Ming was supposed to be an ordinary high school senior. Instead, he rejected the campus goddess, awakened an SSS-RANK illusion power, and discovered a system that could manufacture NEW supernatural abilities, anything he could hold. By the time the government understood what he was, monsters had become crafting materials, secret realms were breaking around him, and powers that other geniuses would kill for were stacking inside one body. And somehow, the most dangerous problem in his life was still Zhao Xuan, the girl he rejected who was willing to wager a red agate worth nearly 200,000 just to drag him into another 300 rounds of battle. Chen Ming had only one reasonable conclusion: this world was completely insane. Unfortunately for the world, his cheat was even less reasonable. It all began on Awakening Day. Awakening Day. 2.5 years after crossing from Earth into Langsing, Chen Ming finally reached the day that decided every teenager's future. Awakening Day. The athletic field of Yangcheng No. 2 Ability High School was packed, shoulder to shoulder. At the center of the field stood a massive blue stone, roughly half a man's height. Mysterious streams of light crawled across its surface, like living circuitry. Beside Chen Ming, his best friend Aji leaned in and lowered his voice. "Brother Ming, nervous?" Chen Ming only lifted the corner of his mouth. If heaven had never created Chen Ming, eternity itself would be one endless night. Aji stared at him as though he had just witnessed a god descend to earth. Zhang Quan A-rank elemental ability. Purple lightning. The entire school erupted. Abilities were graded from F all the way to SSS, divided into 9 recognized tiers. An A-rank ability was already enough to place someone near the very top of Yangcheng No. 2. When he passed Chen Ming, he let out a light, contemptuous laugh. Chen Ming's eye twitched. Zhao Xuan, the universally acknowledged campus beauty, was the daughter of the Zhao group, and the girl Zhang Quan had worshipped like a goddess. He had created more than a dozen alternate accounts just to add her as a friend. And then, as if fate had decided to humiliate him personally, Zhao Xuan turned around and confessed to Chen Ming. Chen Ming rejected her on the spot. Unfortunately, Zhang Quan did not care about the philosophy. Zhang Quan had spent months making alternate accounts for Zhao Xuan. At that point, her block button had a more stable relationship with him than he did. From that day onward, he treated Chen Ming like a mortal enemy. Now that he had awakened A-rank purple lightning, his ego had grown wings. Chen Ming could not have cared less, because finally, his own name was called. Boom. Red, orange, yellow, green. The entire awakening stone began to tremble. Students stopped breathing. Teachers leaned forward. Then the light suddenly died. His homeroom teacher, Lu Ming, slapped his thigh so hard it cracked through the confusion. Miracle type. He's a miracle type just like me. In the supernatural world, miracle type abilities were essentially blind boxes designed by the universe. They could not be properly ranked. They followed no consistent logic. Miracle type abilities were basically the universe, opening loot boxes on human beings, and apparently there was no refund button. One known miracle type ability forced its owner to automatically elbow anyone he touched. Another made its owner become more handsome, but only when absolutely nobody was looking at him. Chen Ming heard none of the discussion. Ding. Something far more important than the school's test had awakened. His system. Chen Ming could place any material into his palm and handcraft it, and the system was not done. Rare materials appeared inside the invisible system space. Ingredients connected to illusion, spirit, abyssal perception, and other incomprehensible powers. The system immediately began processing them for him. On the outside, Chen Ming walked down from the platform wearing the blank, slightly confused expression expected from someone whose ability had just been labeled unknown. Inside, a storm was ripping through his mind. The system spoke again. "Congratulations, host. You have crafted an SSS-RANK mental ability, Phantom God, the god of the virtual mind." 8 short characters of description were enough to make a gorgeous gleam flash deep within Chen Ming's eyes. SSS-RANK. Across all ability high schools in Yangcheng, each graduating class might produce a handful of A-rank geniuses, and Chen Ming's first real ability had gone straight to the top. From now on, if anything happens to you in Yangcheng, just use my name. Aji had not even figured out what that meant when Zhang Quan turned around and came back. He looked Chen Ming up and down with naked contempt. "So your miracle type ability is what? Mental illness?" Zhang Quan had wanted to mock him the moment the awakening ended, but after watching Chen Ming laugh and joke around as though nothing had happened, Zhang Quan finally lost control. "You target me every day because of Zhao Xuan, don't you?" Zhang Quan's face stiffened. Every head nearby turned with it. Across the field stood a tall, breathtaking girl in a black skirt. Zhao Xuan. The campus goddess of Yangcheng No. 2. Fortunately for Zhang Quan, she was not looking their way. Humiliation ignited into rage. Zhang Quan's face flushed crimson. Then he charged. This was an A-rank elemental ability. Even at the earliest stage, a direct punch wrapped in purple lightning could cripple an ordinary student. Chen Ming did not move. Instead, his smile widened. He had been waiting for a test subject. Phantom God activate. Zhang Quan had taken only one step. His face twisted. His eyes rolled backward. His entire body convulsed. Zhang Quan crashed flat onto the ground and stopped moving. Then chaos exploded. Did Chen Ming activate his miracle type ability? Maybe Zhang Quan has low blood sugar. Low blood sugar? Then keep him away from me. My sugar content is so high he'll blood Jason. Need insulin just standing nearby. Nobody knew what Jiang Quan had just experienced. Inside the illusion, he had seen himself punch through Chen Ming's skull. The mutilated body rose again, drenched in blood, and began walking toward Jiang Quan one step at a time. Why did you kill me? Again. Why did you kill me? Again. Why? Jiang Quan had been reduced to a sobbing wreck inside his own mind. The terror overwhelmed him so completely that he fainted on the spot. Then the teacher walked over and patted Chen Ming on the shoulder. Mental type? Chen Ming only smiled. He had no intention of announcing an SSS-RANK trump card to the entire school. Words were cheap. Watching an enemy collapse before touching you was far more convincing. Let them guess. Lu Ming did not press him. His own ability, which he called black clothes, lowered his sense of presence whenever he wore black. In practice, Lu Ming mostly used it to catch students secretly playing on their phones during class. A black outfit. Now he looked at Chen Ming as if he had discovered a priceless treasure. Next time, show a little mercy. Jiang Quan is still a good seedling. Chen Ming agreed politely. A rank? In front of SSS rank? That's elementary school. Class 0. By sunset, the school had seen enough talent to change its plans. Principal Qian announced a new elite Class 0 for every B rank student and above, with Lu Ming as homeroom teacher. By late afternoon, Awakening Day finally came to an end. Lady Luck has finally smiled on Yang Cheng number 2, the principal declared. This year we may finally send a true prodigy to Imperial Capital University. Aji was practically glowing beside Chen Ming. He had awakened an S-rank combat ability, Long Rainbow Sword. Aji spun it through a clean sword flourish, then dismissed it in an instant. Chen Ming had told him before the awakening that he would probably receive a brutally offensive ability. Aji grinned from ear to ear. Brother Ming, from now on, I believe every word you say. Chen Ming clapped him on the shoulder. With the two of us together, Yang Cheng is going to shake. Across the field, Jiang Quan had just returned from the treatment room. Every time Chen Ming's eyes shifted his way, Jiang Quan instinctively looked elsewhere. Phantom God had left a scar in his mind. He was already convinced Chen Ming's ability was no weaker than S-rank. Chen Ming was perfectly happy to let that terror grow. Every student with a B-rank ability or higher would be transferred into Class 0 for specialized training. Even Lu Ming looked surprised, muttering that no one had bothered to tell him this decision had been made. Still, nobody could argue with the appointment. Lu Ming was already a second-stage ability user who had trained for decades and was expected to break into the third stage this year. We're both going into Class 0. Zhao Xuan is S-rank too, so she'll be there as well. You think she'll come looking for you? Cold sweat appeared on Chen Ming's back. She knew practical martial arts, loved fighting, and had nearly killed him the last time he rejected her. Confession. Chen Ming straightened. Things are different now. If she comes after me, I'll make sure she doesn't leave the same way she arrived. Nearby, Jiang Quan heard that Class 0 was being formed and immediately began smiling like an idiot. As an A-rank awakener, he would obviously qualify. 1 week later, the school would open its controlled secret realm Whispering Forest. Every awakened student would be allowed to enter. 200 years earlier, when supernatural abilities first descended upon Langsing, countless secret realms appeared with them. Each was an independent world, filled with monsters, treasures, opportunities, and death. If a realm destabilized badly enough, its monsters could break through into reality. Then the principal smiled and delivered the punishment hidden inside the reward. The written ability curriculum would also expand by 2 additional units. Chen Ming could only sigh internally. Different world, same principles. Give the students candy with one hand. That evening, Chen Ming walked home alone beneath the fading light and found himself thinking about the body he had inherited. The original Chen Ming had grown up in an orphanage. It was almost too perfect. An orphan. A hidden bloodline waiting to be revealed, probably. A mysterious cheat system. On the roadside, Chen Ming casually picked up an ordinary stone. Light flashed inside his palm. The stone disappeared. A system notification followed. Congratulations, host. F-rank ability crafted. Small stone throw. Chen Ming stared at the result. He had nearly exhausted himself processing one useless roadside rock, and all he had gained was the supernatural ability to summon a tiny stone and throw it. It felt as though he had just survived an exhausting battle. The conclusion was obvious. Material quality directly determined ability quality. Using Phantom God against Jiang Quan that afternoon had consumed roughly a quarter of his spiritual energy. The moment he reached home, Chen Ming opened his computer and logged into the Ability Association's official marketplace. One item immediately caught his eye. Heart of a Green Demon Bear. It contained extraordinary vitality and regenerative power. As a crafting ingredient, it was practically perfect. Then Chen Ming saw the price. 500,000. Chen Ming opened a cabinet. Inside was a mountain of gifts from girls who had pursued him in the past. The gifts stayed. The confessions were rejected. A gift from Zhao Xuan. This particular agate naturally carried life energy. Jewelry made from it was rumored to improve health and longevity. When Chen Ming had accepted such an expensive gift and then rejected Zhao Xuan's confession, she had nearly embedded him into a wall. System. Chen Ming threw in the healing potion, the energy candies, and Zhao Xuan's red agate. The system swallowed all of them at once. The instant fusion began. Chen Ming knew he had made a serious mistake. Every muscle screamed as though he had fought battle after battle, and then been forced into a 100-meter sprint. Sweat formed across his forehead. He gritted his teeth and held on. Countless glowing particles rushed into his body. Congratulations, host. You have crafted an A-rank enhancement ability, Endless Vitality. Its effects were immediate. Stamina recovery increased dramatically, and the ability could be actively overclocked for a short period, multiplying all recovery effects several times over. The moment Endless Vitality activated, regenerative power swept through Chen Ming's body like a tidal wave. Chen Ming laughed out loud. With Endless Vitality, he had effectively strapped a permanent health and mana battery to his body. Future crafting would no longer leave him half dead every time. And then he discovered something even more outrageous. There was no upper limit to how many abilities he could possess. Chen Ming could potentially own dozens. Chen Ming had burned real stamina to reinvent throwing rocks. Somewhere, a caveman would have been proud. If dozens of supernatural talents stacked on top of one another, Chen Ming's raw body could eventually become monstrous even before he activated a single skill. Other people entered secret realms in carefully balanced teams. Chen Ming only needed materials. Materials became abilities. Stronger flesh let him kill stronger monsters. Stronger monsters gave him better materials. Looking at the system panel floating before him, Chen Ming felt only one thing. The next morning, Chen Ming arrived at Class 0 just before the bell. The moment he opened the classroom door, every eye turned toward him. Zhao Xuan sat there in a white shirt and denim shorts. She was impossible to ignore, and she was staring directly at him. I saved this for you. Chen Ming swept his gaze across the room. Nobody else had dared sit there. He did not even dare raise his head toward Zhao Xuan. Aji, seated farther away, was desperately making faces at Chen Ming. Chen Ming gave him a calm look that said, "Don't panic. When a beauty invites me, how could I refuse?" He pulled out the chair and sat beside her. Zhao Xuan immediately leaned closer. Was it really you who dropped Zhang Quan with one move yesterday? In the corner, Zhang Quan lowered his head until it nearly disappeared into the desk. It was the fighting intent rolling off Zhao Xuan in waves. From the moment he entered the room, this woman had clearly wanted to test him. Then Zhao Xuan abruptly changed direction. You said before that dating, before awakening was a waste of cultivation time. She raised an eyebrow. Now you've awakened, so you'll accept me, right? The classroom exploded. Chen Ming knew her too well. This was battle lust wearing lipstick. If Zhao Xuan were truly trying to confess seriously, she would have done what she did last time. Kick him against a wall first and negotiate later. Chen Ming sighed. I'm sorry, you're a good. He never finished. Zhao Xuan shot out of her chair. Whoosh, his left fist fired immediately afterward. Zhao Xuan crossed her arms to block. Bang! Thanks to the body strengthening effects of Phantom, God, and Endless Vitality, Chen Ming's physical power had already risen to a terrifying level. Even without actively using an ability, he could fight Zhao Xuan head-on. Instead of becoming angry, her eyes grew brighter. Her fighting spirit skyrocketed. Eiji jumped to his feet and was already reaching for Long Rainbow's sword when a hand settled quietly on his shoulder. Lu Ming had somehow appeared behind him without anyone noticing. Enough. Sit down. Class is starting. Chen Ming shot him an accusing look. You're a terrible homeroom teacher. Lu Ming suddenly developed selective deafness. He walked to the podium and began the lesson as though nothing had happened. Technically, a person crossed the threshold into the first stage the moment an ability awakened. But only after learning to truly control that ability could someone be considered a genuine first-stage ability user. And Zhao Xuan. The moment he said it, Zhang Quan's hand shot into the air with textbook perfection. Lu Ming reluctantly called on him. Lu Ming's eyelid began twitching. That wasn't enough. After school, the grove behind campus, we fight again. Chen Ming gave her a sideways glance. Watch how you phrase that. She did not care in the slightest. The bell rang. Lu Ming immediately marched the entire class onto the athletic field. Under the blazing sun, he gave them one order. Finish, or suffer. For Chen Ming, Endless Vitality turned it into an endurance demonstration. Zhao Xuan came second, AG third. Zhang Quan somehow managed fifth. Ahead of him was a muscular student nearly 6'3" named Li Yun, the owner of an A-rank combat ability that amplified blood and physical strength. When Zhao Xuan finally finished, she was breathing hard. He looked completely relaxed. Her competitive fire came roaring back to life. One more round. This time, abilities allowed. Chen Ming was about to refuse. If you win, I'll give you a red agate bigger than the one I gave you before. Chen Ming's rejection died instantly. Different world, same education system. The profit reward was supernatural power, and the free DLC was suffering. Deal. He agreed so fast that Zhao Xuan almost blinked. A bargain like that was not a fight. It was charity. Heat burst around Zhao Xuan. This was her S-rank elemental ability. Whisper of flame, a fire power with devastating penetration. Chen Ming's eyes flashed once. Phantom God. Zhao Xuan's gaze emptied. Every trace of her momentum vanished. Chen Ming reached out and caught her around the waist. For a moment, Zhao Xuan remained dazed in his arms. Chen Ming frowned. He slowly removed his hand. Thud. Zhao Xuan dropped straight onto the ground. Chen Ming briefly wondered whether Phantom God had accidentally awakened some dangerous new preference inside her. Before she could say anything, he raised a hand with great seriousness. The promised gift I'll accept. Everything else, rejected. Zhao Xuan fell silent. When the running session ended, Lu Ming gathered everyone together and announced the next phase of training. Chen Ming and Aji were still joking that the two of them alone could sweep through half of Yangcheng when Lu Ming cut them off. Class 0 has 23 students. For balance, Chen Ming, Aji, and Zhao Xuan will form one team. Everyone else can organize themselves. The moment he finished, a hostile stare struck Chen Ming like a thrown knife. The big man looked as though Chen Ming owed him 8 million and had personally set fire to the repayment contract. Chen Ming met his eyes without hesitation. What are you staring at? Li Yun clearly had not expected such a direct response. That guy's brain is broken. Sooner or later I'm going to hammer it back into place. Aji lowered his voice beside him. Brother Ming, 3 people entering a secret realm is still pretty risky. Chen Ming glanced sideways. The unknown dangers of Whispering Forest worried him less than the way Zhao Xuan was looking at him. She stood nearby with a pleasant smile, but there was nothing innocent about her eyes. Her gaze seemed to wrap around Chen Ming like silk. After class, Lu Ming told Chen Ming to follow him. Zhang Quan and Li Yun immediately looked delighted, apparently assuming Chen Ming was finally being punished for fighting and insulting classmates. Li Yun spat to the side and muttered that the pretty boy deserved it before leaving campus in an excellent mood. He decided to spend the evening at a cheap internet cafe in a secluded alley near the school. He had barely turned into the alley when he stopped. Aji, you have 3 seconds to get out of my way, otherwise I'll deal with you too. He was much larger than Aji and, despite possessing an ability 1 rank lower, clearly believed his size made up the difference. Aji said nothing. He simply began walking forward. Hey, don't come any closer. Aji kept walking. Li Yun's voice started shaking. I said stop. A moment later, screams echoed through the entire work. Alley. Old Lu, where exactly are we going? Lu Ming only smiled. You'll know when we get there. He finally stopped in front of a door. Principal's office. Why are you bringing me here? Lu Ming knocked, waited for the other response, pushed the door open, and gave him only one explanation. The principal wants to see you. Principal Qian sat behind his desk, gray showing at his temples, his familiar smile in place. The teacher remained near the door, but his outline seemed oddly indistinct. His presence had almost vanished. Lu Ming had activated black clothes. What did you want to talk about, principal? The next sentence stopped him cold. You possess 2 abilities. One is your unknown miracle-type ability. The other is an SSS-RANK mental ability Phantom God. There was no hesitation in Principal Qian's voice. Chen Ming's expression froze. What shocked him was not that the principal had eventually figured it out. If the school had only discovered Phantom God during his fight with Zhao Xuan, there would not have been enough time to investigate, prepare, and summon him immediately after classes. Relax, I'm a 3rd stage ability user. I didn't discover this myself. Sky Eye did. Sky Eye was one of the core strategic creations of the Xuanyuan Guard, Dong Huang's official supernatural security organization. The Xuanyuan Guard explored and suppressed secret realms, defended the nation, and responded to supernatural disasters. Sky Eye covered the entire city. It monitored unstable realm fluctuations. It registered extraordinary ability reactions. It could lock on to SSS-RANK awakeners. Chen Ming nearly laughed from disbelief. The moment he used Phantom God, the citywide security network had practically put a spotlight on him. This world's supernatural infrastructure was far more complete than he had imagined. Principal Qian adjusted his glasses. Normally, the Xuanyuan Guard would only protect you quietly, but after reviewing your records, they noticed something impossible. On Awakening Day, Chen Ming had officially registered only a miracle-type ability. Chen Ming's miracle-type ability could create new abilities, and if it had created Phantom God, then it could potentially create an SSS-RANK ability. The excitement on Principal Qian's face became impossible to hide. Chen Ming, meanwhile, felt mentally stripped naked. Fine, what do you want from me? Principal Qian became more serious. The Xuanyuan Guard will protect your ruse. Safety. They will not interfere with your normal life. The school will also increase the resources allocated to you. Then he paused. You may also apply for special startup funding. Chen Ming's eyes lit up. Money? Money was just the middleman standing between him and powerful crafting ingredients. Principal Qian explained that the Ability Association ran a support program for impoverished students with exceptional talent. Kill a 2nd stage monster inside a secret realm and provide proof, plus a designated 2nd stage monster material. Chen Ming immediately frowned. By the time he could confidently solo a 2nd stage monster, who knew how long I would take? Rules are rigid, people are not. When Whispering Forest opened, the principal would give Chen Ming an extremely detailed map of the realm. As long as he helped bring down a 2nd stage monster, Principal Qian could secure the reward for him. Chen Ming's mood flipped instantly. For the first time in his life, privilege felt absolutely wonderful. Go prepare. Outside the office, Lu Ming finally deactivated black clothes, and his presence snapped back into the world. Little Lu, since the school is investing in me, shouldn't you show some sincerity too? Lu Ming paused. Of course. From now on, Chen Ming would run 30 additional laps every day. Lu Ming would personally spar with him for half an hour, and today's half-hour session would begin immediately. Chen Ming had just enough time to realize he had made a terrible mistake. Lu Ming kicked him straight out of the building. He could grow without constantly looking over his shoulder. That was good. The second stage monster problem was not. Even with an SSS rank ability, Chen Ming estimated that challenging something one full stage above him still carried unacceptable risk. Chen Ming opened his phone and entered the group chat he had created for the three-person team. I have a plan that can guarantee us a second stage monster. AG replied instantly. What plan? Zhao Xuan appeared seconds later. Need big sister's help? Chen Ming ignored the tone and explained directly. Then another message arrived. Fine, I was joking. I'll help even if you don't call me that. Chen Ming replied with 2 characters. Okay. Somewhere across the city, Zhao Xuan was reportedly lying on her bed, grinding her teeth at the screen. Whispering Forest. One brutal week of training later, the school opened Whispering Forest, a controlled secret realm where students would hunt monsters, earn points, and thanks to a particularly evil rule, eliminate one another for extra score. Days of brutal training passed. Then the opening day arrived. Every awakened student in the school gathered in a massive open area near the secret realm entrance. The sight ahead shocked even Chen Ming. Looking directly at it, produced 2 overlapping images. The visual contradiction made the skin crawl. Zhao Xuan stood beside Chen Ming and explained that this was the stable form of a secret realm. Chen Ming gave the distortion a long look. So, when in doubt, quantum mechanics. At the entrance, Principal Qian, Lu Ming, and the other homeroom teachers stood watch. Beside them were 7 or 8 unfamiliar adults, dressed in plain uniforms. 2 were blue. Those 2 people radiated pressure strong enough that even students could feel it from a distance. The man leading the operation was named Wu Feng. His face was hard, his expression colder, and he carried himself like someone accustomed to entering places where ordinary people died. A third-stage ability user. Principal Qian stepped onto the platform and announced the rules. Whispering Forest's active life fluctuations were currently limited to first-stage levels, making it a fully contained and officially safe secret realm. The realm's protective system was powerful enough to cover threats up to the 3rd stage. Then came the scoring system. Solo kill, a first-stage monster. 3 points. Higher scores meant better rewards. Team size had no official limit. Legitimate combat between students is encouraged. Successfully eliminate another participant and you receive 3 points. The crowd erupted. Chen Ming looked toward Jiang Quan and Li Yun. Chen Ming grinned. Come find me. Then the signal was given. Entered. First, the others followed. The moment Chen Ming crossed the boundary, the school vanished behind him. Chen Ming scanned the area. No Aji, no Zhao Xuan. Chen Ming did not need the public map. He opened the special Whispering Forest plus map Principal Qian had sent him privately. Monster distribution zones were marked with ridiculous precision. Chen Ming smiled. Having connections felt incredible. Zhao Xuan announced that she planned to eliminate a few students first and told Chen Ming not to defeat everyone before she arrived. During the week of training, he had crafted another power. The result, A-rank curse ability, Venom. Through direct physical contact, Chen Ming could inject supernatural poison into a target. The toxin continuously weakened vitality, disrupted spiritual energy circulation, and caused overall debilitation. Still, an A-rank ability was an A-rank ability. Whispering Forest was crawling with monsters. Every claw, bone, heart, eye, fang, and core might become another ability. If he crafted dozens, maybe 100, his physical body alone could eventually rival the creatures he was hunting. That beautiful thought lasted until something moved behind him. Chen Ming turned. A monkey with filthy, uneven fur hung upside down from a branch. A green-eyed monkey, a first-stage monster. Chen Ming looked at the principal's private map and accepted a painful truth. Sometimes pay to win was less useful than principal to win. The monkey grinned at Chen Ming. Its mental energy reached for him. It was like throwing a pebble into a bottomless ocean. Against SSS-RANK Phantom God, the illusion of a first-stage monster was not even an attack. The monkey's fur exploded outward in panic. It turned to flee. 2 steps later, its body locked up. Chen Ming lifted it by one arm and rubbed his forehead. That actually gave me a headache. Using Phantom God on you is like firing a cannon at a mosquito. He produced a knife and efficiently finished the creature. Dissecting monsters was part of Langsing's high school curriculum, and Chen Ming had paid attention. The claws, however, might become an ability. Chen Ming stored both. He did not craft immediately. Chen Ming did not mind people knowing that his miracle type could somehow produce abilities, but letting an audience watch the actual crafting process felt like using a bathroom with the door open. Outside the realm, his instincts were correct. A huge display had been set up in the school plaza, showing the forest from a broad, almost satellite-like perspective. That's a Class 0 student. It got behind him. Another teacher looked toward Lu Ming with barely hidden satisfaction. Old Lu, look, I saw the first elimination might come from your class. Lu Ming stood there in his black trench coat, completely calm. One green-eyed monkey isn't enough to trouble my students. Several teachers scoffed, and collapsed. The laughter died. A green-eyed monkey's illusion could crush the will of an inexperienced first-stage ability user at close range. Yet Chen Ming had effectively killed it with a glance. That's the weakest student in my Class 0. The surrounding teachers looked at him as though he had just lied to their faces. On the display, Chen Ming suddenly raised his head and stared into the distance, almost as though he could see through the pod. Wu Feng watched that small movement with interest. So that's Chen Ming. Principal Qian's smile returned. For our school to produce a student with talent like that is an honor. Back inside Whispering Forest, Chen Ming moved toward Aji's location while checking isolated monster markers along the route. He avoided the major packs for now, almost invisibly. Chen Ming's instinct screamed. Boom. Dirt and stone exploded upward. A first-stage Dreadclaw beast. Chen Ming did not look afraid, he looked greedy. Now that is good material. The Dreadclaw beast missed its ambush and instinctively tried to dive underground again. Something about Chen Ming's expression seemed to infuriate it. With a roar, the monster charged. Blood poured out. Chen Ming collapsed, choking as life drained away. The monster was chewing a tree trunk. Chen Ming stood beside it with a satisfied smile. Chen Ming drove his knife into the monster's softer abdomen from the side. Its body knew it was dying. Its mind had no idea where the danger actually was. Relax, dizziness is normal. Chen Ming used raw physical strength to pin it while activating venom through contact. Chen Ming exhaled. Good thing my body's gotten stronger. Otherwise I never would have held that thing down. Even the monster's abdominal hide resisted an ordinary knife. He preferred options. Then he looked at the crimson claws. It took considerable effort, but Chen Ming finally removed them. He expanded Phantom God's perception and confirmed the surveillance feed had shifted elsewhere. The system responded. Green-eyed monkey claws added. Dreadclaw, beast claws added. Crafting initiated. Energy drained from Chen Ming at a violent rate, but this time, endless vitality supported him. Yet he no longer felt 1 second away from collapsing. 3 minutes later, a beam of light shot into his body. Crafting complete. Chen Ming felt his physical strength rise again. Then he examined the result. A-rank combat. Ability. Blood Shadow Claw. If one strike emptied him and another monster appeared, he would be forced to activate Endless Vitality's burst mode. He now possessed 3 A-rank abilities and 1 SSS-rank ability. If Chen Ming had to estimate, he suspected he could now lift a full-grown pig over his head, throw it around 20 times, and still have energy left to complain about the smell. No monsters appeared nearby. Chen Ming stood several steps away and raised his hand like a claw. Violent spiritual energy gathered in his palm. 1 second, then he slashed through the air. Crack. Then collapsed into the clearing behind it. The attack did more than cut wood. Dirt and loose stone blasted outward across a broad fan-shaped zone. Chen Ming's eyes brightened. Area attack. Then his expression changed. Chen Ming looked at the fallen tree. At first stage, energy reserves were simply too shallow. Ability users could only release a few major techniques before exhaustion set in. The second stage would cause both the quality and quantity of spiritual energy to leap upward. If Chen Ming reached it, he suspected even his raw strength would become terrifying. But advancement was not simple. Even after someone satisfied the measurable conditions, a breakthrough still depended on an elusive opportunity no textbook could properly define. While Chen Ming continued moving through the forest, Ag was fighting a monster of his own. A bulky, yellow-furred ape with 2 long, exposed fangs circled him. A first-stage fang ape. The creature had attacked Ag more than a dozen times during the previous minute. Every attempt ended with long rainbow sword, cutting another precise wound into its flesh. The fang ape, finally, understood one thing. It glared at Aji and tightened every muscle. Aji raised his sword with a serious expression. Final attack? The monster roared. Aji blinked. Monsters can run away? Nobody mentioned that in class. A stone, the size of a human head, suddenly flew from the bushes. Bang. It struck the ape directly in the skull. Ag did not waste the opening. The fang ape's head separated cleanly from its body. A voice came from the brush. Nice sword. Chen Ming stepped into view. Ag, these fangs are valuable. Ag waved both hands immediately. I know. I'm asking you to cut the teeth out for me. Doing it myself is annoying. Oh, Ag obediently took the head. 2 fangs dropped free. Here. Chen Ming accepted them with a perfectly harmless smile. Good brother. Then I won't be polite. Ag already knew the general nature of Chen Ming's miracle-type ability. What the records? What did not reveal was how many abilities Chen Ming possessed, or that Phantom God was SSS rank. It's Zhao Xuan. He handed it over. Her message read, I just sent a girl out of the realm. Before she disappeared, she threatened me and said she was only separated from her main group. Apparently, students from other classes formed one huge alliance, so everybody can farm 15 points together. Feels childish. Chen Ming replied. Agreed. It was, in fact, a clever idea. It was also based on the assumption that large numbers automatically solved everything. A giant disorganized team could lose people every time it fought a monster. Another message arrived from Zhao Xuan. I'm coming to find you. We'll hunt monsters together. Also, I killed a wind pattern wolf. Call me big sister and I'll give you its heart. Chen Ming stared at the screen. His expression turned cold. 1 wind pattern wolf heart? Almost the instant her message arrived, Chen Ming initiated location sharing. Come on, we're hunting monsters. Ag stared at him in admiration. Brother Ming, what do you think about that giant Student Alliance? Chen Ming smiled. Then enlightenment spread across his face. That did make sense. Outside the realm, the main surveillance screen had shifted to Zhao Xuan. The monster was famous for speed, nearly 3 meters long and 2 meters tall. It lunged at Zhao Xuan with jaws wide enough to remove half a human body in one bite. The recoil knocked her to the ground. The wolf fared worse, an elemental ability used for close quarters combat. Lu Ming immediately folded his arms. That's the second weakest student in my class. The responses from nearby teachers were loud, rapid, and probably unprintable. That should be the Zhao family's daughter. Bold, precise, and already using her ability with excellent control. Principal Qian looked delighted. Then Wu Feng pointed toward another part of the giant screen. Principal Qian, I think something interesting is happening. A moving black mass filled the forest. The feed zoomed in. More students kept joining, surrounded by allies. The monsters did not seem so frightening anymore. One student in yellow suddenly raised a hand. Monster in the tree at 9 o'clock. His ability was a C-rank perception skill. Every face turned. More than 100. Weak spiritual fluctuations rose together. Individually, they were nothing special. It had been discovered. The creature turned to escape across the branches. Several abilities struck before it could move. Weak lightning paralyzed its muscles. The trapped monster tried to stand. Green light exploded from its eyes. The nearest student froze, caught in the hallucination. Boom. The monster hit the ground. Captain Zhang Quan is amazing. Someone shouted. Zhang Quan was inside the 100-person alliance. Li Yun was there too, along with 3 other Class 0 students. Nothing special, there's no need to praise me. He pointed at the students still trapped by the monkey's illusion. Any healers? Xu Ying, help him. A girl named Xu Ying looked reluctant but activated her B-rank healing ability anyway. Their 5-person team was already strong enough to fight monsters on its own. Zhang Quan, however, was enjoying himself far too much. If we stay together like this, everyone will earn excellent scores. Let me lead you. Remember the name Zhang Quan. Cheers answered him. Quiet. You don't understand, one student whispered to another. One instructor finally asked Principal Qian, are those scores really going to count? What if all of them actually reach 15 points? Principal Qian smiled. Of course they count. Then he sighed. But I have to wonder what these children learned in class. They think a little cleverness replaces survival instinct. If real secret realm exploration were this simple, humanity would have solved half its problems already. They really believe monsters are stupid. Wu Feng laughed. This is the first time I've seen a walking pile of experience points voluntarily assemble itself. Principal Qian shook his head. Some lessons can't be taught by shouting at people. Fortunately, this realm has been modified for training. If this were a true uncontrolled expedition, we'd be counting bodies. Night settled over Whispering Forest. Chen Ming 18 points. 2. AG 15 points. 3. Zhang Quan finally began feeling uneasy. Something was wrong. We should have run into a lot more by now. Zhang Quan frowned, thought for several seconds, then produced an explanation he found satisfying. Our momentum is too intimidating. Even the monsters are afraid of us. Li Yun was not convinced. 200 students had formed one giant team. Strategically, it looked impressive. To the monsters, it looked more like a buffet that had organized itself. And even if everyone reaches 15 points, what does that do for us? We're already in Class 0. Zhang Quan smiled knowingly. That made sense. Or at least, it sounded like it did. Deep in the dark forest, something else was happening. A green-eyed monkey spotted the enormous human column. It did not attack. More than a dozen. On a distant rise, a pack of wind-pattern wolves crouched low against the ground. They noticed the monkeys. The monkeys noticed them. To monsters, consuming one could bring enormous benefits. And now, 200 students were moving through the forest in a dense formation, like a school of sardines crossing an ocean filled with predators. One by one, those predators gathered. Green eyes glowed from trees. Shapes crawled beneath bushes. Wolves lowered themselves into attack positions. Each paw was broader than an adult man's chest. Its fangs were long enough to tear through bone. Second stage monster, Hellfire Tiger. They're going to be eliminated. A single wolf pack could have broken the formation. Hopefully they learn something before they're sent out. Then Lu Ming suddenly leaned toward the display. His eyes narrowed. Wait, he pointed. What the hell is that? The others followed his finger. Chen Ming, Aji, and none of the monsters seemed to notice. Worse, they almost appeared to accept the 3 students as part of the group. How did they even get in there? AG, meanwhile, was not nearly as calm as the screen made him look. Brother Ming, are you absolutely sure they can't see us? Relax. Chen Ming's voice sounded casual. Don't you trust my illusions? This was the first time he had attempted something this large and delicate. Half an hour earlier, once the monster packs began encircling the huge human formation, the 3 teammates had discovered the same gathering. When Zhao Xuan and Chen Ming saw the number of monsters, their eyes almost turned into money signs. If they killed everything in sight, the score would climb into the hundreds. But Chen Ming understood the obvious problem. If the 3 of them attacked the monster horde directly or jumped into the student crowd and tried to fight from inside it, they would be buried within seconds, no matter how many trump cards Chen Ming revealed. Using Phantom God, Chen Ming imitated the mental fluctuations of green-eyed monkeys and concealed the 3 humans beside a real monkey group. The monkeys became camouflage, making other monsters less likely to investigate their position. When both sides are exhausted, we enter. But remember, don't get greedy. We hit once, collect what we can, and withdraw before the remaining monsters drown us. Zhao Xuan glanced at him. This lacks honor. I want a real fight. Chen Ming pointed toward the Hellfire Tiger lying farther away. Go fight that one. Zhao Xuan immediately reconsidered her principles. Ambushing is also a beautiful art. At the front of the human formation, Li Yun suddenly slowed. His face tightened. Jiang Quan, something's wrong. Jiang Quan looked over. The blood energy in the air is getting heavier. Li Yun's blood amplification ability had made him extraordinarily sensitive to vitality. Jiang Quan's smile disappeared. Everybody stop. He called over the yellow-clothed student with the perception ability. Push your range to the maximum. Tell me what's around us. The student hesitated but obeyed. As his perception expanded, the color drained from his face. Then his ability reached its maximum radius. He felt something everywhere. His concentration shattered. Ah, the scream ripped through the forest. What the hell are you screaming for? Who taught you to make noise like that inside a secret realm? The boy lay there pale and shaking. Whether they understood they had been discovered or simply decided the moment had come no longer mattered. Predatory auras ignited across the forest. The students did not need perception abilities anymore. They could feel them. Every level of the forest, one monster only had to make the first move. Jiang Quan's lips trembled. Everyone, prepare to fight. They all knew the secret realm had protective mechanisms. No. Leaving. Then another voice screamed. Withdraw. Withdraw. Students began activating the exit command again and again. Why isn't it working? Did the realm malfunction? We're going to die. Even Li Yun's face went white. Outside, Wu Feng reacted immediately. What's wrong with your realm? He stepped forward, ready to enter personally. When we applied to use Whispering Forest, the school requested a small additional modification. What modification? Principal Qian looked toward Lu Ming. During active combat conditions, voluntary withdrawal is disabled. On the tree branch inside the realm, AG watched the human formation disintegrate emotionally and nearly laughed out loud. Brother Ming, they're terrified. Chen Ming remembered the tiny line printed at the top of Principal Qian's private Whispering Forest Plus map. Withdrawal unavailable during combat state. He almost laughed too. If they had stayed calm and formed a defensive line, they might have lasted much longer. The monsters aren't one unified army. They have their own rivalries. She shook her head. Their panic has already been noticed. The monsters will attack within a minute. Chen Ming's gaze sharpened. Then our original plan is changing. They aren't going to wear the monsters down properly. We need a new angle. Panic spread through the crowd like wildfire. That was enough. The formation shattered. 200 students broke apart like startled birds. Idiots. Then the monsters moved. A wind pattern wolf exploded from the darkness like a missile and slammed into an isolated student. He stood frozen, whispering in terror as several monkeys pounced. Dreadclaw, beasts burst from the earth. Fang apes charged from the trees. Blood bats dove from above. Those particles flowed into the monster, feeding it. Another student disappeared after sustaining enough cumulative injuries from the monkey pack. Outside Whispering Forest, 2 blue flashes appeared. The eliminated students materialized on the school grounds. Principal Qian glanced at them. Take them to the infirmary. Healing teachers, be ready. Don't let this become permanent trauma. Whispering Forest modifications combine spatial and temporal effects. That restoration consumed the realm's own energy. The monsters received some of the dissipated energy as compensation, preserving their instinct to continue attacking participants rather than learning that humans simply vanished without benefit. Students were being eliminated one after another. Then someone realized the safety system was still functioning. We're not actually dying. Fight back. The shout cut through the panic. Lightning. Flame. A Dreadclaw beast recoiled under a problem barrage and dove back underground. Thick vines erupted beneath a giant lizard and wrapped around its limbs. The monster began tearing free until spatial pressure slammed down from above and forced it flat. A blood bat glowing red in the air was struck by a blast of violent purple lightning and fell smoking to the ground. Li Yun caught a fang ape, trying to ambush him, and entered savage close-quarters combat. Several monsters fell. The monsters did not offer half-time. Wind pattern wolves charged through the broken formation from multiple directions, using speed rather than stopping to fight. Anyone unfortunate enough to stand directly in their route became food. Most unnamed abilities could not hit them. Dreadclaw beasts erupted from below and slashed throats before students could react. Those who emotionally collapsed stopped resisting entirely. These monster species were normally predators and prey to one another. Yet here, for a few minutes, they had behaved with brutal efficiency against a common food source. Jiang Quan's worldview broke apart. He had spent weeks believing that an awakened ability automatically made him superior to monsters. Does having an ability really mean humans can fight monsters? Xu Ying had activated her soothing ability, stabilizing Jiang Quan, Li Yun, and the remaining members of their smaller team. Their fear did not. Jiang Quan, Su Ying gasped. We've already lost 2 members. We need to retreat. Her spiritual energy was completely exhausted from that one large recovery wave. She's right. We still haven't taught Chen Ming a lesson. We can't get eliminated before he does. The name punched through Jiang Quan's fear. Right, Chen Ming is still inside. I can't let her look down on me. He spotted an area with unusually few monsters. There was no time to question why. Move there. Jiang Quan and Li Yun forced a path through with their remaining A-rank strength. Once we reach safety, Xu Ying can recover. Then we keep exploring. Xu Ying nodded. They had almost escaped. Wait, what? Xu Ying asked. Li Yun's voice began shaking. I smell an enormous amount of blood energy. His stomach turned. Two gigantic red eyes opened in the darkness ahead. The Hellfire Tiger stepped forward. Zhang Quan's mind finally snapped. He stared at the beast and began laughing stupidly. Xu Ying collapsed onto the ground. The tiger roared. Eliminated. The Hellfire Tiger did not chase the chaotic main battle. It had waited for three exhausted prey animals to deliver themselves directly into its jaws. Elsewhere, the green-eyed monkeys continued laughing. From the trees, feeding on human fear. He. The sound was terrible. It sounded less like a monster and more like 4 feet falling down a piano keyboard. Chen Ming was crouching beside it. Green light glowed in his eyes as Phantom God continuously convinced the creature that Chen Ming was another green-eyed monkey. The real monkey stared at him in confusion. Chen Ming turned too. What are you staring at? He physically turned the monkey's head back toward the battlefield and reinforced the illusion. Keep working. The monkey scratched its head and resumed spreading hallucinations. Then Chen Ming began the real sabotage. He made one green-eyed monkey believe a wind-pattern wolf had suddenly attacked it. Wolf and monkey attacked each other. Then Chen Ming did it again. A dreadclaw beast erupted from the earth beneath it. The bat dodged, assumed it had been attacked, and bit through the creature's armored back. The dreadclaw beast screamed and ripped one of the bat's wings. Elsewhere, a monster about to consume a human watched two wolves steal its prey. Another fang ape suddenly began digging where a dreadclaw beast was hiding, triggering a new fight. They ran. The monsters looked around as the humans escaped. For one dangerous second, they all seemed to reach the same conclusion. Old predator-prey relationships returned instantly. Some monsters attacked each other. The green-eyed monkeys. Of course, those illusion-making bastards must have caused everything. Far away, Chen Ming was already moving with the fleeing students. That lit up faster than gasoline. He had used Phantom God not to crush minds, but to inject carefully targeted false images and ignite the natural suspicion among the monster species. Sometimes, intelligence made creatures easier to manipulate, not harder. Chen Ming sent a message to the teen chat. Okay, positions ready, prepare to move. Then he increased his speed with another ability he had crafted earlier from a wind pattern wolf heart. B-rank elemental ability, Wind Step. This kid is a damn genius. Then he noticed everyone looking at him. What? All of my class 0 students are like this. The teachers stared harder. Lu Ming surrendered. Yes, my student is amazing. Wu Feng was genuinely impressed. He had seen SSS-RANK talents before. Chen Ming had used the rivalries between monsters. He had hidden beside the green-eyed monkeys by imitating their mental signatures. He had waited for the correct moment. That boy's future has no visible ceiling. He turned to Principal Qian. Don't rush. Wu Feng raised an eyebrow. He's still inside. If he truly fails to secure the second stage kill, tell him yourself afterward. He'll appreciate the favor more coming directly from you. Wu Feng nodded. Fair enough. Inside Whispering Forest, the hunt for scattered points had already begun. A lone student stumbled away from the ruined battlefield, with no spiritual energy left. A wind pattern wolf chased him relentlessly. The exhausted student tripped and fell. AG landed on the monster's back and drove the blade into its neck. AG held on, twisted the sword, and severed most of the neck. The monster collapsed. Wait a second. He called Chen Ming. Brother Ming, just like you predicted. I found a monster alone. It was chasing another student, but I killed it before it got him. He glanced at the exhausted boy. No, I don't know him. He looks terrible. Yeah, he has 0 spiritual energy left. A pause. Yes, none left. He listened to Chen Ming's answer. Then his eyes widened. So, is someone coming to escort us? Sword light flashed. Aji's score increased by 6. Elsewhere, Zhao Xuan intercepted another fleeing participant. She kicked him out of the realm. The blood bat that had been chasing him froze in the air. The flame penetrated its body and exploded from within. The charred monster fell. Zhao Xuan nodded with satisfaction and opened the team chat. Chen Ming, I just grabbed another 6 points. Chen Ming replied almost immediately. Good. Keep going. There are points everywhere right now. Don't worry about running out. Then he put the phone down and let endless vitality rebuild his spiritual energy. The great monster riot slowly burned itself out. Some belonged to monsters that had been killed by students. Even among monsters, different species were still food. Consuming powerful flesh could strengthen bloodlines and accelerate evolution toward the second stage or beyond. Soon the surviving beasts lowered their heads and began feeding. Chen Ming wore a harmless smile. Enjoying the meal? He waved at 2 of them. Hey, you two, come here. Under Phantom God's influence, the 2 monsters obediently followed him away from the group. Blood coated his hand. Then he raised it like a claw. Again and again, the night flashed red as Chen Ming harvested weakened monsters without drawing the entire battlefield onto himself. Outside the secret realm, several Class 0 students suddenly materialized together. Lu Ming turned. You two, monsters got you? The group included multiple B ranks and 2 A ranks. Their combined configuration should have been strong enough to survive most first stage encounters. Yes, monsters. The A-rank boy beside her cursed. That damned Hellfire Tiger was hiding like a coward. We were already dealing with fleeing monsters when it suddenly jumped us from nowhere. Lu Ming tried to hold his expression together. A laugh escaped. Lu Ming waved them off. Go rest, or keep watching. Chen Ming's team is still inside. One student frowned. They're really that strong? Then he looked at the scoreboard. Fourth place, the same A-rank student had only 24. What the fuck? Inside the forest, Chen Ming had already collected most of the monster corpses into his system space without processing them. Now he leaned against a tree, frowning. One question bothered him. There had been an ocean of dead monsters and vulnerable humans. Chen Ming replayed the night through Phantom, God's heightened memory. Jiang Quan and the blah. Others had fled toward the quietest region. The Hellfire Tiger had never joined the main battle. Then the answer hit him. Oh damn. The huge tiger's dramatic aura had fooled him. He had assumed a second-stage king among monsters would charge at the front, tank attacks, break the human formation, and dominate the battlefield. The Hellfire Tiger was not a king who led from the front. It only moved when the prey was weak, isolated, or incapable of threatening it. A tiger is supposed to be king of beasts, Chen Ming muttered. Have some dignity. He opened the team chat. How are both of you? Still have spiritual energy? AG replied first. Bloodbat bit my shoulder, but I can still fight. I've got plenty of energy left. Zhao Xuan followed. Now that Chen Ming understood the tiger's personality, every bush looked suspicious. Every dark gap between trees looked like a possible ambush position. Phantom God's perception was too broad. The map showed regions where second-stage monsters might roam, but monsters were not video game bosses chained to spawn points. If the Hellfire Tiger understood the Secret Realm's protection system, it also understood something about the humans inside. Students could spend everything in suicidal battles because the realm would rescue them. A cautious monster would have every reason to hide until the perfect opportunity. Chen Ming smiled slowly. Fine, let's see which of us is more patient. He sat cross-legged in the open. In reality, his crafting ability required no special stance whatsoever. He could have crafted while standing on his head, but appearances mattered, and he genuinely did want another ability. Chen Ming searched the system space. After repeated experiments, he had discovered that the specific body part used as crafting material strongly influenced the result. The connection was not absolute, but it was strong. He selected several ingredients. Wind pattern, wolf heart, dreadclaw beast heart, bloodbat heart blood. Let's see what this becomes. The crafting process began. Familiar weakness spread through Chen Ming's body, dividing his concentration increased the cost. His face paled. A distant sense of being watched. So faint it could have been dismissed as exhaustion. Chen Ming did not dismiss it. The Hellfire Tiger was nearby. Chen Ming grew weaker. Still, the tiger did not attack. You're unbelievably patient, Chen Ming thought through gritted teeth. An SSS-RANK human with unusually rich vitality should have been an irresistible meal to a second-stage monster. Finally, the crafting light collapsed into Chen Ming's body. It summoned violent wind loaded with cutting sand and debris. The result matched his expectation almost perfectly. Wind and earth formed the core effect. The bloodbat material added an anti-recovery quality. Endless vitality immediately began repairing Chen Ming's exhausted body, and Chen Ming knew the tiger's decision point had arrived. A nearly helpless meal was becoming dangerous again. Attack now or lose the opportunity. Chen Ming silently primed. Endless vitality's active burst. Chen Ming almost cursed out loud. The Hellfire Tiger had apparently missed the memo that bosses were supposed to stand in the corridor, middle of the arena, and wait to be challenged. Seriously? I gave you a 98% winning opportunity and you still walked away. How cautious can one tiger be? Then the world exploded behind him. The killing intent had not retreated at all. It had only hidden itself. The Hellfire Tiger burst from the darkness in a storm of flame. Chen Ming's mind flooded with profanity. That split-second surprise cost Chen Ming precious reaction time. He refused the instinct to turn around. Turning meant wasting the fraction of a second required for visual confirmation. Against a monster that fast, he would see the paw only after his skull had already broken. Endless vitality entered active mode. Phantom God expanded to the absolute limit of what his first-stage body could support. The mental strike landed instantly. The Hellfire Tiger's consciousness detonated into confusion. Direction collapsed. At full running speed, the beast collapsed and rolled across the ground, finally sliding past Chen Ming and crashing near a tree. That was the horror of an SSS-RANK mental ability. A first-stage human had just dropped a second-stage monster. In one instant, Chen Ming did not celebrate. The tiger was not dead, and mental attacks had a major weakness. The larger and broader the attack zone, the more spiritual energy consumption increased out of proportion. More importantly, mental damage could not simply be stacked forever. Once a target broke free from the first assault, it developed temporary resistance. Even if endless vitality refilled Chen Ming's reserves, Phantom God might not. By another 15 seconds. Here, Chen Ming needed the kill. He cut open his palm. A gigantic crimson slash ripped across the tiger's unguarded body. Its throat opened. Any first-stage monster would already have been dead. The Hellfire Tiger merely became grievously wounded. Chen Ming immediately followed with venom. Once, twice, every second mattered. Chen Ming stood and drove a brutal kick into the wounded abdomen, while activating wind step at maximum force. The recoil threw Chen Ming more than 10 meters away. He still did not trust the tiger to be dead. With the last of his available energy, he released flying sand and stone. A storm of debris struck the wounds like bullets, preventing rapid regeneration. The tiger did not move. The tiger looked dead. Chen Ming remained far away. He had developed respect for this creature's patience. Actually, dead? Chen Ming summoned a small stone with his useless F-rank ability and threw it. The pebble bounced off the tiger's head. 1 second later, the corpse ignited. The Hellfire Tiger rose. Its final flames consumed fur, skin, and organs alike. Chen Ming's soul nearly left his body. I knew it. The beast charged. Chen Ming looked at the tiger's destroyed abdomen and briefly wondered whether the famous slide under the tiger and cut upward trick had ever worked outside internet jokes. Then he chose the safer option. AGE, save me. Chen Ming activated Wind Step twice in rapid succession and changed direction violently. AG appeared at the position Chen Ming had just abandoned. He drew the blade. It struck the tiger's already damaged throat. Zhao Xuan had arrived too. The blast tore open the rear half of the body and sent both head and torso flying in opposite directions. Now the Hellfire Tiger was truly dead. Brother Ming, I arrived exactly on time. Then his legs gave out and he sat hard on the ground. I thought only protagonists got last-second rescues. His own condition was poor too. Endless Vitality's active mode had ended, leaving the ability in a long recovery window. Still, Chen Ming took no chances. Second stage monster kill secured. Aftermath power, secrets, and preparation. Killing the Hellfire Tiger should have ended Chen Ming's hunt. Instead, the death of Whispering Forest's ruler destabilized the entire realm and turned a school assessment into an emergency. Evolution has started. Inside, Zhao Xuan had just finished looking at the dead Hellfire Tiger. She patted Chen Ming's shoulder. You actually did almost everything yourself. For once, there was no teasing in her voice. The gap between us is bigger than I thought. Then her familiar smile returned. But that only makes you more attractive. If you ever change your mind or decide you don't want to work hard anymore, tell me. I can support you. She expected the usual rejection. Chen Ming was staring into the forest. Brother Ming, what's wrong? Chen Ming's voice came slowly. I don't know if I'm seeing this correctly. When the Hellfire Tiger died, he had felt a strange stab of dread. Now it was growing stronger. Phantom God had exceptional anti-illusion perception, yet what Chen Ming saw made him wish he were hallucinating. Grass seemed to writhe. For one horrifying instant, the thought formed clearly in Chen Ming's mind. Then the image vanished. The scene snapped shut, like an old television turning off, and instantly returned to normal. AG no longer needed Chen Ming's perception to know something was wrong. Zhao Xuan took a breath and frowned. My recovery is speeding up. Her body felt clearer, stronger. Her mood, however, became more aggressive. Irritation rose for no reason. Brother Ming, AG said, maybe we should just leave. Chen Ming forced a smile. AG, you already thought of leaving. Do you really think I haven't tried? AG's expression fell. I tried repeatedly. It won't let us out. He stared around the forest. So the realm really broke. Stop talking, Chen Ming said. We have a bigger problem. Pairs of eyes were appearing inside the bushes. AG summoned Long Rainbow Sword despite his exhaustion and moved beside Chen Ming. Zhao Xuan stepped forward as well, fire-like pressure flickering around her body. Just a few animals, she said. Let them come. Chen Ming watched her and suddenly remembered something obvious. Zhao Xuan was the daughter of one of Yang Cheng's richest families. There was no chance she had entered a secret realm without hidden protection or emergency trump cards. Give me 5 minutes, then I'll take both of you out by force. The monsters attacked before he could finish resting. The monsters froze. Branches stopped swaying. Leaves hung motionless in the air. Chen Ming barely had time to wonder why. Aji and Zhao Xuan vanished too. Outside, Principal Qian and Wu Feng had reached the same conclusion at the same time. Monster strength and aggression would surge. Chen Ming's group would no longer be participating in a controlled exam. There was only one option left. Activate the self-destruction formation. No one hesitated. The energy maintaining the realm's outer stability inverted. Then boom. The realm broke apart. Chen Ming, AG, Zhao Xuan. That was way too close. Chen Ming looked at the principal with deep resentment. Principal Qian, did you secretly turn the difficulty to maximum because you thought I wasn't having enough fun? First, the monster siege, then the Hellfire Tiger. Aji had already sat on the ground and begun reconsidering every decision that led him there. She quietly nudged Chen Ming. Something's wrong. Chen Ming nodded. Their emotional fluctuations are extreme. The reason soon became clear. A fully contained secret realm regardless of rank was an enormous strategic asset. Even minor damage triggered inspections and accountability. The entire secret realm was gone. Principal Qian could already imagine the paperwork. You three, come with me. Once they were away from the crowd, Chen Ming and Aji immediately began asking questions. What happened? Why did the realm suddenly change? What exactly was that tiger? Lu Ming raised both hands. The Hellfire Tiger you killed was the king of Whispering Forest. Its death pushed an already unstable secret realm over the edge. The realm began evolving. Chen Ming frowned. King? Evolving? We never learned any of this. Because this is university-level material. Lu Ming rubbed his temple. A king is essentially the most important living being inside an independent world. It may be the strongest creature, or it may be chosen by the world's own accumulated fortune. The easiest way to understand it is boss monster. Kings possessed exceptional vitality. A normal second-stage Hellfire Tiger would have died much earlier from the injuries Chen Ming inflicted. So they had not simply killed a second-stage monster, they had killed the Secret Realm's boss. As for evolution, Lu Ming's voice became heavier. You normally shouldn't learn this until you're older and stronger. He hesitated. Evolution is what happens when a world is dying. Aji scratched his head. What does that mean? Chen Ming thought back to the vision Phantom God had shown him. That surge in spiritual energy, Chen Ming said. Yes, Zhao. Xuan immediately asked the next question. Why do worlds die? Lu Ming's face darkened. That part I'm not going to explain without speaking to the principal first. If they agree, I'll turn it into a Class 0 lesson. Before Zhao Xuan could push further, Principal Qian began calling the students together. Lu Ming gestured toward the gathering point. Later, let's go. At the Class 0 assembly area, Chen Ming noticed that the old hostel stairs had changed. When Zhao Xuan appeared beside Chen Ming, Zhang Quan practically vanished into the crowd. Zhao Xuan stared after him. What is wrong with that guy? Chen Ming shook his head. No idea. Then he looked at Li Yun. Inside Whispering Forest, he never even reached Chen Ming before being psychologically crushed by ordinary monsters and finally eliminated by the Hellfire Tiger's roar. Li Yun, what exactly do you want? Li Yun's fist tightened. Then he remembered that he could not win. Damn it. He looked away. Just be careful. Students from the other classes are furious with you. He started to leave. You know Brother Ming doesn't like riddles. Explain. Li Yun visibly flinched. Look over there. The students eliminated in the monster stampede think Chen Ming profited from their disaster. They're blaming him. Chen Ming turned. A large group of eliminated students were already complaining. Then they noticed him. The insults began, and nobody came close enough to fight him. Zhao Xuan's expression turned cold. These idiots caused their own disaster and still blame you? She started forward. Leave. She frowned. You're going to tolerate this? Chen Ming smiled. The word tolerate isn't in my dictionary. He stepped forward himself. No, he would answer directly. Phantom God spread. Then Chen Ming snapped his fingers. Headless bodies collapsed. Chen Ming kept walking toward him. The student screamed, fell backward, and lost control of his bladder. Brother Ming, impressive technique. The remaining students fled from the wet patches as though avoiding chemical weapons. Lu Ming appeared from nowhere, tossed the collapsed students aside one by one, and waved for the medical staff. The staff arrived with disturbing efficiency. Apparently, the school had procedures for this kind of nonsense. After that, the insults ended. Lu Ming, record the names? Already done. Principal Qian smiled. Why didn't you stop them before Chen Ming retaliated? Because stopping them only delays the problem, Principal Qian replied. Afterward, they would continue provoking him. It's better that he teaches them fear himself. His eyes gleamed behind his glasses. When uncertain, give him materials. Wu Feng was less amused. Quiet. Red light rose across his body. Chen Ming had known intellectually that third-stage ability users were strong. He had believed that because Phantom God could suppress a second-stage king, he might at least escape from an ordinary third-stage opponent. Wu Feng's aura pressed down on everyone like a physical weight. Breathing became difficult. Chen Ming was no exception. If Wu Feng had truly intended to kill them, most of the field would have died before reaching safety. Even the Hellfire Tiger at full strength would have lasted only a few exchanges. Wu Feng looked across the students. Do you honestly think cultivating abilities is a video game? His voice carried the same pressure as his power. You suffer one setback inside an artificially modified training realm, come out alive, and immediately start looking for someone to blame. Zhao Xuan hated being suppressed and bit her lip in frustration. With Phantom God's perception, he could almost see blood energy lines connecting Wu Feng to everyone within range. S-rank ability, blood resonance. Against weaker opponents, it was domination. It also explained why nobody could accurately tell where his true upper limit began. Have you forgotten the core principle of ability users? His voice hardened. Originally, you were supposed to learn this at university, after your abilities and mental resilience were stronger. His eyes swept the crowd. I no longer think waiting is wise. A Xuan Yuan guard member raised a hand. Darkness unfolded above the field. A vast black space appeared like primordial chaos. Inside it, floated one luminous white sphere. Wu Feng pointed toward the darkness around it. We call this the boundary. It was not mere death. Then countless colored lights appeared throughout the darkness. Some were tiny. These lights are secret realms, Wu Feng said. Independent worlds. Every world floating inside the boundary was struggling against erosion. Some had lost stable direction entirely. Eventually, many failed. On the projection, several distant lights brightened violently. For one beautiful instant, they resembled fireworks in the dark. Those worlds lost their defense against the boundary. Once that happens, extinction becomes a countdown. That terminal stage was what humans called evolution. An evolving secret realm experienced a massive rise in spiritual energy, pushed them to evolve. Maybe the world hoped its inhabitants could save it. 4. Isolated realms, drifting freely through the boundary, escape was nearly impossible. Even if creatures broke out of their home world, they might still be erased by the boundary itself. The students began understanding. Even peaceful monsters would fight toward the only stable world available. They would invade Langsing, not because every species loved destruction but because they refused to die. Could humanity simply share land with them? Chen Ming thought the idea sounded absurd, but when entire ecosystems crossed, into human territory, carrying predators, incompatible resources, territorial instincts, and creatures capable of slaughtering cities. Coexistence was not a sentimental decision, then suppression. Wu Feng changed the projection. Historical footage appeared. A secret realm forced itself into reality. Monsters poured through like water from a broken dam, yet the students almost heard the screams. Human bodies disappeared beneath waves of creatures. Buildings collapsed. Every frame attacked the nervous system. Even so, the instant its silhouette entered the image, the footage began shaking violently. Students stared at the empty projection. What was that? Someone whispered. Wu Feng answered. The king of chaotic descent. That secret realm survived the boundary long enough to evolve catastrophically. Its king reached the 9th stage and invaded Langsing, seizing vast territory. Then Donghuang produced its own 9th stage warrior, Yi Duanliu, the human king. The day Yi Duanliu entered the 9th stage, one sword strike lit the land like daylight. He killed a 9th stage monster in a single cut. Yi Duanliu suffered catastrophic wounds. He lost his status as human king. Now mankind had enough awakened power to resist the monsters. Even so, half of humanity's former territory remained lost. The reason you can complain about school, food, homework, and exams is because other people stand ahead of you in the storm. He touched the Xuanyuan Guard insignia again. The abilities you cultivate are also the rune responsibility you inherit. The field became silent. Only heavy breathing remained. Chen Ming's reaction was different from most. Even the terrifying history felt to him like discovering that the game world he had entered possessed a much larger endgame than expected. He glanced at Aji. From emotion, his eyes were locked onto the Xuanyuan Guard symbol. Aji, Chen Ming said, resting a hand on his shoulder. You inspired? Aji's voice shook. Brother Ming, I want to join the Xuanyuan Guard one day. His hand closed into a fist. A sword cultivator guarding a nation's gate was extremely cool. Good ambition. Chen Ming gave him a thumbs up. I support you. If you ever get in trouble, use my name. Even the king of chaotic descent will think twice. Aji was once again deeply moved by words that no reasonable person should have believed. Principal Qian stepped forward to soften the atmosphere. Students, don't put the entire future of the world on your shoulders tonight. You are still young. You are not yet required or able to carry everything. Train. Grow. The future will arrive when it arrives. His voice carried a strange, calming warmth that actually seemed to improve the students' spiritual recovery. And the top performers Chen Ming, Aji, and Zhao Xuan would receive 3rd stage monster materials as rewards 1 week later. The entire field erupted in applause for Wu Feng and the Xuanyuan Guard. Nothing moved them quite like the words, 3rd stage monster material, 5 million and a 3rd stage treasure. After the assembly ended, Lu Ming appeared beside Chen Ming again and put a hand on his shoulder. Don't leave yet. Principal Qian and Captain Wu want to speak with you. Chen Ming's eyes lit up. 7. Aji started to leave, but Lu Ming stopped him too. Wait, Captain Wu asked me to give you this. He handed Aji a business card. What is it? Captain Wu says he has some knowledge of swordsmanship, if you want. Instruction. Take the card and find him. Chen Ming's eyebrows rose. Aji's final sword strike had clearly left an impression. Even casual guidance from him could make Aji's path far smoother. But Aji's ambition reached far beyond Yangcheng. Enough. I'll explain it for you. He sighed. Young people. Chen Ming looked at him. You're only around 30. Why are you talking like an old master? Lu Ming glared. Do you understand respect for teachers at all? Then. He turned dramatically in his black coat and headed toward the office building. Aji said goodbye and left, apparently still remembering a list of students he wanted to talk to after school. Chen Ming. This is Captain Wu. Feng of the Yangcheng Xuanyuan Guard. Chen Ming immediately transformed into the model of a shy, respectful student, Captain Wu. The nervous posture was deliberate. Chen Ming had always believed that appearing modest around powerful people was safer than looking arrogant. Chen Ming. Relax. He extended a hand. Chen Ming shook it. I'm Chen Ming. My strongest known ability is SSS-RANK Phantom God. Wu Feng raised an eyebrow. I know. Chen Ming had suspected as much. You're young, but you remain calm under pressure. The way you handled the monster swarm was excellent. Chen Ming produced a humble smile. It was only a small illusion trick. Wu Feng's grin widened. You really are modest. For a moment, he looked like he wanted to say something else but found it awkward. Principal Qian noticed and smoothly took over. Captain Wu is very satisfied with your performance. He secured an active, additional cultivation grant for you from the Xuanyuan Guard. Chen Ming blinked. Your previous SSS level support request has also been accelerated because your performance far exceeded the original standard. Chen Ming stared. The assessment had ended minutes ago. How could the paperwork already be complete? The original support amount, the Xuanyuan Guard cultivation funding, compensation from the students who harassed you, and additional, emotional distress compensation have been combined. He placed the card in front of Chen Ming. Total, 5 million. Chen Ming stopped breathing. How much? 5 million. His jaw opened. The 2 separate second stage monster material rewards had been consolidated into 1 3rd stage monster material. Chen Ming's brain began moving at violent speed. 5 million plus 3rd stage material was not normal support for a high school student. To Principal Qian and Wu Feng, investing in Chen Ming looked like an extremely profitable bet. For about 1 second, Chen Ming considered whether accepting it would create too many obligations. Thank you, Principal Qian. Thank you, Captain Wu. I'll enter the best university, serve the nation, defend the front lines, and never disappoint your trust. He accepted the bank card with both hands. Chen Ming's skin was thick enough to carry responsibility later. So, where do I collect the monster material? Principal Qian looked completely unsurprised. Young man, Principal Qian said, don't be impatient. He handed over the documents. Coincidentally, the monster material came from something Captain Wu personally hunted. Chen Ming immediately turned an expression of deep academic interest toward Wu Feng. Wu Feng straightened slightly under the admiring look. It was a third-stage radiant spirit bird. The creature's feathers could gather light element energy. I spent considerable effort killing it, Wu Feng said. The piece you'll receive is its most brilliant core, feather. It contains a large portion of the creature's characteristics. Chen Ming almost started salivating. Even with endless vitality, his first-stage spiritual reserves remained too small. Crafting one A-rank ability could leave him weak for hours. He had never personally crafted an S-rank ability before, but he suspected third-stage materials were required. The Radiant Spirit Bird Feather plus the Hellfire Tiger King's Heart. Light. A. Likely S-rank result. Stop imagining it before you drool on the floor. He placed a heavy hand on Chen Ming's shoulder. Then Wu Feng removed the hand and became serious. Go collect your reward and rest. If you have trouble in the future, you can come directly to the Yangcheng branch and find me. Chen Ming nodded and headed for the door. Principal Qian, what's the bank card pin? 123,456. Goodbye, Principal. By noon, Chen Ming was in a taxi heading directly toward the Ability Association. Inside, the first-floor lobby was vast, filled with service counters and equipment Chen Ming had only seen in textbooks. Hello, I'm a student from Yangcheng No. 2, Principal Qian and Captain. Wu Feng told me to collect an SSS-level support package. The staff member's expression immediately became more attentive. Of course, sir. One moment. He checked the paperwork, made a phone call, then returned the documents. Respectfully, our resource department manager will escort you personally. A few minutes later, a slightly overweight man in a suit approached with a wide professional smile. Mr. Chen Ming, I'm Wang Biao, manager of the MAID Resource Department. Please follow me. They took the elevator to the third floor. Chen Ming was almost disappointed by how smoothly everything worked. Some part of him had expected the receptionist to sneer at his student uniform, accuse him of lying about killing a second-stage monster, or for some rich young master to appear and challenge him to a ridiculous bet. The manager checked the documentation, identified the correct unit, and tapped an access card against the lock. The spiritual seal dissolved. Chen Ming stared with interest. An electronic access system integrated directly into an ability-based ward. It was breathtaking. The edges carried faint gold. Soft pink and crimson gradients spread through the plume like clouds at sunset. Chen Ming had never expected one feather from a third-stage monster to look so valuable. Chen Ming nodded thoughtfully. So the creature Wu Feng had spent considerable effort killing had technically been underage. Poor bird probably got separated from its parents. Wang Biao produced a silver storage ring and held it near the container. The entire container disappeared into the ring. Mr. Chen Ming, your item has been stored. The ring is an additional gift from the association. Chen Ming accepted it immediately. He already possessed an enormous system inventory, but free storage equipment was still free storage equipment. Even a small 5 cubic meter model could cost around 200,000. The association's gift held nearly 10 cubic meters. Take care, Mr. Chen Ming. Chen Ming left feeling as though the entire city had suddenly decided to throw money at him. Shopping for S-rank power. During the ride home, Chen Ming began planning his next crafting session. The power Hellfire Tiger had been second stage, but as a Realm King, it possessed a third stage technique. Combining the two should create a light and fire ability with some portion of the bird's recovery characteristics. Chen Ming briefly considered adding another life-rich red agate, then he rejected the idea. Compared with two third-stage level materials, ordinary agate lacked enough supernatural weight. Green demon bears were textbook examples of vitality-focused monsters. Ordinary wounds healed within minutes. Even lost limbs could regenerate over days. Chen Ming hummed to himself while checking market prices. First-stage monster core materials often cost a little, above 100,000. With 5 million available, Chen Ming estimated he could buy 2 high-quality third-stage ingredients and still survive financially. He sat at his computer and opened the familiar marketplace. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Chen Ming has returned. He entered the Yangcheng trading zone. The green demon bear heart went into the cart first. The second ability needed to solve another weakness. Phantom God could reach more than 10 meters, but the effect weakened significantly with distance. Chen Ming wanted long-range burst damage. He searched. Blue arcs escaped the surface strongly enough to burn the surrounding air. A dangerous ore containing third-stage lightning energy. Beside it, Chen Ming found another item harvested from a thunder-controlling monster that lived in the same region. A condensed thunder crystal saturated with controlled electrical power. Thunderstone, 2.4 million. Thunder crystal, 1.7 million. Langsing had officially reached the point where a third-stage powerhouse could deliver packages. Even express shipping had combat power. Add The green demon bear heart in Chen Ming would have only around 400,000 left. Money disappears way too fast. His heart hurt. The order confirmation had barely appeared before Chen Ming noticed something wrong. Then the tracking icon began racing toward his apartment at a speed that made absolutely no sense. It did not follow roads. It did not slow. At intersections, Chen Ming blinked. Delivered where? Knock. Not on the door. On the window. Chen Ming slowly turned his head. What the hell? He rushed to the window and pulled it open. Every beat churned the air hard, enough to whip Chen Ming's hair across his face. Hello, delivery service from the Ability Exchange. My name is Feng Tianyi. Your order has arrived. Chen Ming felt the aura rolling off him and nearly choked. Bro, you're third stage. And you deliver packages? Was third stage suddenly worthless in Yangcheng? I'm a junior at Huangnan University. My advisor said I needed an internship related to ability users. So, here I am. Junior. Year? Yeah. Chen Ming gave him a solemn thumbs up. Insane. Thanks. Feng Tianyi planted one foot against the wall, pushed off, spun elegantly in the air, and placed one hand over his chest in a theatrical salute. I've got another delivery. Remember to leave me a good downing. Review. Then the wind exploded. Chen Ming stood at the window in silence. Third stage in his junior year. This world really was full of monsters disguised as human beings. As a transmigrator from Earth, Chen Ming had always possessed a very human obsession with the sky. His next major ability had to involve flight, no compromise. He closed the window, fixed his windblown hair, and turned his attention back to the materials. Before flight, he needed power. He sealed the apartment in darkness. Phantom, God made sight unnecessary within its effective range, so the darkness itself did not inconvenience him. More importantly, one of his ingredients carried an intense affinity for light. He did not want stray sunlight triggering some unknown reaction midway through synthesis. Next came the Hellfire Tiger Heart, glowing like a miniature furnace and illuminating the dark room with molten light. Chen Ming leaned against the bed. System. Start rubbing. The sphere flashed. Then Chen Ming's face twisted. Holy! His complexion turned white, his body convulsed as if struck by lightning. The synthesis had taken almost everything from him in one savage pull. All of it collapsed at once. At this rate, the ability would fail within seconds. Worse, if the unstable materials were rejected while the bird feather and monster hearts were still reacting. Chen Ming did not even want to imagine the explosion. His trembling gradually eased under the passive restoration of endless vitality. He had come frighteningly close to activating endless vitality's burst mode. Doing so would have saved him now, but the 12-hour recovery vacuum afterward would have turned the synthesis into torture. Then he calculated the current pace. His expression darkened. S-rank synthesis was not merely more difficult than A-rank. Chen Ming suddenly felt like a man who had been handed a key to infinite treasure, only to discover he had to turn the lock 1 millimeter at a time. Why the hell doesn't this system have auto-crafting? He cursed it for 5 straight minutes. No response came, no hidden function unlocked. Chen Ming finally sighed. Fine. Life is hard. And so began the longest 2 days of his awakened life. Then rose again. Laundry changed on balconies throughout the apartment complex. Neighbors left for work and returned home. Only Chen Ming's apartment remained unchanged, its curtains sealed tight as if no one lived inside. Chen Ming tried to pull it aside. A gaunt figure collapsed against the window frame. Chen Ming looked like someone who had fought for 3 days, spent another week gaming without sleep, and then sprinted up 40 flights of stairs. His eyes were dead. Then, the clouds moved. It struck Chen Ming. Color returned to his face. His breathing stabilized. Chen Ming stared at his hands. This was the difference between A-rank and S-rank. The system panel appeared. S-rank combat ability. Radiant Sunfeather. The ability allowed him to ignite flame through his own body as the medium, dramatically amplifying combat performance and recovery. It could gather light element energy, especially sunlight, to strengthen itself. Under a blazing sun, the fire condensed into burning feather-like manifestations. Chen Ming slowly extended one hand into the sunlight. Chen Ming clenched his fist. Power surged through his arm. He restrained himself. Radiant Sunfeather's description sounded almost absurdly luxurious, even compared with Phantom God. Zhao Xuan's Whisper of Flame was a pure killing ability. It existed to burn through defenses and erase whatever stood in front of her. Radiant Sunfeather was different. It was a monster of versatility, strength, enhancement. It did everything well, even if its raw firepower could not match Zhao Xuan's specialized S-rank flames. Chen Ming liked that even more. The day was only half gone. He looked at the sun hanging directly overhead. Then he climbed to the rooftop. Before touching it, Chen Ming reread the warning attached to the product. Do not drop. If you can survive a direct third-stage lightning strike, feel free to ignore this notice. Chen Ming's grip became very, very steady. He even opened Phantom God to ensure nothing unexpected could interfere. The Thunderstone entered the sphere. His sunlight-enhanced recovery gradually weakened, but the process continued. Night fell. The blazing sun was replaced by a cold moon. Still, Chen Ming remained on the rooftop. The moon had nearly reached the horizon when the luminous sphere finally collapsed into a single point and shot into his body. Almost serene. Yet the killing intent hidden inside it was unmistakable. Chen Ming slowly stood. S-rank elemental ability, Moonlit Thunder. Chen Ming laughed softly. Now he finally understood why cultivation protagonists enjoyed locking themselves away for months. The process was miserable. The rewards were intoxicating. He opened his system panel, one ability after another appeared. Windstep, flying sand and stone, and the nearly useless stone toss ability he had created at the very beginning. Chen Ming was becoming a genuine statistical anomaly. Even without activating a single ability, he felt as though he could rip apart an ordinary monster with his bare hands. More importantly, the barrier to second stage had become almost tangible. He could feel it. Exactly how one broke through, he still did not fully understand. He had barely cultivated in the traditional sense. Most of his progress had come from fighting inside secret realms and constantly acquiring new abilities. Then he looked toward one particular point above the city. Sky Eye was watching. If he discharged an S-rank attack in a residential area, the Enforcement Bureau would have him writing apologies before breakfast. Endless vitality and radiant sunfeather could restore his body. Chen Ming reached for it without opening his eyes. He shot upright. Damn, school was almost at its last morning class. Well, if I'm already several hours late, there's no reason to panic. The logic was flawless. AG had flooded him with messages. The Qingcheng exchange match. After surviving the Whispering Forest disaster and converting new materials into stronger abilities, Chen Ming returned to school just in time for an exchange match against wealthy rival Qingcheng #1. Zhao Xuan had done the same. The situation was simple. Qingcheng #1 Ability High School had arrived for an inter-school exchange match. Qingcheng was a wealthier neighboring city, and its #1 Ability High School had sent 2 students to Imperial Capital University just the previous year. No. 2 had produced Zhao Xuan and Agi, 2 S-rank talents, and somewhere on its roster was a publicly acknowledged miracle system monster named Chen Ming. Chen Ming was hours late and still decided there was no reason to hurry. It was the kind of logic that only became convincing when the person using it could outrun traffic. Because Chen Ming had been unreachable for 2 days, the teacher had been forced to leave one substitute slot open. Agi's latest message read, "Brother Ming, hurry. Without you, we might actually lose." Chen Ming replied to everyone with the same message. Okay. Radiant sunfeather stirred inside him. The city blurred past. Yangcheng #2's ability arena was already packed. Each side could request pauses to exchange an eligible fighter with a substitute, but eliminated contestants could not return. On #Cock's side, Yi was still on the bench. Wu Yu was the A-rank defensive student who had once been eliminated by the Hellfire Tiger in Whispering Forest. His ability, Suspended Armor Protection, created heavy spiritual shields resembling translucent tortoise shells. Lu Ming's formation was straightforward. Zhao Xuan and Zhang Quan served as ranged elemental artillery. Aji was the explosive substitute, the blade Lu Ming intended to unleash midway through the battle after the enemy had already spent resources. Lu Ming's tactical definition of him was even simpler. If he enters, the match ends. Without Chen Ming, #2's lineup was already extravagant: 2 S ranks, 3 A ranks, and 1 B rank among the available fighters, and 1 captain with an SS rank ability. An SS rank? Qingcheng has been blessed by the heavens. A bespectacled middle-aged man beside him smiled. Principal Qian, that sounds modest coming from the school with an SSS rank student. So that's why you came. Our school values exchanges with many institutions, Zhou Bi replied smoothly. We visited several before. Yours. Principal Qian smiled. Defeat is always possible, but I would rather give them the achievement of defeating a team that contains an SSS rank talent. Principal Qian did not rise to the provocation. Relax. If your school proves itself, our sincerity will satisfy you. Principal Qian adjusted his glasses. Excellent. The countdown began. At the head of Qingcheng's formation stood a blue-haired young man with arrogant eyes. Shu Ji, holder of the SS rank ability Imitate All Things, which allowed him to solidify spiritual energy into countless different forms. Zhang Quan, do you think we can win? I don't know, Zhang Quan muttered. His eyes were glued to Zhao Xuan. For once, he was standing only a few meters from the goddess he had worshipped for months. She wore a clean, white athletic uniform, long hair tied behind her, powerful legs visible beneath her shorts. Zhang Quan's thoughts were gone. The countdown reached 0. He did not notice. Zhang Quan, what the hell are you doing? Li Yun roared. Zhang Quan finally turned. Blue light filled his entire vision. A yellow translucent shell flew between him and the attack. The remaining force swallowed Zhang Quan. At the final instant, Lu Ming appeared and ripped him out of the attack path. That rescue automatically eliminated Zhang Quan from the match. You absolute idiot. Zhang Quan still had terror frozen across his face. An ability growing on Zhang Quan's shoe might have contributed more to the team. Captain, that was amazing. Light spread across her body and the same glow appeared around Shu Ji. A-rank support ability. Spirit sharing. It connected her spiritual reserves to another person and accelerated recovery for both. Their defense is as laughable as they are. A drop of sweat slid down his forehead. Then something came rolling across the battlefield and stopped near his feet. When Li Yun realized Zhang Quan could not be saved, he had not wasted time looking backward. He had charged straight into Qingcheng's front line. 2 punches. Captain Fire ignited behind him. Zhao Xuan had never intended to behave like a stationary artillery mage. Then she charged. A yellow-haired Ching Cheng student rushed to defend his fallen teammate. His body, hardened like metal. Shu Jie added a spiritual barrier. Energy ropes grabbed the injured fighter and began dragging him backward. Zhao Xuan smiled. Whisper of flame detonated. Every defensive layer broke. The boy's hair exploded into a charred mess as he was blasted out of combat. Retreat. He could not save the defender. Zhao Xuan flicked her hair behind her shoulder. Were you introducing yourselves just now? She was. Answering Shu Jie's earlier mockery. The blue-haired captain's face heated with rage. Ching Cheng no. One requests a pause. The referee's voice cut through the arena. The first exchange ended with both sides down one fighter. They knew Zhao Xuan possessed an S-rank fire ability. Her kick had destroyed that assumption. On Yang Cheng's side, Lu Ming was almost smiling. Beautiful kick, Zhao Xuan. How much do you have left? Enough to do that too. More times. She wiped sweat from her face with a towel. Any sign of Chen Ming? AG checked the message. Chen Ming had sent 3 minutes earlier. He said okay. He should be close. Lu Ming's eye twitched. It was a brag. Collection of extraordinarily strong individuals. A genuine ability squad was different. 5 abilities complemented one another. One person's weakness became another person's strength. Ching Cheng no. One had saved exactly that kind of system for last. To the left was a cold-faced boy. To the right, a girl dressed in green. Shu Jie glanced backward. A sword beam arrived before they could finish. AG had no intention of waiting for the enemy to complete its transformation, then saw fire. Zhao Xuan launched a flame attack from range. Li Yun charged behind it. Wu Yu had turned defense into battlefield control. Suspended armor protection can be used like that? He had underestimated them. Not bad. Then he exploded. Not physically. He drained himself, and Li Ying almost dry in one burst. Zhao Xuan's incoming flame dispersed. Formation. Now. Shu Jie roared. His teammates reacted. Li Ying's spirit sharing linked not only Shu Jie, but also the cold-faced boy. The strain immediately made her complexion pale. A-rank support ability, Spirit Dew. A dark purple beam entered Shu Jie's body. His aura climbed visibly. A-rank curse. Ability, Book of Enemy and Self. The user could lower his own ability rank to raise a target's or reverse the relationship and weaken the target while strengthening himself. Shu Jie's combat state surged towards second stage. His energy returned at a rate that made even Chen Ming's normal endless vitality recovery look slow. The blue-haired captain now resembled a raid boss standing in the middle of an arena. Principal Qian adjusted his glasses. We intend for Shu Jie to challenge Imperial Capital University. That seems reasonable, Principal Qian admitted. You almost caught me, but this is as far as you go. Forcing me into this state is the greatest honor you'll stayed. Get today. Aji stared at him with dead eyes. He can't protect his support line forever, Zhao Xuan said. End this fast. She charged. A flame shot toward Li Ying. The hand and flame exploded together. Without pausing, he fired a compressed energy blast at Zhao Xuan. Zhao Xuan repeatedly attacked Li Ying. Shu Jie repeatedly abandoned offense to save her. Li Yun tried to break through the front. AG searched for one clean opening. Li Yun was eventually eliminated. Zhao Xuan, breathing hard, made one final decision. She would trade herself for Li Ying if necessary. Flames exploded around her as she rushed through overlapping attacks. The resulting impact threw Zhao Xuan from the battlefield. Lu Ming caught her before she hit the ground. Aji had been waiting for exactly that. His long rainbow sword rose. Sword intent surged. For the first time, genuine fear entered his eyes. Aji cut. Then the cold-faced curse user changed targets. The Book of Enemy and Self linked to Aji. Aji's ability rank dropped at the worst possible moment. Shu Jie survived. Yang Cheng number 2 had gone from dominant to nearly defeated. Your teamwork still has flaws. Everyone turned. Chen Ming stood at the edge of the arena beneath the sunlight. He looked at the battlefield, then added almost casually. But you came close. Zhao Xuan's eyes lit up. You finally showed up. Chen Ming walked over and offered her a hand. A protagonist has to arrive at the critical moment. Lu Ming grabbed his shoulder. Chen Ming felt different, denser, stronger. You got stronger again? Little bit. Lu Ming did not have time to interrogate him. All right, go end this. He shoved Chen Ming toward the platform. Got it. Chen Ming landed lightly and raised an okay sign. You did well. I'll take over from here. The words carried a subtle mental fluctuation. Aji's frustration faded almost instantly. Then I'm heading down. He grinned and slapped Chen Ming's hand as they passed. Brother Ming, finish them. Chen Ming raised an eyebrow. What, you still don't trust me? Then he looked at Wu Yu. 1 against 4. Wu Yu stared at him. Then he checked his nearly empty spiritual reserves and realized Chen Ming might actually be right. All right, just don't hold back too much. He left the stage. Chen Ming placed one hand behind his back and walked toward the 4 Ching Cheng fighters with almost insulting elegance. Shu Jie's eye twitched. For the first time in his life, he had met someone who outperformed him not only in talent but in arrogance. You're Chen Ming, right? Shu Jie snapped. You seriously think you can beat all 4 of us alone? Chen Ming looked surprised. Don't underestimate him. I know. At the sideline, Zhou Bi studied Chen Ming carefully. Principal Chen was writing on a sheet of paper. What are you doing? Making an item list. Zhou Bi stared. Principal Chen smiled pleasantly. Your school promised sincerity, didn't it? You already think you've won. Teacher Zhou, let's simply watch. The final countdown reached 0. Xu Jie attacked instantly. Chen Ming vanished. The attack struck granite reinforced by metal element abilities and still carved a visible trench. A voice came from the side. Hey Blue Cat, where are you shooting? Chen Ming stood several meters away, adjusting his hair. Chen Ming disappeared again. Then, just to make sure no one thought Xu Ji had simply missed, Chen Ming flashed back to his original spot, tapped the ground twice with his foot, and vanished once more. You're quiet, he said. Were you born shy? Xu Ji's face went red. Within its effective range, Chen Ming's mental attack was terrifying. But if Chen Ming could cross that distance in 3 seconds, Captain, don't let him get close, Li Ying cried. I know. Xu Ji's spiritual energy condensed around both hands until it became almost liquid. You like dodging, right? Let's see how you dodge this. He slammed his palms together. Chen Ming looked up. Sunlight poured directly onto the battlefield. Radiant Sunfeather had been running at full efficiency from the moment he stepped onto the stage. Chen Ming closed his eyes. Zhao Xuan stared from below. So beautiful. The giant hands closed. Chen Ming opened his eyes. One burned crimson like living fire. The other shone deep blue, quiet as midnight lightning beneath the moon. He spread his arms. Fire trailed from one hand. Blue electricity screamed from the other. Nothing moved. It felt as if those giant hands had struck the earth itself. Chen Ming spoke one word. Break. Crimson flame and deep blue lightning detonated simultaneously. Fragments of spiritual light exploded across the sky like broken glass. AG screamed from below. Brother Ming? That was awesome. Xu Jie and his teammates said nothing. Could the intelligence be wrong? Maybe Phantom God has a huge range. Maybe we've been trapped in an illusion since he stepped on the field. I don't know, Xu Jie whispered. His worldview was cracking. Chen Ming had just shown him the sky above. The well. This is obviously broken. I'm done. Chen Ming sighed. No more performances. He lifted one hand. Chen Ming merely waved. Wind erupted across the battlefield. Fire entered the wind. The storm hit Xu Jie's barrier like an ocean striking a sheet of glass. The shield trembled violently. Li Ying's face lost all color. Spirit. Sharing broke. That's enough. Zhou appeared on the platform. The sea of flames vanished as if someone had blown out a candle. Third stage power. Chen Ming, your strength lives up to your reputation. Thank you for giving Xu Jie a lesson he badly needed. Then he turned to his captain. Can you walk? Xu Jie nodded weakly. Then get off the field. Zhou lifted the unconscious Li Ying with invisible force and carried her down. By personality, this should have been the moment for some proud declaration. I'll remember this humiliation. Next time, I'll defeat you. He had once assumed Chen Ming's entire legend came from possessing one SSS rank ability. Instead, Chen Ming had never even needed to use Phantom God. He had simply buried the entire Qingqing formation under speed, fire, lightning, and overwhelming physical force. Xu Ji walked away without another word. No, two had won. Chen Ming. Chen Ming. He's so damn handsome. I knew he could do it. A few screams from the stands became increasingly inappropriate. Chen Ming ignored them with the dignity of a man who had absolutely heard everything. Back with his team, AG slapped his palm enthusiastically. Brother Ming, that red and blue eye thing was insane. If I had eyes like that, I'd look sideways at people all day. Chen Ming blinked. Oh that? He pushed up an imaginary monocle. Phantom God, visual effects, fire and lightning alone didn't have enough style. Aji fell silent. Zhao Xuan stood nearby, staring at Chen Ming differently than before. She blinked several times. You feel a lot stronger. Do I? Chen Ming genuinely did not feel that different. Good job. Chen Ming winced. Old Lu, why do you keep hitting me? Lu Ming ignored the complaint and examined him carefully. It feels like you could actually trade a few blows with me now. Chen Ming placed both hands behind his back. Chen Ming's knees nearly buckled. Holy cold sweat appeared instantly. Before Chen Ming could recover his dignity, Principal Qian approached. Class 0. Excellent work. His presence carried the warmth of a spring breeze. You showed excellent coordination, adaptability, and courage. Thank you for giving us such an exciting match. Li Yun, Wu Yu, and the others looked thrilled. AG leaned toward Chen Ming. Brother Ming, praise is nice, but rewards would be more practical. Principal Qian cleared his throat. To encourage everyone, each participating student will receive 200,000 from me personally. Aji's allegiance changed at the speed of light. Principal Qian is a man of culture. Chen Ming grinned too. Zhao Xuan looked unimpressed. Qingqing Num. One also commissioned victory medals for the winning school. Every participant will receive one, and your names will be placed on Qingqing Num, one's honor board as examples for their students. Zhao Xuan's face remained solemn. Her mouth betrayed her. The corners kept rising. Principal Qian smiled. Then he lifted a hand. Spiritual reserves refilled. Even small injuries began to close. Go rest, Principal, Qian said. Tomorrow, Class 0 begins specialized training for the entrance examination. Then his gaze settled on 3 people. Chen Ming, AG, Zhao Xuan, come to my office. The principal's special training AG looked confused as they walked through the administrative building. Brother Ming, isn't the principal's office your exclusive dungeon? Why am I being summoned too? Chen Ming nodded thoughtfully. Probably because your performance was too impressive. New punishment unlocked. Zhao Xuan glanced at him. With your experience, what do you think he wants? New quest refresh. Aji followed them through the corridors, increasingly disturbed by how naturally both Chen Ming and Zhao Xuan navigated the building. Why do you two know this place so well? Chen Ming answered solemnly. Once you've been called to the principal's office 3 times, there are no unfamiliar roads left in the world. They reached the door. Principal, why? Did you call us? Zhao Xuan asked. For once, she looked slightly uncomfortable. Being formally invited felt strange. Relax. Principal Qian's voice carried subtle power. Do you remember the score rewards from Whispering Forest? They were supposed to take a week to prepare. For certain reasons, you don't have to wait anymore. He opened one box. These are heart guard scales from a 3rd stage golden spirit beast. You should know their function. Zhao Xuan's eyes shifted. That's valuable. Coming from the daughter of the Zhao group, the words carried weight. Brother Ming. I wasn't listening when they taught this. What is it? Before Chen Ming could answer, Principal Qian cut in. It appears student Aji did not take class seriously. Aji stiffened. Golden spirit beasts are metal element monsters famous for defense. At equal stage, ordinary abilities struggle to pierce their spirit armor. The scales covering the heart are the strongest part of the entire body and are ideal materials for armor-type spiritual equipment. Demand exceeds supply. Aji nodded seriously. Expensive. Hard to buy. Chen Ming focused on another phrase. Aji looked at his box, then at Chen Ming. Both expressions became suspiciously decisive. Chen Ming's face darkened. If either of you says, I'll give you mine, I'm getting angry. They froze. Aji and Zhao Xuan were friends, not servants collecting ingredients for his system. I was joking. You wouldn't really get mad at me, would you? As she spoke, she quietly slipped her box into her spatial ring. Your concern is accepted. The gift is also accepted. Aji had no spatial ring. He awkwardly hid his box behind his back. Wow, Brother Ming. What a box-shaped box. Chen Ming stared at him. Good joke. Very natural. Principal. Qian watched them with faint amusement. You young people really are energetic. Then he reached under the desk again. This one is only for you, Principal Qian said. Your performance was exceptional. Inside lay a vicious golden blade-like appendage. Combine this with the golden spirit beast heart scales and your ability may develop both excellent offense and defense. Chen Ming accepted the box and stored it. I understand. Principal Qian waited. From a certain perspective, you are not entirely wrong. Chen Ming's eyes widened. But robbery alone wouldn't have gotten this much. Oh my god. Enough. Principal Qian's expression became serious. The real reason I called you 3 here is to discuss your next phase. The joking atmosphere vanished. Starting tomorrow, Class 0 will begin individualized training for the national entrance examination, followed by targeted team coordination. He paused. Those are 2 major components of the exam, but the most important component remains real secret realm combat. The national examination takes place inside a genuine secret realm that has been secured and modified for testing. Aji's expression sharpened. However, after watching your performance against Qing Cheng, I came to a conclusion. Your individual combat ability and your teamwork are already far above the normal qualifying line. Chen Ming began to smile. Standard training would waste your time. The principal's normally warm presence changed. The spring breeze became a battle drum. So I intend to give you special training beyond special training. Aji swallowed. From now on, you do not need to attend regular classes. Instead, you will enter secret realms that are still under active exploration and accept hunting commissions from the Demon Hunter Association. All 3 stared at him. I will issue official school documentation and act as your guarantor. Captain Wu Feng of the Xuanyuan Guard will sign as a second guarantor. Together, our signatures will certify that you possess the qualifications to enter active secret realms. Chen Ming's eyes widened. Normally, every newly discovered secret realm entered a strict official process. The Xuanyuan Guard sealed the surrounding region first, preventing monsters from escaping into populated areas. Then came preliminary exploration and threat classification. Only after the realm's approximate stage and ecological risks had been assessed could the Demon Hunter Association become involved. Its hunting teams were often composed of independent, civilian ability users chasing profit, advancement, and reputation. Officials did not want arrogant teenagers entering unknown worlds and dying because they mistook talent for experience. And if one of those students came from an influential family, the political consequences became even worse. Chen Ming had originally planned to solve the qualification problem by revealing his SSS-RANK talent at registration and enduring the inevitable scene, where everyone doubted him before being slapped by reality. If a once-in-a-generation talent died under their supervision, the person who approved the paperwork might spend the rest of his career regretting it. A school principal and Xuanyuan Guard captain, both 3rd stage experts, would personally guarantee him. He could even register as the captain of a temporary Demon Hunter team and select his own members. For him, it was priceless. Chen Ming, you don't want to go? Chen Ming suddenly grabbed his hand with both of his own. A true friend who understands me is harder to find than gold. Zhao Xuan stared. Enough. Stop acting like that. The dignified principal aura he had spent minutes constructing disappeared in an instant. He massaged his temple. Were all mental-type ability users this unstable? Yang Cheng currently has no active secret realm under exploration. The nearest one lies dozens of kilometers outside the city. He looked directly at them. The danger is not limited to roaming monsters. There are also people who abuse their abilities. Enforcement patrols operate outside the city, so call them if necessary. Principal Qian's voice carried another subtle wave of his ability. Stay alert. Protect one another. Come back alive. Chen Ming accepted his certificate. Relax, Principal. Below second stage, the three of us are unbeatable. He grinned. And if a second stage enemy comes, they'll have to crawl. That was the conservative version. He had already mentally dominated a second stage Hellfire Tiger. Zhao Xuan nodded as well. AG looked least concerned of all. Good, Principal Qian said. Go home and prepare. Choose your own departure time. They thanked him and left. Only then did Principal Qian sink back into his chair and release a long breath. After the three students left, Principal Qian remained still for several seconds. Do you think sending them into an active secret realm this early is too aggressive? Silence. Then a voice answered from directly behind him. Chen Ming is a genuine once-in-a-generation talent. But if we only keep feeding him resources, he'll never develop the instincts to stand on his own. This may be the best method for him. Lu Ming stepped out of nothingness. He had been in the office before Chen Ming and the others arrived, his miracle system ability reducing his presence so completely that none of them had noticed him. That's what I think too. Talent without battle experience is still incomplete. Then his eyes narrowed. You're certain Chen Ming didn't notice you? Absolutely. Lu Ming sounded very sure. Good. Then you really are one step from third stage. Principal Qian considered for a moment. Use the materials issued by the Xuanyuan Guard. Attempt the breakthrough directly. Lu Ming's expression changed. Your ability is ideally suited to secretly protecting Chen Ming. Once you reach third stage, you should be able to intervene if something truly fatal happens without ruining his training. This time, I'm 90% confident, Lu Ming said. Then do it. Principal Qian leaned back. And remember, do not let anything happen to him. The Secret Realm expedition was supposed to be dangerous. Yet, when he submitted his report and described Chen Ming's role, no punishment came. Instead, higher authorities informed the school that another secret realm would eventually be reassigned to compensate for the loss. Then a massive package of resources arrived. The third stage materials Principal Qian had just handed out were not prizes extorted from Qingcheng No. 1. Develop Chen Ming. Do not waste Chen Ming. Principal Qian understood. But control the degree of protection, Principal Qian warned. Don't rescue him every time the situation becomes slightly dangerous. You understand what I mean? Lu Ming felt sweat gathering beneath his collar. I understand. Then go break through. Lu Ming's black coat faded from perception as he left. He began counting the invisible layers of insurance around the coming expedition. The school would have Lu Ming following from the shadows. If the breakthrough succeeded, a third stage protector with concealment specialization would be more than enough for ordinary emergencies. The Xuanyuan Guard clearly would not leave an SSS-RANK national treasure completely unattended either, possibly someone whose level he himself was not cleared to know. Chen Ming and Zhao Xuan were surrounded by enough safety nets to make a normal hunter jealous. As for Aji, Principal Qian paused. Well, he'll probably get covered along the way. The Goblin Demon Cavern. The next morning, Chen Ming, Zhao Xuan, and Aji left Yangcheng, the Goblin Demon Cavern. Soon after the exchange match, Chen Ming, Aji, and Zhao Xuan stopped playing at school exercises and entered a real frontier secret realm, the Goblin Demon Cavern. 20,000? The driver nodded nervously. Chen Ming rolled up his sleeves. Are you driving a taxi or committing highway robbery? 40 kilometers for 20,000? Brother Ming, calm down. Aji wrapped both arms around him from behind. Beating people is illegal. We should at least hear his explanation first, and then find a legal reason to beat him. Chen Ming pointed at the driver. Seriously? Seriously, Zhao Xuan said. Thank you, miss. Exactly. Zhao Xuan paid without hesitation. To her, 20,000 had roughly the emotional weight of pocket change. The driver thanked her and disappeared before Chen Ming could reconsider punching capitalism. School taught monster anatomy, ability, theory, secret realm ecology, combat response, and field survival. No one had thought to teach how much taxis cost when the road might contain monsters. This place is packed. It was. Ability users filled the entire outpost. Many wore matching uniforms belonging to registered hunting teams. Captains held signs overhead and shouted into the crowd. War Soul Team needs one healer. Approved applicants enter immediately. Nightfall Team needs a tank. Second stage leader, safety guaranteed. Long lines formed beneath the signs. Most were rejected. Xuanyuan Guard personnel leaned against vehicles or stood watch with varying degrees of tension. Two of them carried blue sword-handled insignia, marking them as at least third stage. The portal had already created its own miniature economy. Earth-type ability users had raised buildings around it. All this for a low-stage secret realm. If a realm produced enough economic value, Chen Ming knew entire towns and sometimes cities could eventually grow around it. Brother Ming, Aji asked, how do we get in? Join somebody else's team. Chen Ming shook his head solemnly. A man born between heaven and earth should never spend his life beneath someone else. Aji's expression became reverent. So, we apply to become demon hunters ourselves. Aji nodded hard. Brother Ming. Wisdom. A registered demon hunter could enter qualified secret realms more freely accept contracts, and even form temporary teams of his own. Hello, are you turning in a commission or processing administrative business? We're applying to become demon hunters, Chen Ming said. Her eye twitched. Do you have previous commission experience? How much do we need? 5 completed contracts. No, the man standing behind them in line burst out laughing. Chen Ming, Aji, and Zhao Shuan all turned to stare at him. Sorry, don't mind me. Student brothers, please continue. Chen Ming could not even blame him. The receptionist tried again. You are students, correct? Do you have a guarantor or official certification? That we do. Chen Ming took out his document. All 3 had signatures from Principal Qian and Captain Wu Feng, but Chen Ming's ability profile was the part most likely to end the conversation. Chen Ming, SSS-RANK mental ability, Phantom God, and kept reading. The document listed more than one ability. S-Rank, Moonlit Thunder, S-Rank, Radiant Sun Feather. One S-Rank talent would already be treasured in a major city. Then she reached the description of his miracle system awakening. Capability, ability creation. Her eyes moved back to the SSS-RANK Phantom God entry. The implication nearly broke her professional expression, possibly even. SSS-RANK abilities. 2 famous 3rd stage experts in Yang Cheng, personally signing for 1 student. She swallowed. Mr. Chen? Yeah? Sorry. Her voice had gone hoarse from tension. With your qualifications, the standard review can be waived. You can receive Demon Hunter status directly. Then she looked at the other 2. Are your companions also applying? Aji and Zhao Xuan handed over their documents. Mr. Chen, your companions are extremely talented, and their guarantors are more than sufficient for team access. However, because an active secret realm is unpredictable, they still need to complete 1 commission before they can receive independent Demon Hunter credentials. She spoke cautiously, clearly worried Chen Ming might object. However, they may join a temporary hunting team without ordinary review. My recommendation is that you form a team as a registered demon hunter, add them as members, enter together, and allow them to qualify through this expedition. Chen Ming understood. Aji did not look disappointed. Doesn't matter. We're going with Brother Ming anyway. Zhao Xuan only felt the distance between Chen Ming and herself widening again. All right, Chen Ming said. We'll do it your way. The receptionist exhaled in relief. She called a coworker over to cover the desk and personally guided the 3 through the registration process. Mr. Chen, I know you 3 are extraordinary, but I still need to say this. I do not recommend this particular secret realm for inexperienced hunters. Chen Ming looked up. What makes it different? Zhao Xuan answered before Zhang Ya could. Dirty little monsters from fantasy stories. They attack humans and often use captives for reproduction. He glanced at Zhao Xuan. She had dressed unusually conservatively for the expedition, clothing covering almost every part of her body except her neck and hands. Zhang Ya went quiet, then said carefully, the goblins in this secret realm are worse than the fictional version you're imagining. Her voice lost all warmth. They are biologically abnormal, highly opportunistic, and capable of parasitic reproduction through both male and female captives. More importantly, many of them deliberately torture humans before killing them. They target attractive captives, regardless of sex. She stopped before going into further graphic detail. Brother Ming, these goblins sound a little creative. Zhao Xuan's breathing deepened. Chen Ming frowned. Maybe we should choose another realm. He was not worried about himself. Aji recognized the concern immediately. Brother Ming, they're still just goblins. If I run because they sound disgusting, what kind of sword immortal am I supposed to become? Zhao Xuan crossed her arms. Chen Ming, you should know me better than that. Her pride would not tolerate being treated as dead weight. Your information is now registered with the Demon Hunter Association. This is your Demon Hunter seal. The token felt ancient despite being newly issued. A bold character for Hunt dominated the top. Chen Ming's name, age, image, and basic credentials were engraved beneath it. Rank, 1-star Demon Hunter. Zhang Ya explained the hierarchy. Each major tier contained 9 stars. Higher rank unlocked. More difficult commissions, greater authority, and additional association privileges. That's actually pretty cool. Very. Chen Ming turned it in his fingers, then placed it into system storage. With this, Zhang Ya said, you can lead your teammates in and out of the realm. You may accept commissions in the bounty section and submit evidence when you return. She gave them one final warning. If you are captured by goblins and there is truly no possibility of rescue, do not let them take you alive. The words followed them into the commission hall. He accepted several low-level contracts and a few requests for rare monster materials. 1 slot remained. Then Aji pointed at a bounty with an unusual number of contributors. Brother Ming, look at this one. Nearly 100 people had pooled money into the same target. That thing is ugly. Chen Ming read the description. Extremely brutal. Known for torturing captured humans and decorating cavern walls with remains. Suspected ruler-class entity of the Goblin Demon Cavern. 40 million? His hand moved before his brain finished processing. He accepted the bounty. He looked at Aji and Zhao Xuan. We're killing that fat pig. Into the cavern. After checking supplies, Chen Ming presented his Demon Hunter seal at the Xuanyuan Guard checkpoint. The barriers opened. 3 stepped into the giant portal. The Xuanyuan Guard had built another fortified base directly around the interior portal. Beyond the illuminated perimeter lay darkness. Wet. Hunters returned from them in terrible condition. Some were missing teammates. Mud, monster fluids and dried blood-covered armor and clothes. No one laughed loudly here. No one pretended the realm was a game. Chen Ming exhaled. Let's go. The three crossed the internal gate. Come back in one piece. Chen Ming smiled. Easy. They entered the dark. Behind them, the outpost lights shrank to the size of a basketball. They had officially entered the unknown. Ah! Chen Ming rubbed his forehead. AG. We had a serious adventurer atmosphere going. Sorry, Brother Ming. I literally can't see you. For Chen Ming, Phantom God made the darkness irrelevant. Not a stone. A badly worn skull. Zhao Xuan began raising a flame for light. Chen Ming stopped her. What year is this? Who uses fire for illumination? He reached into system space. Aji covered his eyes. The walls turned almost daylight bright. Then he noticed something crouched in a corner. Its wrinkled skin resembled dead tree bark. The goblin had been waiting to ambush Zhao Xuan. Instead, a handsome human had illuminated its hiding spot with enough power to interrogate aircraft. To the creature, this was not merely tactical exposure, a violation of the sacred goblin right to be disgusting in darkness. AG summoned Long Rainbow Sword. Chen Ming put a hand on his wrist. Relax. The goblin lunged for Chen Ming's chest. Its claws struck. A golden layer of armor appeared automatically over Chen Ming's body. Clang! The goblin staggered backward, arm vibrating. From the impact, it turned to run. Chen Ming appeared behind it, the goblin's head separated from its body. Aji's eyes lit up. Brother Ming. New ability? Of course. Zhao Xuan walked up and poked Chen Ming's shoulder. Her knuckles immediately hurt. She pulled her hand back and blew on it. Why are you so hard? Chen Ming fell silent. The new ability was the result of yesterday's synthesis using the Golden Spirit Beast Heart Scales and Golden Blade Beast Edge. S-Rank Elemental Ability. Spirit Light Armament. Chen Ming now possessed enough accumulated stat reinforcement that even without activating an ability, an ordinary first-stage goblin might as well have attacked a statue made of steel. Zhao Xuan stared at him. Your talent is a monster among monsters. She had begun to understand the real horror. Every additional ability increased Chen Ming's underlying physique. Normal people only awakened another ability after reaching much higher stages. Brother Ming, are we really leaving that on? Full power? Zhao Xuan frowned too. Cave exploration manuals specifically warn against this. Cave monsters preferred darkness. Half the monsters would flee. Exactly the kind of monster that had survived by becoming the apex predator. Chen Ming turned the searchlight up. I know. Aji stared. That's the point. Chen Ming's grin widened. We didn't come here for small fry. We want the ruler. If I make enough noise and nobody else is strong enough to stop us, eventually the king may come personally to erase the problem. His searchlight now poured into cracks in the cavern walls. He was not exploring the Goblin Demon Cavern. 5 university students stood inside a shrinking ring of light. Their captain, Hu Ping, was a muscular young man whose face and arms were already covered in blood and dirt. He held a heavy sword and shield at the front. Several goblins had tried to break through him. Hu Xing, hold the left side. Don't let Xiaoguang get hit. A female swordswoman turned just as a goblin lunged from darkness. She panicked but forced out her ability. The goblin's head rolled away. Save spiritual energy, he barked. At this consumption rate, we won't make it to the beacon. He reorganized the formation. A spear-wielding student named Yan Hao took the right. Xiling stayed near the center. His B-rank elemental ability, Illumination, lit more than 10 meters of tunnel and provided a subtle, calming influence to nearby allies. In this environment, it was the team's lifeline. And Xiaoguang was breaking. Why is training abilities this dangerous? He whispered. His supportive ability and strong academic grades had earned him entry into a respectable ability university. They had assumed the school-arranged exercise would be controlled. Then they entered the Goblin Demon Cavern. Monster. The goblins had fought them for half an hour without committing to a direct breakthrough. Instead, the creatures had systematically destroyed every piece of lighting equipment. Then they screamed from the dark, scratched shields, attacked without warning. They were not merely trying to kill the Blay. Students, I want to go home. Stay calm, Hu Ping said, though he had little confidence left himself. Keep the light going and we'll get out. They needed him to believe that. If illumination failed, the darkness would swallow the formation. Then the goblins would tear it apart. A pale-eyed creature crept through a gap. Behind them, Xia Ling saw it too late. A huge web wrapped around his body and yanked him out of the formation. Xiao Guang, Hu Xing screamed. Several goblins retreated at exactly the right moment, avoiding her desperate counterattack. They had planned it. One goblin returned to Hu Ping's shield carrying a bloodied hand, mocking him. The last psychological wall inside the team cracked. They attacked Hope. AG pointed at a brilliant white sphere floating in the tunnel. Brother Ming, this is the last marker, right? Chen Ming checked the paper map. Beyond it, the map became black. Yes. Xuanyuan Guard exploration ends here. The floating orb had no physical body. Chen Ming tried to touch. Xiao Xuan recognized it immediately. A beacon. One of the Xuanyuan Guard's top field creations. Chen Ming opened Phantom God and studied it. Chen Ming felt the unmistakable sensation of observation. The beacon was also a surveillance node. A group of first-stage hunters stationed here could probably hold off 10 or 20 goblins with the constant energy replenishment. Keep moving, Chen Ming said. The ruler won't be sitting inside explored territory. If it were, someone would have killed it already. They passed beyond the final beacon, no established rescue corridor. At the Demon Hunter office, Chen Ming's application stopped looking like paperwork and started looking like a threat assessment, only darkness. A rock-armored lizard had been hunting a fleeing goblin. The goblin tripped after a projectile struck it. The lizard crawled down from the ceiling, tongue flicking, ready to eat. Then 3 industrial searchlights switched on. At once, white light flooded the tunnel like noon. Don't damage the lizard's skin. The rock lizard hide was one of his bounty materials, prized for crafting footwear that could adhere to stone surfaces. AG, Zhao Xuan, full, hide, long rainbow sword flashed. Zhao Xuan spun and kicked. Flame detonated through 2 more goblins, launching them into the cavern wall like burning projectiles. The last goblin collapsed. It began kowtowing. Its entire body shook in terror. Zhao Xuan pinched her nose in disgust. No projectile, no flame. It was his first true attempt to use the ability for direct biological killing instead of illusion. Even against a first-stage goblin, range and precision had consumed around 60% of his spiritual reserves. Expensive, Chen Ming muttered. Fortunately, his recovery was now absurd. The rock lizard tried to flee up the wall. Chen Ming vanished in a burst of wind step, intercepted it, and ended the fight in a second. The entire body went into system storage. Chen Ming pulled out a small notebook and checked off another line. He simply enjoyed physically checking boxes. Aji yawned. Brother Ming, how many bounties is that? 5. How long have we been in here? Chen Ming felt the rhythms of his own body. About 3 days. Aji looked horrified. Only 3? I feel like the national exam already happened. The underground environment destroyed natural time perception. They had encountered mostly first-stage creatures. Even after running their searchlights hard enough to overheat several times, nothing truly dangerous had challenged them. When the batteries died, Chen Ming simply recharged. Then with moonlit thunder. The strongest monsters had likely retreated beyond the beacons long ago, compressed into unexplored territory by Xuanyuan Guard expansion. 1 target remained nearby, one of Chen Ming's active. Commissions requested a leader. Reward, 300,000. If a hunter died in the realm, payment obviously became irrelevant, or he could submit new intelligence discovered during exploration and offset the debt, depending on its value. Zhao Xuan, being Zhao Xuan, had also casually spent 600,000 on low-confidence information about the rumored Goblin King. Her explanation had been simple. I have money. Eventually Chen Ming heard running water. The tunnel walls ahead reflected faint blue light. Aji tightened his grip around the air where long rainbow sword could appear at any instant. Is that the old, not dying spring? The ageless spring, Chen Ming corrected. Life energy became denser the deeper Chen Ming looked. There's something down there, he said. If this water is really that useful, monsters should gather here constantly. Why is there nothing? Chen Ming smiled slightly. Friend, Chen Ming called. Why don't we talk? Aji and Zhao Xuan snapped both searchlights toward the shape. The beam revealed a human, or something that still resembled one. A muscular man with a huge beard covering half his face. His body looked like it had survived dozens of fights. Chen Ming could sense the emptiness inside him. No drive, no hope. Chen Ming remained relaxed. Second stage no longer frightened him. Can you still speak? The bearded man stared at their young faces for a long time, then finally said, You look like you awakened recently. Why are you here to die? Chen Ming raised an eyebrow. To die? The trip had been almost effortless so far. This is the Goblin Demon Cavern, beyond the final beacon. Then another inconsistency struck him. If they had lost teammates, why were their clothes clean? What team are you with? Haven't named it. Chen Ming pulled out his Demon Hunter seal. I made a temporary team and added my friends. The man stared at the token. Chen Ming, 1-star Demon Hunter. His eyes slowly changed. The words individually made sense. Together, they did not. He began muttering under his breath. Names slipped through the fragments. His emotional state deteriorated quickly. Aji and Zhao Xuan glanced at Chen Ming. Chen Ming shook his head slightly. Do not attack. Friend, what exactly happened to you? The bearded man clutched his head. You students, why are you here? Chen Ming almost laughed. To hunt the ruler. The man laughed. Once, twice. You want the ruler? His eyes locked onto Chen Ming. Then beat me first. He attacked. A fist exploded toward Chen Ming's shoulder, far faster than an ordinary first-stage fighter could respond. Chen Ming blurred sideways with wind step. The man rotated and attacked again. Aji and Zhao Xuan waited. Then Chen Ming did something that made both stare. He stopped dodging. Golden light covered his fist. Brother Ming wants to trade punches with a second-stage enhancement user? The fists collided. Boom. Chen Ming's hand went numb. Second stage was still second stage. Raw ability, intensity, and physical output multiplied dramatically after breakthrough. Chen Ming's first-stage physique had already been reinforced by nearly 10 high-rank abilities. What a normal person gained from stage advancement, Chen Ming had partially accumulated through quantity. Chen Ming disappeared. A kick struck his chest. Wind detonated. Flying sand and razor-edged stone fragments tore across his body. He flew into the wall hard enough to leave a human-shaped indentation. Tried to rise. The man forced his eyes open through sheer terror. A golden and blood-colored hand was suspended 1 step from his face. Faint blue lightning crawled between Chen Ming's fingers. 3 abilities had been layered into the final strike. Chen Ming had stopped deliberately. The man's fighting spirit vanished. Chen Ming lowered his hand. AG nearly shouted, "Brother Ming, you beat a second stage user that easily." Zhao Xuan smacked her lips. "I thought ability cultivation was just another road to dying." He stared at the black ceiling. "Then I meet someone like you." How many abilities had Chen Ming just used? 6. A first-stage high school student had treated a second-stage adult like a combat demonstration target. "My name is Hu Ping. I'm a university junior, I think. I only recently got my Demon Hunter seal." AG looked at the scarred, bearded caveman in front of him. "A junior." The contrast was difficult to process. "The school friends who entered with me. I'm the only one left alive." Chen Ming's expression became still. Sorry, he did not force Hu Ping to recount the deaths. "There were a lot of first-stage monsters here when I arrived. They left after I came." He looked at the water. "You call it the Ageless Spring? That isn't really what it is." Chen Ming waited. "Basically, monster bathwater." Chen Ming nodded and immediately filled a 1-liter container. An ageless spring water was worth 300,000. Business was business. For a moment, Chen Ming considered draining the entire pool and selling it by the liter. Then he realized that marketing ordinary water as miraculous spring water would probably count as fraud. The monster inside the spring, Chen Ming capped the bottle and stored it. "Get ready to fish." Agi immediately summoned long rainbow sword, with the enthusiasm of someone who had always wanted to use an S-rank weapon as a fishing spear. Hu Ping raised a hand. The blue wrong beast can merge with water. Once it enters a pool, it becomes almost impossible to identify even if it's right at the surface. And its second stage. He stopped. After watching Chen Ming beat him into a wall, the phrase second stage no longer sounded persuasive. "Found you." A stone appeared in Chen Ming's hand. He weighed it twice, then threw. With his current physical strength, the pebble entered the spring like a bullet, blasting a hollow cavity through the water. Deep blue electricity crawled over its surface. Thunk. Life energy vanished. The pool became ordinary underground water. "What just happened?" "I don't know," Chen Ming said slowly. "But the blue water wasn't an illusion, and this isn't one either." Phantom God had not been deceived. A blue head broke the surface. The blue wrong beast was beautiful. Its translucent blue body looked carved from natural crystal. Its black gem-like eyes were extraordinarily expressive, expensive looking. Zhao Xuan's entire expression softened. "Monsters can look like that?" Chen Ming's first thought was different. That thing has to be worth a fortune. The creature itself was furious. It had been badly injured. Its jewel-black eyes locked onto Chen Ming, who immediately began whistling and looking somewhere else. "Stay alert," Chen Ming warned. Cute or not, it was still a second-stage monster. Its expression changed. A high-pressure stream fired at Chen Ming. Damn. He dodged instantly. The blue wrong beast turned its head. The beam followed. After 3 seconds, Chen Ming realized it was tracking too quickly to outrun forever. Spirit light armament covered his body. AG cut one of the blue wrong beast's tendrils clean off. "Brother Ming, I've got you." He looked extremely pleased with himself. For approximately 1 second, the severed stump wriggled. Aji's smile disappeared. "Brother Ming, it's literally getting red with anger." Chen Ming shook his head. "That usually means a big move is coming." Hu Ping snorted. "Cheap trick." He kicked off the ground and launched himself forward. His enhanced fist struck the steaming mist around the creature. 1 inch away, the mist behaved like an impossible barrier. Hu Ping was blasted across the cavern and embedded in a wall. Chen Ming's eyes widened. What kind of ability turns vapor into sound? He had felt something else during the transformation, stronger than his own before the recent breakthrough. Zhao Xuan attacked next. Then the water became fire. A fire tornado rose from the lake and swallowed Zhao Xuan's attack. The resulting explosion scattered liquid-looking sparks across the cavern. Zhao Xuan stared. "I don't understand." Neither did Chen Ming. Then one word came to him. Miracle. The creature possessed immense mental strength and a miracle system power. That explained the broken logic. Phantom God could barely affect it, because the creature's mental defense was so high. Zhao Xuan's face hardened. "Are we sure the bounty got the ruler wrong? This thing feels more like a secret realm king than the giant goblin." She shifted position. "Chen Ming, step back. Don't get hurt." The tone suggested she was about to reveal one of her own hidden cards. "No need." He stepped forward. "I don't fight battles I haven't calculated." His aura rose. Aji's mouth dropped open. "Brother Ming, your second stage." Chen Ming had been only 1 step away before entering the cavern. Now he activated Endless Vitality's burst mode. Second stage. Chen Ming looked directly into the blue wrong beast's eyes. His expression was almost provocative. "Yes, I threw the rock. What are you going to do about it?" So fast it left after images. Chen Ming grinned. Knew. He had seen that pale green wind color on Feng Tianyi, who switched to a movement affinity in the middle of a fight unless they intended to escape. Phantom God struck. The blue wrong beast staggered as mental pressure hammered its consciousness. Venom weakened its body. Mental exhaustion crushed its remaining resistance. Chen Ming approached with obvious predatory interest. "Little guy, last words?" He said it politely. Endless vitality drove spiritual energy through his body like a reactor. He was preparing to erase the creature completely. Then a voice appeared inside his mind. Chen Ming paused. "You can talk?" The creature's mental signal trembled. Chen Ming smiled coldly. "Confused little thing. If I kill you, your abilities are still mine." His killing Intent was real. The blue wrong beast understood. Chen Ming's expression changed instantly. What the hell? The energy entered his body before he could stop it. He forced every ability to maximum output. Crimson fire surrounded him. Deep blue lightning ran through his muscles. Mystic patterns appeared in his eyes. Mental force crushed outward. Chen Ming's vision went black. He dropped to one knee. Brother Ming, Aji and Zhao Xuan reached him together. Aji pressed a hand to his shoulder and sent sword energy carefully through Chen Ming's body, searching for physical damage. There's nothing wrong with him. Zhao Xuan had already pulled an extremely expensive healing potion from her ring. Then why does he look like that? Maybe mental damage. Chen Ming, can you hear me? Chen Ming exhaled shakily. I feel incredible. Zhao Xuan froze. A black line practically appeared across her forehead. Brother Ming's brain got damaged. Chen Ming put one hand on Aji's shoulder and stood. Are you cursing me again? Aji brightened. You're fine. Were you hoping I wasn't? Absolutely not. Zhao Xuan narrowed her eyes. He had not exaggerated. The sensation had been extraordinary, like rain soaking cracked earth after years of drought. He estimated his current mental power had reached the level of a third-stage ability user. Phantom God had already made him exceptional among second-stage mental specialists. That meant one terrifying thing. Chen Ming could now potentially injure third-stage opponents with Phantom God inside his mental world. Beside the mysterious runic representation of Phantom God lay the six-tendril blue wrong beast. The creature sensed his attention, raised its head weakly, and gave him the mental equivalent of a dead-eyed glare. Chen Ming coughed as if nothing unusual had happened. A bond existed between them, not equal. With one thought, Chen Ming knew he could decide whether the creature lived or died. A master-servant mental contract. Chen Ming was not a control-type user, which meant the contract itself was probably one of the creature's abilities. Then Phantom God changed. Chen Ming read the description once. Potentially SSS-RANK absurd. Brother Ming? Chen Ming focused. Aji. Yes? I'm invincible now. Aji's brain visibly stalled while processing those 4 words. Before anyone could respond, Chen Ming looked at Hu Ping, still half embedded in the wall from the earlier sonic blast. Zhao Xuan blinked. When did you make telekinesis? That was a classic mental system branch. No. Then he slammed Hu Ping toward the ground. At that height and speed, even a second-stage user could be severely injured. But the instant Hu Ping struck, the stone floor became soft. It deformed like a trampoline. Hu Ping bounced twice and landed unharmed. Chen Ming spread his hands. See, weird. The new Phantom God extension had one astonishingly short description. All things follow the mind. Reality shaping through mental intent. It resembled Shuje's imitate all things only at a glance. All things follow the mind work differently. Stone into something elastic. The ageless springs life energy phenomenon had likely been another application. If the one effect were independently ranked, Chen Ming had no doubt it would belong near SSS. What kind of treasure monster are you? It was too weak to answer. Fine. From now on, I'll call you Yuan Shen. The naming decision was unilateral. You really reached second stage? The fact stood directly in front of him. It still felt impossible. Chen Ming had awakened barely more than 10 days ago. Maybe only people like you can truly stand against monsters. Chen Ming put his hands on his hips. Correct. So let me lead you through the Goblin Demon Cavern. Aji immediately raised a fist. Brother Ming is awesome. Let's kill the king. Before leaving, Chen Ming looked at Hu Ping. Old Hu, you can follow the route we came from and return to the outpost. With your strength, you should make it. He started walking. Wait, Chen Ming looked back. You've seen the ruler? Hu Ping nodded. When my teammates died, the emotional shock forced me into second stage. I killed the remaining goblins and escaped while badly injured. His voice tightened. I passed a huge underground chasm. That's where I saw the giant troll goblin. One look from it felt like death breathing into my ear. I ran until I reached this spring. Hu Ping's jaw clenched. It's third stage, I'm certain. Chen Ming frowned. But Aji and Zhao Xuan might not survive the same situation. Brother Ming, if it's too strong, we'll stand back and watch you solo it. Zhao Xuan nodded with complete seriousness. If you're about to die, I'll save you. Her confidence suggested she still carried resources Chen Ming had not seen. Then Zhao Xuan remembered the intelligence she had purchased. The location matches my report. It also mentioned a huge chasm. At that moment, a weak voice stirred inside Chen Ming's mind. 3 fragmented concepts arrived. King. Chen Ming stopped walking. Hu Ping had seen the giant goblin at the chasm. Zhao Xuan's intelligence pointed to the chasm. Yuan Shen had been injured by a ruler there. The probability was high enough. Before leaving, Chen Ming waved one hand at Hu Ping. Old Hu, you came from that direction. Lead. Then Chen Ming added, if you accidentally die during the boss fight, don't blame me. Hu Ping nodded. Understood. 4 searchlights ignited at full power. A few foolish goblins exposed themselves. Chen Ming barely glanced at them. No other monsters volunteered. Several hours later, the tunnel opened into a colossal abyss. A bitter wind screamed upward from darkness. Someone had arrived before them. Chen Ming inspected the residual energy. Life system construction. Multiple teams. The intelligence on the ruler was expensive, but 40 million was enough to attract every ambitious hunter in the region. If they killed the target first, his 40 million would disappear. We're going down. A slab of life. Stone rose from the edge of the chasm under all things follow the mind. Chen Ming's mental perception saw several hundred meters of depth. Far below, battle raged. More than a dozen hunters and Xuanyuan guard fighters were surrounding a gigantic goblin. At the front stood a man in plain gray clothes, wearing a yellow-handled Xuanyuan guard insignia. His name was J.U., a second-stage squad leader assigned to the initial exploration unit. He shouted across the battlefield. First-stage users, stay 30 meters back. Do not let it touch you. His voice carried the strain of a man watching a plan collapse. 10 days ago, the troll goblin had been second stage. For ability users, third stage represented a qualitative transformation. A movement ability that once created gusts might begin kicking out tornadoes. And at third stage, ability users awakened another ability. The troll goblin raised one hairy fist, then punched the ground. Earth Fury. Dozens of first-stage fighters were launched off their feet. Defensive abilities collapsed almost instantly. Zhe Yu's face tightened. If they retreated blindly, most of the first-stage hunters would die. Only second-stage movement specialists had a realistic chance to escape cleanly. And Ji Yu was Xuanyu on guard. Third-stage troll goblin confirmed. Request immediate reinforcement. 3 civilian hunting teams and 1 Xuanyu on guard squad remained in the chasm. Several people had already died. 4 second-stage users had begun the fight. Another was the Shadow-type captain of Cold Shadow Team, who openly warned Ji Yu, if casualties become catastrophic, I'm taking my last surviving teammate and leaving. Ji Yu nodded. Old Huang. The ground beside the trolls suddenly deformed. A human shape emerged from stone. A heavy-set man rolled out of the earth, coughing blood. His stone body ability had normally allowed him to merge with rock, attack from underground. Zhe Yu generated a violent wind vortex that locked around the monster's leg like invisible glue. Other hunters attacked. The beast staggered back. Save him, Zhe Yu shouted. The battlefield became more desperate by the second. The fighters below looked up. Zhe Yu sensed a pressure approaching that felt almost third stage. Chen Ming's mental power. Thank you for the button. Rescue, Senior. I'm Zhe Yu of the Xuanyuan Guard. Chen Ming blinked. Senior. Then he understood. Before Chen Ming could correct him, the troll goblin charged. Its fist descended like a wrecking ball. Move. Chen Ming grabbed Zhe Yu and threw him dozens of meters away. Then he covered his body in spirit light armament. The instant the troll's fist made contact, his golden armor exploded into fragments. Chen Ming's eyes widened. Then the troll added Earth Fury. Its fist slammed into the crater. Zhe Yu's face went white. No. The young senior had wasted the chance to dodge because he had saved him. Chen Ming stood beside him, completely unharmed. Shh. Zhe Yu stared. At the crater, the troll goblin was laughing at the corpse it believed it had just crushed. Zhe Yu whispered, mental illusion. What kind of ability is that? Chen Ming looked up at the monster. This was his first true face-to-face encounter with a third-stage beast. Strength. Regeneration. Now you actually need to move away, Chen Ming told Zhe Yu. He ran toward Aji and the others. Chen Ming used all things follow the mind. Wind and darkness gathered into a vortex. Then the elements transformed. Dark became light, wind became flame. A false sun blossomed in the abyss. Beneath the artificial sun, radiant sun feather reached full output. Crimson. Fire ran through Chen Ming's hair. His skin shone like heated metal. One eye burned red. Chen Ming kicked the ground. Aji raised long rainbow sword and shouted from below. Brother Ming is still so cool. The troll snapped. Out of Phantom God. Realizing it had been laughing at empty ground only made it angrier. A second-stage human had humiliated it. Now that human was flying directly toward its chest. Those 2 seconds were enough. Chen Ming's hand cut through the air. Blood-red claw force expanded. Fire twisted around it. 3 colossal claw marks crossed the troll's body from left ribs to right shoulder. Internal organs became visible. Blood sprayed like a broken pipe. Venom and embedded stone energy prevented regeneration from closing the wounds. Chen Ming refused to allow final, desperate attack. Then Phantom God struck at full power. The troll's perception shattered. It could barely understand where it was, much less activate Earth Fury effectively. The giant troll goblin died. Chen Ming bent slightly, breathing hard. His first third-stage kill. Under normal circumstances, he would have been celebrating loudly enough to wake every monster in the cavern. Instead, he frowned. Something was wrong. Phantom God's perception had given him this warning before. Senior, thank you for saving us. I'm Zhe Yu, Xuanyuan Guard. Chen Ming looked at the man's respectful posture. Zhe Yu was clearly in his 30s, and he was calling Chen Ming Senior. Chen Ming, student at Yangcheng No. 2, Ability High School. Second stage ability user. Zhu Yu stared, then lost control of his voice. What? High school, second stage. Awakened barely days ago. Killed a third stage monster. A newly awakened student killed a third stage monster. Zhe Yu's face passed through multiple emotions before settling into exhausted admiration. A once-in-a-thousand-years talent. I actually met one. Chen Ming barely heard him. Then Yuan Shen's weak voice surfaced inside his mind. That is not the king. What did you say? Yuan Shen had already fallen back into exhausted sleep. Chen Ming's thoughts accelerated. Under Phantom God, Yuan Shen had said it was injured by a king near the chasm. The intelligence report only said suspected ruler. No one had ever actually verified it. Chen Ming had connected those facts himself. Then seeing a third-stage troll surrounded by hunters had completed the illusion of certainty. Cold sweat ran down Chen Ming's back. There was another third-stage creature in this abyss. The real king. Run, Chen Ming did not shout aloud. At the same instant, he implanted a shared illusion into Jie and nearby Xuanyuan guard fighters, an image of himself turning pale and yelling a warning. The troll wasn't. The king, the real king, is still here. Then his apparent figure vanished into the darkness. A secret realm dominated by first-stage creatures and scattered second-stage monsters could be rated first stage. But if a normal, third-stage monster existed, the realm should be upgraded. Rulers were sometimes excluded from ordinary ecological classification because world-recognized kings could exceed their realm's common stage by absurd margins. Then, the dark wind of the abyss began to move. Not naturally. Wind and darkness gathered around Chen Ming. Peak third-stage power. The real king had attacked. Maximum spirit light armament. Radiant sunfeather. Phantom God's mental force compressed into a telekinetic barrier. Aji could only watch. That claw could have killed the troll goblin Chen Ming had just defeated. Zhao Xuan clenched her teeth. Move. A red crystal-like spike appeared between her hands. The object began to resonate. The air screamed. Then Zhao Xuan fired. For one instant, nothing happened. Then a point of crimson ignited. Chen Ming was thrown across the ground but avoided serious injury. He stood, wiped dust from his face, and looked toward Zhao Xuan. Chen Ming exhaled. He owed her a lot. The weapon was a third-stage spiritual artifact her father had given her for emergencies. Crimson Flame Prism. It was worth more than 10 million on the open market. Zhao Xuan herself did not possess enough spiritual power to fire it normally, so her father had preloaded the artifact with his own energy. Zhao Xuan's expression became complicated just imagining the conversation. Jie Yu's voice cut through. The moment. We have to evacuate. A wind vortex carried him toward the group. The ruler's ability appears to be large-scale wind and darkness control. That claw was probably a prepared killing move. It failed, so this isn't our best window. Xuanyuan guard policy toward this realm was simple. If they could be killed safely, the guard wanted them dead. All they needed was to escape the chasm and bring reinforcements. Chen Ming appeared among the group in a gust. His expression was grave. He returned the Crimson Flame Prism to Zhao Xuan while projecting urgency through Phantom God. Go. Now. They moved. Despair flooded everyone's heart. A giant black phantom condensed in the air. The king had appeared. Its pressure dwarfed the troll goblins. Same stage. Hu Ping laughed quietly. Not because anything was funny. Looks like I'm going first. He stepped forward and activated his strength enhancement to the limit. Who set my life? Difficulty to nightmare? If he abandoned everyone and escaped at full speed, perhaps he had a microscopic chance. Chen Ming's third-stage level mental power materialized around him. He gripped Zhao Xuan's Crimson Flame Prism. All things, follow the mind, began pushing energy into it. The Shadow King screamed. Dark wind sharpened into a massive executioner's blade. Fight, Chen Ming shouted. But familiar. Chen Ming froze. Old Lu? A slightly amused male voice echoed through the abyss. Didn't expect. Moving one finger would be enough for you to notice me. The darkness above tore open like stage fabric cut by scissors, then collapsed. A figure descended from above as if wearing an invisible parachute. Lu Ming landed. Lightly. Teacher. Hu Ping and Ji Yu sensed the aura and reacted at the same time. Third stage. Chen Ming nearly went forward for a hug. Old Lu, I knew you couldn't abandon. Then he stopped. Why are you dressed like? Lu Ming, who normally looked like a lazy homeroom teacher who could barely remember to shave, now resembled someone attempting an aggressively dramatic assassin cosplay. Zhao Xuan closed her eyes. Teacher, where's your coat? Do you own no other black clothing? Lu Ming coughed solemnly. The wind here is strong. A coat makes noise. This is tactically necessary. He paused. Definitely not. Because it looks good. Chen Ming decided not to continue that conversation. Originally, wearing black reduced Lu Ming's presence. Lower presence increased his combat power. At third stage, the ability had expanded. That first attack had probably been charging for a long time. Third stage really was a qualitative transformation. Chen Ming found himself wondering what his own abilities would become after another breakthrough. Lu Ming smiled at the Black Phantom. Stand behind me. Your homeroom teacher is taking over. Space around the Shadow King tore apart. This was Lu Ming's newly awakened second ability. SS rank, spatial ability, space curtain. He could also enter the backstage behind those curtains for brief periods, during which he could use no other ability. The curtains could now strangle space itself. The Shadow King released a violent storm. Dark wind slammed into the surrounding curtains. The Phantom's scarlet eyes narrowed. It burst from the enclosure just before the curtains collapsed inward. Space compressed into a single point. Had the ruler remained inside, it would have been buried between folded spatial layers. But escape was impossible. Xuanyuan Guard had already marked this realm for extermination of hostile rulers. The more territory humanity explored, the less space the king had left. Not submission. Wind and darkness flooded into its body. The shadow expanded until it rivaled the dead troll goblin in size. Then it attacked. Lu Ming's presence faded. Then, like an actor stepping behind a stage curtain, he tore open space and disappeared. The king's killing move struck nothing. If Lu Ming refused to fight directly, the king would kill his companions. Far away, Chen Ming's group appeared to be fleeing. The distance collapsed rapidly. Lu Ming stepped through a curtain and smiled. He gestured behind himself with one hand. Please. Beside him, Chen Ming and the draft. Others were not fleeing at all. When had it entered an illusion? Bye-bye. The king slammed straight through Lu Ming's open curtain. The smile vanished from his face. Now he became serious. Layer after layer peeled away and compressed into the sealed curtain. Lu Ming's presence fluctuated violently, one moment impossible to ignore, the next almost forgotten. Chen Ming had used almost all of his mental power at the king's emotional peak to create the decisive illusion. Now he looked exhausted. Finally, one last crushing sound rolled through the abyss. Done. Lu Ming raised his chin. Old Lu, Chen Ming said, can you speak like a normal person? Also, stop stealing my lines. Lu Ming immediately coughed and became serious. The curtain was destroyed with it, so I can't recover the body. Chen Ming clicked his tongue. He had thought himself uniquely gifted. Then he kept discovering that this world was overflowing with talented monsters. Lu Ming was only 30. A miracle system ability, an SS rank spatial ability. He bowed theatrically. Heroine Zhao, thank you for saving my life. I have nothing with which to repay you except my body. Zhao Xuan blinked. Okay. Chen Ming froze. Wait, what? Her expression changed instantly. See? The moment I accept, you regret it. Chen Ming's face heated. I mean it. If you hadn't fired that weapon, I would have taken that claw head on. I owe you a huge favor. Zhao Xuan waved one hand dismissively. Yes, great. I have a favor from the handsome Chen Ming. How wonderful. The exaggerated tone made Chen Ming close his eyes and inhale deeply. Then he noticed AG standing nearby with both fists clenched. Chen Ming smiled and put one hand on his shoulder. What's wrong? AG immediately began crying with theatrical intensity. Brother Ming, I'm too weak. Chen Ming sighed. He knew. Aji, get stronger. Short. Aji's eyes lit. Thanks, Brother Ming. He would train harder. He never wanted to feel that helpless again, standing at the edge of a battle, watching someone he cared about face death while he had no way to intervene. Not long afterward, two blue insignia Xuan Yuan Guard experts descended into the chasm. Their third-stage auras swept across the area. Only the gigantic corpse of the troll goblin. Senior officers, you're finally here. Report. Zhe Yu began explaining. The two blue sword officers' expressions became stranger with every sentence. One eventually interrupted. So you're saying, a newly awakened high school student at second stage killed a third-stage troll goblin? Zhe Yu nodded. And then that student's homeroom teacher killed the actual third-stage ruler? Yes. A pause. The student is Chen Ming, isn't he? Zhe Yu blinked. How did you know? The two officers looked at each other. Understanding replaced confusion. Oh, him. Then that makes more sense. They briefly tried to remember Lu Ming's name. All right, we're leaving. The guard needs to process the battlefield. Chen Ming looked at the dead troll goblin. Old Lu, are we really leaving now? I still need my 40 million bounty. Once the records update and everyone knows that wasn't the ruler, its price might drop. That was a genuine emergency. Interestingly, the realm showed no immediate signs of evolution after the ruler's death. Apparently the Goblin Demon Cavern was structurally more stable than Whispering Forest had been. Hu Ping chose to leave with Chen Ming's broken through to second stage. Witnessed two supposed kings die. The world was far larger and more extraordinary than the nightmare that had trapped his mind. He was returning to university. He would reach third stage. With one third stage and two second stage fighters among them, the return journey was almost insultingly peaceful. Not a single monster volunteered to appear. Chen Ming turned in every bounty he had accepted. The troll goblin caused chaos. Hunters crowded around Chen Ming, not to challenge him. A high school student had just killed a third stage target tied to a 40 million bounty. Chen Ming's rank jumped from 1-star demon hunter to 8-star demon hunter. His available commission range expanded dramatically. Aji and Zhao Xuan absolutely refused to take any share of the troll bounty. Chen Ming argued. He finally forced them to accept portions of the smaller contract rewards instead. A lot of them. What is Yuan Shen? Old Lu, help me identify something. He released Yuan Shen from his mental world. Lu Ming sensed the bond instantly. Mental contract? He looked at Chen Ming. You have a control type ability now? No. Chen Ming considered. I think. Yuan Shen created the contract himself. He pointed at the creature. I named him Yuan Shen. The 6 tendrils perked up. A monster initiated a contract. He had taught combat courses for years and had never heard of anything exactly like it. Usually, beast control ability users initiated contracts after a monster willingly opened its mental defenses. Chen Ming continued. After the contract, my mental strength increased massively. I also gained one of its abilities. Lu Ming's interest became immediate. What ability? Chen Ming smiled. Watch. His mental force spread several meters. Bang. He fell flat on his back. Damn it. He got up as the floor returned to stone. SSS rank. He said it with complete certainty. That function alone is SSS rank. After his excitement settled, he studied Yuan Shen more carefully. First, this creature is extremely valuable. Chen Ming listened. A contracted beast that can also share actual abilities. That's beyond ordinary price. Chen Ming and Yuan Shen stared at each other. Chen Ming's eyes became visibly greedy. So you're worth that much? Yuan Shen's tendrils immediately tucked close to its body. Existential despair entered its eyes. Hey, I reached second stage at 18. I'm a genius among geniuses. Why do you look like your life is over? Then he remembered something. You can communicate mentally. Tell me what species you are. Because of the master-servant contract, Yuan Shen could not disobey a direct command. Its ethereal voice entered Chen Ming's mind. 1 month? The creature did not lie. 1 month from birth to second stage. Monster advancement generally took far longer than human advancement. That growth rate was absurd. Chen Ming looked at Lu Ming. Any ideas? Lu Ming thought for a long time. Principal Qian might know. Chen Ming's face immediately collapsed. You're telling me I have to visit the principal's office again? Liu Bei only visited Zhuge Liang 3 times. Lu Ming looked at him strangely. He pulled his out. Opened a contact labeled simply Principal. Chen Ming fell silent. Principal Qian was seated at his desk with his usual pleasant expression. At first, he assumed Lu Ming had called. The look in his eyes clearly suggested that, if this call was pointless, Lu Ming's next day would become difficult. Then he saw Chen Ming. The expression changed at light speed. Warm. Chen Ming. Did you encounter a problem? Chen Ming ignored the favoritism and explained everything about Yuan Shen. Contract, mental enhancement, even the number and texture of the creature's tendrils. Principal Qian initially listened with interest. When Chen Ming finished, the principal sat in silence. That is a primal spirit beast. Chen Ming frowned. Principal Qian explained. Abilities are divided into many systems. Undead, curse, summoning, space, elemental, mental, temporal, and others. Each system manipulates spiritual energy differently. He leaned closer to the screen. There exists a category of monster born from pure spiritual energy itself. Such beings naturally embody the fundamental capabilities of the system from which they originate. The Xuanyuan Guard calls them primal spirit beasts. They are genuine heavenly treasures. Only a tiny number are born for each ability system. They have no fixed species form, so no one knows what any newly born one will look like. Principal Qian inhaled slowly, controlling his own excitement, then glanced at Lu Ming. Primal spirit beasts can choose to contract with ability users but only when their powers are compatible, and only when the human's ability is sufficiently high level. After contracting, the beast's origin power feeds back into the ability user and strengthens the corresponding ability. He gave an example. Years ago, an SSS-RANK lightning user earned the recognition of a lightning system, primal spirit beast. His lightning ability rose to another level. Today he is one of Dong Huang's famous 8th stage lightning grandmasters. Chen Ming looked slowly at Yuan Shen. Yours appears stranger. It is clearly a mental system primal spirit beast, but it also carries miracle system characteristics. Chen Ming inhaled dramatically. Had the mental system and miracle system gotten drunk together on the day Yuan Shen was born? In theory, Principal Chen said, a primal spirit beast's natural growth ceiling is around 8th stage. Chen Ming stopped breathing for a moment, and it potentially had an 8th stage ceiling. Yuan Shen heard the explanation too. Its eyes became emptier and emptier. A mournful mental chant filled Chen Ming's head. I'm this powerful. The 6 fluffy tendrils drooped like a defeated puppy's tail. Tears gathered in its crystalline eyes. Chen Ming's fist tightened. Am I really that terrible? Yuan Shen kept lamenting. Principal Qian. What should I do now? He had not been this nervous when Phantom God itself was exposed. Talent belonged to him by birth. Yuan Shen felt different, and judging from Principal Qian's explanation, its value might rival his own. System. You can trust Sky Eye while you remain in Yangcheng. His tone was deliberate. If you leave the city, however, your own vigilance becomes more important. He did not explicitly say we will protect you. His voice carried enough reassurance that Chen Ming understood. Then Principal Qian smiled. If you encounter danger, call me. Chen Ming looked surprised. As long as the enemy is still 3rd stage, Principal Qian said calmly, I can kill them. Over the phone. Over the phone. Principal Qian's kind smile did not change. I'll make them hear death. Chen Ming stared. Principal Qian yawned. Anything else? If not, I'm going to sleep. Yes. Chen Ming hurried. I need leave from school. How long? Until the day before the national entrance examination. Principal Qian did not even blink. That's all? Teacher Liu, approve it. I'm sleeping. The call ended. National Entrance Exam. With the national entrance examination approaching, Chen Ming spent his remaining preparation time doing what he did best, turning expensive monster materials into an increasingly unreasonable collection of abilities. You're going to spend the entire half-month creating abilities, aren't you? Chen Ming calculated mentally. Even under conservative synthesis assumptions, that could mean around 10 additional S-rank abilities. Yes, he had just volunteered for half a month of boredom, exhaustion, and relentless crafting. It would be worth it. Every year, Dong Huang entered a peculiar period of tension. The national entrance examination. Ability universities judged students through 2 major components, written ability theory and practical ability combat. In Yangcheng's central district, beside the ability association, a giant public square became the practical examination ground. Captain Wu Feng stood near the center, and Wu Feng was not the only Blue Sword officer present. There were 10. This examination represented Dong Huang's next generation of ability users. A colossal spatial formation in the center activated. A secret realm surrounded by twin portals descended into alignment with Langsing. This was no ordinary realm. Xuanyuan Guard headquarters selected examination realms from among fully contained worlds, then modified them again, specifically for standardized testing. The technology represented the apex of Dongwang's combined space and time ability engineering. Even veteran Xuanyuan Guard officers found the site astonishing every year. We're mostly here to look impressive anyway. Wu Feng nodded. The person truly guarding the base examination is above us. Several officers glanced toward the sky. High above Yangcheng's towers, nearly level with the peak of the Ability Association building, an old man floated in the air. His face was calm. His gaze swept across the entire city. On his dark uniform rested a familiar Xuanyuan Guard emblem, but the sword on it was blood red. Guard insignia followed 4 major colors. Purple indicated at least 5th stage. Blood red indicated at least 7th stage. The old man had been sent directly by Imperial headquarters to guard Yangcheng's examination. He was the true deterrent. At Yangcheng number 2, meanwhile, students gathered for the written portion. Lu Ming stood near the front gate with his presence nearly erased. What the hell just scanned me? Sky Eye did not feel like that. Lu Ming's presence returned as embarrassment turned to irritation, then eventually saw the old man floating over the city. Lu Ming looked away immediately. Never mind. That one's not worth confronting. AG stood near the gate. Teacher Lu, did Brother Ming say when he's coming? The written examination would begin within a couple of hours. Chen Ming had responded to messages during his half-month retreat, but never with useful timing. Information. Zhao Xuan had an entirely different complaint. She often sent several lines. Chen Ming replied with 1 or 2 words. Lu Ming rubbed his temple. I sent him his examination, admission information. No response. If he isn't here in 5 minutes, I'm putting him in a spatial curtain and dragging him here myself. Space beside him suddenly distorted. Something appeared to be trying to hatch through reality. Lu Ming raised one eyebrow. What is this? Nonsense. He tore open a spatial curtain, then felt a familiar aura inside, grabbed the back of Chen Ming's collar. Brother Ming. New ability. Chen Ming landed, straightened his hair with dignity, and grinned. Cool entrance, right? No one noticed that his back was soaked in sweat. Lu Ming stroked his beard. Spatial displacement branch. Interesting. Chen Ming nodded. S-rank spatial ability. A thought across 1,000 miles. The greater the distance, the higher the cost. AG's eyes widened. So you came straight from home? Exactly. That's ridiculously convenient. And stylish. Chen Ming smiled externally. Then he discovered that most of Yangcheng had become a no-flight zone. No matter what Chen Ming tried, flight itself simply failed. Even teleportation had paused for several seconds, as if his request were being reviewed before being approved. So being strong really does let you do whatever you want. Chen Ming sighed. Jiang Quan and Li Yun had reasons to avoid him. The defensive student finally came over. Chen Ming, the person on the news really was you? What news? You killed a 3rd-stage monster. Chen Ming realized he had barely been online during the past half-month. He had crafted until exhausted, slept, awakened, and crafted again. A newly awakened student. Cross-stage killing a 3rd-stage monster. Yeah, that was me. Wu Yu stood there for several seconds. His respect visibly increased. Incredible. Chen Ming did not know how to respond. Aji still treated him like the same Brother Ming who made stupid jokes and stole monster materials. Zhao Xuan had also reached 2nd stage during the half-month. The Zhao group possessed expensive gene restoration, body enhancement resources that ordinary families could not dream of buying. She trained constantly and had always dominated physical education. If anything, it would have been stranger if she had not broken through before. The exam. Good. Written test today. Practical tomorrow. Tutorship. Students groaned quietly over ability theory, monster ecology, genetic corruption, secret realm population models, and deliberately philosophical essay prompts. Brother Ming, what does the dialectical relationship between ability users and monsters even mean? He grabbed his head. And the essay. A dreadclaw beast awakens intelligence accidentally, breaks into the ability association, is inspired by human civilization, suffers discrimination from both species, and eventually becomes an association researcher. What lesson did I learn? Aji looked genuinely betrayed. If a monster broke into the association, shouldn't they just kill it? Chen Ming laughed. The hour has arrived. Practical examination begins. The final rune on the giant spatial formation ignited. Infinite Void Realm. For the practical national exam, candidates entered the Infinite Void Realm, a legendary examination realm designed to find each student's true limit. Chen Ming chose individual mode. This realm is called Infinite Void Realm. Then the old man rose higher and said nothing more. His mere presence was enough. Wu Feng stepped forward to explain the rules. Your information has already been registered inside Infinite Void Realm. Students choosing individual mode and students choosing team mode will be drawn into separate examination instances. The realm provides absolute safety. Whenever it determines that you would suffer fatal damage, the current stage ends automatically and you proceed to the next stage. The number and difficulty of stages increase according to your performance. Spiritual equipment and restorative medicines are prohibited. Infinite Void Realm will Identify your true limit. Give everything you have. Blood resonance strengthened the determination of the crowd. Good luck. See you after we kill through everything. Aji grinned. Brother Ming, you too. Zhao Xuan smiled. With competitive confidence, Chen Ming arrived without discomfort. His physical and spiritual state had been restored to perfection. For a second, he considered summoning Yuan Shen immediately. Save the trump card for the fate. Boss. Yuan Shen's growth speed was frightening. As the stage gap between them widened, Chen Ming could feel the master-servant contract becoming less absolute. That knowledge gave Chen Ming even more motivation to get stronger. A mechanical voice sounded inside his mind. Welcome, candidate, to Infinite Void Realm. Chen Ming blinked. For one hopeful instant, he thought his useless system had finally started talking. Of course, his system had given him Phantom God and then remained silent like an unpaid intern. Chen Ming looked around. A dark forest. This looks way too much like Whispering Forest. Are these realms related? Shadowed maze appeared to simulate surprise monster attacks. Chen Ming was very familiar with that environment. For an ordinary student, the psychological pressure alone might be crushing. For him, it felt nostalgic. About time, something attacks. The instant he said it, he sensed a familiar presence behind him. Chen Ming spun. At this distance, its illusion attack should have destroyed an ordinary student's consciousness before they could blink. Green light flooded Chen Ming's face. Sharp claws opened. Chen Ming blinked too. The creature's soul nearly left its body. If a human could take a point-blank mental attack without any effect, the difference in mental strength was monstrous. The monkey turned to run. Chen Ming's hand closed around the back of its neck. Goodbye. He did not use a technique. If you survive that, I'll withdraw from the exam. Then he looked around. One monkey? Don't insult me. Green-eyed monkeys were ambush predators. They rarely hunted alone. He suspected even his original Whispering Forest encounter had involved several. Not coming out? Chen Ming smiled. Fine. I'll destroy the map. He raised one hand. S-Rank. Summoning ability, Starfall Spear. Spiritual energy exploded. A crater the size of a basketball court appeared. Trees collapsed. Chen Ming raised his hand again. The forest became the target of a missile barrage. The examination had matched them against the wrong human. Eventually, one spear landed directly on the cluster. The mechanical voice returned. Shadowed maze cleared. Chen Ming dismissed the ability and bent slightly, breathing hard. It was also disgustingly expensive in spiritual energy. Even Chen Ming's current regeneration package could not sustain an endless barrage. In addition to endless vitality and radiant sun feather, his half-month crafting had produced 2 more S-rank support abilities. S-rank, enhancement ability, Emperor Engine. S-rank defensive ability, Mystic Spirit Armor. Even 4 major recovery abilities working together could not support true non-stop Starfall Spear bombardment. Chen Ming grinned anyway. He simply needed more recovery abilities. The realm announced the next stage. Then the forest froze. Chen Ming stared. Did I break the secret realm by destroying the map? For 2 seconds, Infinite Void Realm seemed to be processing something. A new battlefield appeared. Welcome to the next examination. Current examination, Monster Tide. Chen Ming looked around. Broken sandbag fortifications, collapsed earthworks. Dead, spiritual equipment lay everywhere, drained of energy and worthless even as scrap. Bodies and fragments of bodies lay scattered through the battlefield. It was a reconstruction of war, provided context directly to his ability users consumed as military resources. The human battle had ended. Now monsters were moving in to devour whoever remained. The stage has lore now? Everyone knew what that meant in games. Lore usually arrived immediately before difficulty spikes. He looked around the empty battlefield. So the monster tide is coming specifically to surround one person? Me? No NPC allies. No supporting unit. The Infinite Void Realm was supposed to test students. Somewhere around Chen Ming's third impossible answer, it began to feel like the exam itself wanted to file a complaint. Then hundreds. The creatures were a chaotic mixture. Chen Ming, so you're targeting me. Normally, large groups of intelligent monsters could be handled by killing the leader fast enough to trigger self-preservation in the rest. But these monsters did not seem to possess meaningful reason. Hundreds would attack regardless of loss. Even an unprepared third-stage ability user could be torn apart by enough first-stage monsters if their ability lacked appropriate defense. Chen Ming refused to wait for the circle to close. The monsters reacted immediately. Its roar shook the battlefield. Chen Ming recognized the technique instantly. Blood resonance. The same category of effect Wu Feng used. The creatures lost what little restraint remained. Chen Ming lowered one finger. Starfall spears crashed among the pack. Explosions launched monsters through the air. And then Chen Ming became furious. The dead monsters transformed into light particles. The realm is recycling them. He had already planned what abilities he wanted to craft. Now his anger became genuine. A heavy heartbeat thundered from his chest. Boom. The nearest horned monster stopped despite its berserk state. Chen Ming disappeared. He forced it to the ground. Another heartbeat. Crack. Those horns were the monster's strongest natural armor, durable enough that even higher stage attacks could struggle to destroy them. Chen Ming crushed them barehanded. The creature exploded into light. Then Chen Ming looked at the wave swallowing him from every direction. Mystic runes awakened in his eyes. First stage monsters collapsed by the dozens. His Third stage mental force driving an SSS rank ability made resistance nearly impossible. Chen Ming almost laughed. He knew that ability intimately. The attack hit. First stage monsters swarmed onto him and bit down. Chen Ming's hands became blades. Light particles filled the air like a grotesque version of a rhythm game. Then a streak of blood crossed his vision. Slash. Blood opened across Chen Ming's shoulder. The blood demon wolf had entered the fight. Blood resonance seized the injury. Chen Ming's wound erupted. Damn. He activated Endless Vitality's burst mode immediately. Mystic Spirit. Armor layered over Spirit Light armament. Radiant Sun Feather intensified internal recovery. His condition surged back toward peak. A real third stage monster was different. The blood demon wolf was far stronger than the newly advanced troll goblin he had killed half a month earlier. Another third stage humanoid monster stood among them, forming hand signs before launching attacks powerful enough to demand attention. Even after stacking this many two abilities, Chen Ming estimated his chance of killing every enemy at roughly 80%. Too low. He wanted certainty. So he added another buff. Golden light descended from the sky and locked onto him. S-rank support ability, bathed in divine radiance. Crimson fire covered Chen Ming. Golden light from Emperor Engine burned beneath it. The third stage humanoid monster formed a seal. A fire dragon roared across the battlefield. The dragon swallowed Chen Ming. Then a glowing human silhouette remained visible at its center. The brilliant gold around Chen Ming made the fire dragon look dim by comparison. Chen Ming stood unharmed. So, his eyes were very clear. Want to try that again? The Provincial Monitoring Center Infinite Void Realm served the entire Shenyang province. Every one of them wore a purple sword insignia. At minimum, 5th stage. For the practical exam period, the entire command headquarters had been covered by a colorless domain. Even the simplest ability could not activate. The province was willing to deploy enough suppression power that even 9th stage interference would be extraordinarily difficult. Representatives from each city watched the feeds. Yang Cheng's representative was Hao Yuan, a heavy-set 5th stage expert with a cheerful face. He served as deputy director of the Yang Cheng Xuan Yuan Guard branch and as an ability theory consultant to the Ability Association. The representatives were free to view neighboring city feeds because all relevant examination memories would be erased when they left the security domain. That team coordination is interesting. Strong structure, though individual ability is a little low. The Qingcheng representative's eye twitched. Oh. But this energy cannon team is genuinely excellent. They're killing second stage monsters like chickens. The screen showed Shuji. He had reached second stage too. Energy cannons blasted second stage monsters off the map. Of course, Shuji is one of our city's best. Then a bell rang. Ding ding ding. No one watched Qingcheng anymore. They all knew what the bell meant. They had detected an absolute top-tier talent and was escalating difficulty. Simply triggering this alert virtually guaranteed recommendation to an elite double first-class university, regardless of what happened next. Which city produced that? Someone asked. The Qingcheng representative turned toward Hao Yuan. You were acting humble this entire time? Hao Yuan did not answer. His face had become serious. If nothing went wrong, it's him. Who? Chen Ming. The footage appeared. Chen Ming. Individual mode. Second stage. He looked again. Second stage? The attack resembled a high-cost summoning ultimate. Chen Ming was using it like a basic attack. That stage is one of the nastiest force loss evaluations. Score depends on tactical response, kills, and survival time. Another representative tried to comfort him. Relax. If Chen Ming performs adequately, he's already guaranteed elite university admission. Yang Cheng rarely gets students who trigger the bell at all. Hao Yuan turned slowly. That was the least comforting way you could have said that. Then he saw the enemy composition. 2 third-stage threats. Chen Ming was second stage. The realm had offered him almost no conventional route to victory. The experts watched. The Qingcheng representative started counting the abilities Chen Ming was stacking. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8. Wait, what? Some abilities he could not even identify. Why did a second-stage student possess more than 10? And why were almost all of them S-rank? Miracle system. Hao Yuan nodded. His ability resembles a crafting mechanic from a game. He uses materials to create abilities. He did not hide the MAC information. 1 ability, 2. Then he gave up. Some of the powers layered over Chen Ming's body were so unusual that he could not even name them. The truly absurd part was not the number. Nearly every aura he could identify was S-rank. A second-stage student was carrying an arsenal that would make veteran hunters jealous. Chen Ming's original awakening was miracle type, wasn't it? Hao Yuan nodded. From what we know, it behaves a little like a crafting system in a game. He can use physical materials to create abilities. There was no point hiding it here. These people would jointly write Chen Ming's final evaluation. The Qingcheng representative sucked in another breath. That miracle ability was obscene. Chen Ming was not stacking F-rank abilities. He was stacking S-ranks. You can debate his talent later. Look at the battlefield. Everyone turned. A streak of golden light tore through the monster horde. Wherever Chen Ming passed, beasts abruptly lost all sense of weight and flew upward, as if gravity itself had betrayed them. At Chen Ming's current physical strength, a plain punch was no longer plain. Chen Ming and the blood demon wolf met head-on. The exchange looked less like a fight and more like 2 animated streaks of violence flickering across the battlefield. The wolf's claws flashed like red lightning and ripped a trench across Chen Ming's mystic spirit armor. Chen Ming answered with an uppercut. Boom. A second-stage ability user was trading punches with a third-stage blood demon wolf. That creature was monstrous even by third-stage standards. Its speed could surpass third-stage movement specialists using S-rank techniques. Its claws could produce damage comparable to a fully charged blood shadow claw. Normally, hunting one required a coordinated third-stage squad. Chen Ming was boxing with it. The sound alone made Chen Ming's muscles feel heavy. He understood immediately and had no intention of allowing it. The little creature stretched as if Chen Ming had summoned it for playtime. Then Chen Ming pointed toward the pale monster. Kill that ugly thing. Yuan Shen froze. Its 6 feelers twitched irritably, but its crystalline eyes locked onto the target. Mental force crossed the battlefield in an instant. Yuan Shen appeared before the humanoid monster and stared at it with open contempt. 8 seconds at most. I'm in a hurry to go back to sleep. The humanoid monster seemed unsure whether it had heard correctly. Yuan Shen did not waste another word. The earth around the humanoid monster fractured in expanding circles. Entire slabs of soil tore free from the ground, suspended by invisible force. The humanoid monster had not underestimated Yuan Shen. The instant it entered Yuan Shen's telekinetic field, the dragon twisted from head to tail like a wet rope being wrung out. Flame compressed, spiraled, and collapsed into a distorted knot before all things follow the mind, scattered it into harmless sparks. The humanoid monster's expression finally changed. Too late. Invisible force wrapped around its body. Yuan Shen flexed its will. The monster's neck bent sideways. Even a third-stage monster could not survive that. The corpse dissolved into light, if I'm remembering correctly. That creature Chen Ming summoned resembles an extremely rare juvenile spirit beast. Its original species should specialize in water manipulation and regeneration. He searched his memory. They're nearly extinct. There may only be a handful left in the Chichen marshes. Their normal growth ceiling is around 4th stage. Someone looked at him. Then why does a juvenile have 3rd stage? Power. Another question followed immediately. It was absurd enough that no one wanted to be the first to say it. Finally, the Qingcheng representative cleared his throat. I'm only saying this is possible. Possible. He pointed at Yuan Shen. Could that thing be a primal spirit beast whose governing branch is mental force? The room exploded into discussion. Talent, strength, opportunity, Hao Yuan murmured. Wait, that contract. Why does it look like a master-servant contract? He stared for another second. Never mind. Probably not important. The bespectacled observer beside him quietly pushed his glasses up his nose. Stop marveling. You'll have plenty of time for that later. Everyone looked over. Chen Ming appears to have survived the Infinite Void Realm's Force Loss stage. Heads snapped back toward the screen. After several minutes of close-range combat, Chen Ming had finally confirmed one thing. The wolf ripped another strip from his armor. Chen Ming's patience vanished. I'm not a monster, who said. I had to fight you with fists? 3rd stage mental power detonated through Phantom God. The attack struck the wolf's mental world at the exact instant their bodies collided again. Chen Ming drove a full-force punch into its abdomen. Pain, venom, and Phantom God piled together. For one precious instant, its body lost coordination. Chen Ming had never believed in fighting fairly. With Chen Ming's reinforced physique behind the motion, the spear accelerated into a needle of light. It crossed the battlefield like a bullet and punched straight through the blood demon wolf. The beast released one last broken howl and collapsed. Its life flickered like a candle in a storm. The view pulled back. The battlefield was covered in monsters. Yuan Shen warped back to Chen Ming's side. Chen Ming smiled and rubbed its head. Who beneath heaven dares call themselves invincible? Who dares claim they have never known defeat? Chen Ming slowly looked down at the round, sleepy creature beside him. Where did you learn something that embarrassing? Yuan Shen blinked. I don't know. Maybe the master-servant contract made my personality resemble yours. Chen Ming's face heated instantly. Enough. Go back to sleep. He opened the spiritual contract and returned Yuan Shen to his mental world. The little beast immediately curled up and passed out. Then the cold examination voice interrupted his thoughts. Congratulations, candidate. You have survived the monster tide. Every remaining monster vanished. Then the world broke. Another followed. Then the ground beneath. Chen Ming ceased to exist. Chen Ming stared around him. What the hell? His first thought was terrifyingly practical. Did I break the Infinite Void Realm? Am I going to have to pay for this? Back in the provincial Xuanyuan Guard Command Center, no one spoke. That stage was designed as a force loss scenario. A second stage ability user surrounded by 100 berserk monsters and 2 third stage threats was not supposed to survive. The realm's predictive model contains no outcome in which Chen Ming clears the battlefield. He opened his eyes. It was supposed to grade him according to how well he performed before he died. Instead, he killed everything. The experts stared. In simple terms, it froze because Chen Ming produced an outcome it had never been designed to process. Someone rubbed his temple. Then how are we supposed to score him? Hao Yuan looked around the room. You already know the answer. He paused. But don't write it yet. His examination isn't over. Peril on every side. The Infinite Void Realm finally stabilized. A blinding white light swallowed Chen Ming. When the light faded, the joke died in his throat. The 2 cliff walls rose like the sides of a wound carved through the earth by a god. The opening above was so high that a gap wider than a football field had narrowed into a thin line of sky. Thunderheads churned beyond it. The scale reminded Chen Ming of Mount Everest. The rift seemed less like geography and more like a single divine slash left across the world. There were monsters in the cliffs, many of them. Welcome, candidate, to your next assessment. Peril on every side. Objective, survive by any means necessary. The realm began constructing a scenario around him, filled with ambition. They had entered the rift. The monsters here were too powerful, even for an ordinary third-stage squad. As one member of the hunting party, cooperate with your team and escape alive. The announcement ended. Chen Ming waited. Team? Nothing. Where is my team? Still nothing. Chen Ming nearly broke. This stage was also designed for a team. Yet the realm had thrown a lone second-stage student into what was effectively a third-stage party dungeon. All Chen Ming had done was destroy one battlefield. Was that a crime against heaven? Chen Ming chose a direction and ran. His body blurred across the canyon floor. High on the wall, a huge lizard covered in blue scales crawled over the rock. Its muscular tail swept across stone and left fractures behind. 4 pupils locked onto Chen Ming. Third stage. Of course it is. The blue-armored giant lizard opened its jaws. The projectile moved so fast that dodging would force Chen Ming to slow down. He did not. Get lost. Green light flashed across the ground. Skeleton Claw's S-Rank undead ability. Then the fragments exploded into a second attack. If that had struck his body directly, even his armor might not have enjoyed the experience. He looked back at the pursuing lizard. All things follow the mind activated. A massive slab of cliff face tore loose and dropped directly onto the monster. Boom. This time, the bone fingers were wrapped in bloody light. Skeleton Claws plus Blood Shadow Claw. Chen Ming kept running. Still want to chase your brother Ming, you idiot lizard. The taunt had barely left his mouth when every danger instinct in his body detonated. 10 eyes fixed on Chen Ming. Its speed exceeded a bullet. Even with Phantom God's enhanced perception, Chen Ming saw only an afterimage. The spider had prepared the ambush in advance. Chen Ming's head came off. The false information distorted the monster's judgment just enough to shift its strike. Even so, one limb ripped open Chen Ming's chest. Blood sprayed. Thump. Flame ignited across Chen Ming's body. Chen Ming followed with a punch to the head. He staggered and breathed hard. The fire covering him gradually faded. The flame had come from one of the abilities Chen Ming crafted from the third stage Hellfire Tiger's heart. Life Ember Flame S-Rank Curse ability. Without his healing and vitality abilities, Chen Ming would never have dared use it. Even now, his recovery could not fully match its consumption, and after only 2 or 3 kilometers of travel, he had already encountered 2 third-stage monsters. Something was wrong. With only 5 limbs remaining, it screamed and charged again. This time, Chen Ming saw the attack clearly. Mystic Spirit armor flashed over his body. A lightning-wrapped Starfall spear shot forward. The spider clamped its jaws around the weapon. Chen Ming smiled. Venom and Phantom God were already degrading its judgment. Golden light covered his right hand. He shaped his palm into a blade and flashed forward. One brutally reinforced strike severed the spider's head. One threat remained. Chen Ming originally intended to run. A huge brown bird with blade-like wings dove down the Sutter Canyon. Everything those wings touched split cleanly apart. Chen Ming's face darkened. Another third stage? Then his mind caught something important. The spider had arrived the same interval later. That was the rule. Every 2 minutes, another third stage monster spawned. This stage was even worse. Every 2 minutes, a fresh third stage hunter. A second stage examinee could not possibly survive indefinitely. Chen Ming's gaze shifted past the diving bird to the distant thread of sky far above. Chen Ming grinned. It's only 10,000 meters of vertical cliff. Spatial ripples exploded around him. 2 monsters converged. Then, Chen Ming vanished. A thought across 1,000 miles. Space collapsed around him and threw him nearly 1,000 meters upward. The 2 monsters lost their target. High above, Chen Ming used all things follow the mind to pull himself toward the wall. That long-distance teleport had nearly emptied his spiritual power. He had navigated entirely through perception, mentally reconstructing the distant terrain before crossing space. He would need time before he could use it again. Then he would climb. With a heavy heartbeat, Chen Ming launched upward. All things follow the mind redirected the airflow beneath him, turning every foothold into a launch platform. One step carried him more than 10 meters. That's it. I couldn't even see a route out, and the kid looks at the sky for 1 second and starts climbing. He imagined himself as a second-stage student in that environment. He would probably have polished his neck and prepared for the next stage. The opening is likely the intended solution. He should be able to get out soon. How Yuan watched the clock. It is the answer. His expression became grave. But it is also a road where survival lies directly through death. 1 minute had passed since the giant bird appeared. The rift tightens its grip. Chen Ming climbed as fast as his body could move. He counted in his head. If monsters only appeared every 2 minutes, he might need to endure just 2 or 3 more waves. 60. His perception screamed. The wall beside him burst open. Its circular throat was filled with backward-facing teeth. Chen Ming was certain it had not been disguised there a moment earlier. His face changed. Only 1 minute had passed. 2 third-stage monsters had appeared at once. All right, fine, you really hate me. The The serpent's abdomen swelled. Chen Ming's eyes twitched. Endless vitality, mystic spirit armor active state. His remaining spiritual power surged just enough for a short teleport. Chen Ming vanished. Chen Ming reappeared at the point where the worm emerged from the wall, then ripped. Muscle and ability enhancement exploded together. Chen Ming immediately resumed climbing. If one wave caught up with the next, 4 or more third-stage monsters could surround him. That would kill him. Endless vitality and Emperor Engine kept his body operating while reinforcement abilities stacked across his limbs. He climbed through pain. At roughly 5,000 meters, the next wave arrived. Their movement was slower than the spiders, but their attacks turned the cliff face into strips of shattered stone. Chen Ming did not stop. He tore through the opening between them. A golden blade sliced across his chest. Another severed one of his arms. Blood sprayed into the abyss. Chen Ming gritted his teeth, caught the falling limb with mental force, and dragged it back against the stump while healing power flooded the wound. The golden blade beasts were too slow to pursue effectively after their missed assault. Chen Ming looked down at them with blood on his face. "You want me to stay that badly?" His grin widened. "Then now I have to leave." Pure contrarian stubbornness ignited in him. For the first time, Chen Ming felt the will of the infinite void realm itself. And anger. His attempt to climb out felt like an offense against the stage. Only 30 seconds passed. 3 third-stage monsters appeared. A massive black-armored centipede crawled from a crack. Chen Ming stared at them, then laughed. "That's all?" A contract flashed. "Yuan Shen, run them over." The little beast jumped out of his mental world. "As you wish." The melodramatic voice sounded again. Then it released a long, resonant cry. WAAAA. Mental force became a shockwave. Space visibly rippled around Yuan Shen. The 3 monsters froze as overwhelming telekinesis pinned them in place. The strike was not enough to kill them. Their internal organs had been violently shaken. None would be climbing again soon. "Young man, I have cleared the obstacles before you. Do not forget to continue forward." Then it vanished into Chen Ming's mental world and instantly fell asleep. "Thanks." The master-servant contract compelled Yuan Shen to assist him, but in that moment, the security the little creature had given him was undeniable. He remembered smacking Yuan Shen around when they first met. A stab of guilt hit him. Then he remembered the ridiculously dramatic line it had just delivered and laughed. "All right, Yuan Shen." The words were quiet, but this time they carried something more than ownership. Chen Ming looked upward. Golden radiance descended from the narrow sky. Bathed in divine radiance, strengthened attack, defense, and speed for 3 minutes. For one incredible moment, Chen Ming no longer looked like a student, scrambling up a wall. At 8,000 meters, only 30 seconds later, 3 more third-stage monsters appeared. This time, Chen Ming did not evade. His eyes burned. Life Ember Flame. Then, he activated another ability. Last Stand S-Rank Curse ability. Unyielding A-Rank Enhancement ability. For a brief period, even 0 life force would not kill him. When the effect ended, his body would recover only the minimum vitality required to continue basic function. Here, inside the national examination realm, it was different. His aura exploded. Boom. Chen Ming disappeared. A savage blood shadow claw tore through the thunderstorm. The 3 monsters were nearly ripped apart in a single exchange and fell away from the cliff into the abyss. Chen Ming continued upward. His speed now rivaled Feng Tianyi at full flight. Something enormous appeared at the opening. A western dragon-shaped beast unfolded earth-colored wings. The bones within those wings looked carved from stone. A 4th-stage earth-vein wyvern. A low bloodline dragon species. The cliff beneath Chen Ming shattered. Massive sections of stone dropped away. Chen Ming did not panic. He used the suspended rocks as stepping stones. Every slab exploded beneath his feet as he drove himself upward. Now it was Chen Ming's gaze that locked onto the wyvern. The 4th-stage beast visibly recoiled. Then it realized what it had done. Chen Ming saw it. "You were acting pretty arrogant a second ago, so even you know how to be afraid." He kept accelerating. Stone across the entire rift mouth answered its command. Boulders ripped free and assembled into a colossal rock dragon nearly as large as the wyvern itself. At the beast's command, the construct charged downward with mountain-shaking momentum. Chen Ming looked up through mismatched red and blue eyes. There was no fear in them. He saw the rock dragon, the earth-vein wyvern, and beyond both of them, the sky. Then Chen Ming smiled. He did not retreat. For reasons he could not explain, emotion rose violently inside him. On Earth, in middle school, high school, and later university, Chen Ming had often sat beside a window and stared into the distant sky. He had imagined flying, imagined crossing mountains in a step, imagined having the strength to go anywhere he wished. Now he was sprinting, 10,000 meters above the bottom of a godlike rift. The ridiculous fantasy of a lonely boy had become reality. Something deep inside him awakened. One of the abilities he had crafted during the past half-month, an ability he had never truly understood, finally responded. Miracle-type ability. Maybe it was the strength. Maybe it was the freedom. Woohoo! This is insanely cool. He cast one last glance into the bottomless abyss below, then charged into the sky, everything activated together. Every remaining effect. His speed approached 100 meters in an instant. Ghostly green light erupted. A pair of enormous skeletal hands tore out of space. Chen Ming raised his own hand. All of it converged. Chen Ming passed through the rock dragon in a single flash, then through the earth-vein wyvern. The wyvern's body collapsed. A huge section of the ridge collapsed with it. At the final second of last stand, Chen Ming crossed the white-lit opening. He broke through the rift, and in some strange way, it felt as though he had broken through something. Inside himself as well, a warm examination voice sounded. The candidate who cleared the exam. The infinite void realm eventually said something almost no candidate ever heard. Chen Ming had cleared it. What followed was no longer a normal school result, it became classified national-level talent evaluation. When Chen Ming casually summarized the exam to Lu Ming, Aji, and Zhao Xuan, he reduced an impossible run to a few sentences. 3rd stage kills, a 10,000-meter climb, and a 4th stage earth vein wyvern that annoyed him enough to die. The reaction was immediate and mercifully brief. Congratulations, candidate. You have cleared the infinite void realm. The candidate who cleared the exam. The observation room remained frozen long after Chen Ming's trial ended. His hand trembled. Everyone, write the evaluation. Pens touched paper. A classified assessment of Chen Ming began to take shape. It would be transmitted directly to Xuanyuan Guard headquarters in the Imperial capital under the highest level of secrecy. Wu Feng and the Xuanyuan Guards remained beside the infinite void realm. Teachers and principals waited nearby, faces tight with anticipation. Principal Qian checked his phone. It should be almost finished. He looked at Lu Ming seriously. Whatever their scores are, treat the students warmly when they come back. The entrance examination matters, but it is only one part of an ability user's life. Don't let anyone lose confidence because of one result. Lu Ming straightened his black coat and gave an easy okay sign. Relax, principal. None of my students are leaving here crushed. He sounded almost cheerful. Then 10 seconds. Then more. Wu Feng frowned. Something's wrong. The infinite void realm contained top-level temporal technology and ability structures. For one dangerous instant, Wu Feng wondered whether it had malfunctioned. Then he rejected the thought. The infinite void realm represented the pinnacle of Dong Wang's technology and ability engineering. Wu Feng's brain was statistically more likely to break than this realm. Someone had cleared the infinite void realm. Remain calm. The old man's 4 words fell over the square like law. The restless crowd quieted instantly. Even the spiritual energy in the air seemed to settle. Almost 3 minutes later, the infinite void realm finally reacted. The examinees returned. When the final student materialized safely, the infinite void realm withdrew without asking anyone's permission. Space folded around it, and the entire realm disappeared into the dimensional passage from which it had come. Chen Ming stared at his hands. That was incredible. He patted his arms and chest. He had literally watched himself transform into light during transit. Even more impressive, his body had been restored to peak condition. Then Chen Ming spotted Aji. He flashed over and slapped his friend on the shoulder. Aji, holy Aji nearly drew his sword. In the last stage, I watched a monster tide destroy a town. I couldn't stop it. Guilt still lived in his eyes. Then, the realm ordered me to assassinate the 3rd stage leader of the tide. I fought until I had nothing left, but I only managed to badly wound it. He swallowed. That really was an examination realm. It felt real. Chen Ming thought of the 10,000-meter rift. Yeah. His tone softened. Very real. Then his thoughts drifted. Aji's scenario had been tied to protection and responsibility. Zhao Xuan's would probably be something combat-related. Its aura was immensely powerful, yet it transmitted no hostility. It sat in his spiritual space as naturally as a treasure that had already recognized its owner. 4th stage Thunder Seed. Where the hell did this come from? Monsters and props inside the examination were supposed to disappear. Chen Ming thought for several seconds. It was inside his mental world. He could control it with spiritual power. Zhao Xuan spotted them and walked over. Chen Ming described killing a 4th stage wyvern with the same tone most people use to complain about a bad parking spot. Out of habit, she hooked an arm around Chen Ming's neck and tried to throw him to the ground the way she used to. In his own imagined benchmark, Chen Ming solo killing a few 3rd stage monsters would already have represented the limit. A 4th stage earth vein wyvern. A 4th stage earth vein wyvern could kill him with one serious strike. Now the same student was calmly claiming he had killed a 4th stage draconic beast. Lu Ming pulled his black coat tighter as if reality had suddenly become cold. Then, the infinite void realm opening 3 minutes late. Couldn't possibly have anything to do with you, right? Chen Ming frowned. It opened late. He genuinely thought about it. I don't know. The only nice thing it said to me at the end was, congratulations, you cleared it. Lu Ming's expression changed. Several Xuanyuan guards stopped moving at the same time. Lu Ming slowly repeated the word. Cleared? Every normal examinee heard the same final phrase. You have completed the examination. Chen Ming had heard, you have cleared the infinite void realm. Clearing the national exam. Someone whispered. That's an extremely niche phrase. Then even space seemed to fall silent. Chen Ming's skin prickled. Yet Chen Ming knew with absolute certainty that the man was looking directly at him. With a single glance, Chen Ming felt as if his body, abilities, and even mental world had been opened like pages in a book. You are Chen Ming. I believe I've seen your file. The world became silent around the voice. Chen Ming answered mentally, unsure whether the old man could hear. Yes, the elder continued. More than 10 S-rank abilities. SSS-RANK Phantom God. And a mental-type primal spirit beast. Interesting. Chen Ming's irritation rose. Most of that information was technically known to the authorities. When I'm strong enough, here, a little gift, Chen. Ming's revenge fantasy stopped instantly. A ball of flame appeared in his mental world. The fire was brilliant and dense, its aura every bit as powerful as the fourth stage thunder seed already floating nearby. A fourth stage. Fire seed. I can tell you use lightning and fire frequently. You seem fond of both. One thunder seed would only strengthen half of that preference, so take a fire seed as well. Chen Ming's anger evaporated. In truth, even if the man had offered nothing, Chen Ming could only have complained internally. He almost wished the elder would inspect him again. A few more times, preferably. Senior, your generosity. Enough, kid. Stop performing. The elder chuckled. I didn't expect supervising Yang Cheng's exam to let me meet someone this interesting. My work here is finished. It's time for me to return to the imperial capital. His voice sharpened slightly. If you encounter trouble there in the future, come to the Imperial Sun Realm and find me. My name is Mu Pang. Perhaps we'll meet again. The presence vanished from Chen Ming's mind. The crowd erupted. What was that? I think I saw my dead great-grandmother. Did that old man just accelerate out of existence? One movement and his aura almost killed me. Then everyone looked back at Chen Ming. The elder had reacted immediately after Chen Ming mentioned clearing the realm. This is the guy I fought in an exchange match? AG remained in shock. Lu Ming's stubbled face had gone blank, his black coat fluttering uselessly in the wind. Then Principal Qian's panicked voice exploded, directly into his mind. Lu Ming, get Chen Ming out of there. Lu Ming flinched. Reporters. So many reporters. Where did they come from this fast? I can't hold them back. They're flooding the square. Run. A distant roar of Rome. Footsteps began to build. Kids, run. He looked at Aji and Zhao Xuan. Run. He disappeared into the curtain. Chen Ming stared at the empty air. You old donkey. You took them and left me? He looked toward the edge of the square. Sweat appeared on Chen Ming's forehead. He silently cursed Lu Ming's ancestry through 18 generations. Chen Ming vanished in front of the entire crowd. The reporters arrived to find nothing but confused faces. Myriad stars. When the results became public, Chen Ming emerged as Xiangyang province's practical champion. The name attached to him spread everywhere. Myriad stars. The name Chen Ming still exploded across Yangcheng. A second stage. Student allegedly killing a fourth stage Earthvein wyvern. And the mysterious imperial capital elder reacting immediately after hearing the word cleared. Any one of those details could have been dismissed as exaggeration. Together, they became difficult to ignore, especially because Chen Ming already possessed confirmed records of defeating monsters above his stage. His miracle-type ability was known to be terrifyingly unusual. Dong Huang's national entrance examination was divided into written and practical components, each with a maximum of 750 points. The Infinite Void Realm had already generated performance data the moment each candidate finished. Provincial. Xuanyuan Guard Headquarters reviewed the practical records, the Ability Association audited the scores, and only after both systems agreed would results be publicly released. Roughly 500 points for many second-tier ability universities. Potentially 650 or higher for elite double first-class ability institutions. The number of S-rank awakenings had risen dramatically compared with the previous year. The Golden Generation. Some said Dong Huang's national fortune had entered a period of unprecedented prosperity, and this year's examination had produced too many monsters disguised as students. Taihu Province had King, described by fans as the embodiment of ultimate madness and elegance. Changlong Province had a battle fanatic, whose title was whispered with equal parts admiration and concern, an incarnation of extreme martial power whose mental stability remained an open question. They became mountains standing in front of every ambitious student of their generation, figures to chase, challenge, and perhaps one day surpass. Shangyang Province gave Chen Ming a title of his own. His occasionally questionable emotional stability. More than a dozen S-rank powers glittering around one person like stars scattered through a night sky. At their center, SSS-RANK Phantom God shimmered with the strange beauty of something unreal, so the province began calling him Myriad Stars. The internet argued endlessly over which prodigy was the true protagonist of this generation, because while the rest of Donghuang debated destiny, a new king was rising inside the Goblin Demon Cavern. A battle armor goblin had just advanced to third stage. The will of the secret realm selected it to replace the dead Goblin King. For once, a goblin actually looked like a king. The new king looked imposing. Unfortunately, it was currently running for its life. It sprinted through its own territory, while constantly looking over its shoulder, its green face somehow turning pale with terror. The man had appeared holding a bounty sheet, compared the picture on the paper to the goblin's face, nodded once and immediately rushed in to fight it, barehanded. The battle armor goblin had been confident. It was a third stage king. Its opponent was only second stage. Then the human beat it with his fists. So the new king made the only intelligent decision available. But as it fled, something began to feel wrong. These mushrooms belonged to its domain. It knew this cavern better than any living creature. So why did none of the paths match its memory? It had fallen into Phantom God. The battle armor goblin was not running anywhere. A gigantic skeletal hand held it suspended in midair, while its legs frantically pumped against empty space. Chen Ming stood below, watching with great interest. Look at him go. He admired the trapped king's desperate imaginary escape for another moment. then summoned a second, skeletal claw. Chen Ming's eyes narrowed. Now he understood. Goblins were a low-level species frequently enslaved by stronger monsters. The so-called battle armor goblin had never been the true king. Unfortunately for it, its mental corruption was now trying to invade the spiritual world guarded by SSS-RANK Phantom God. Chen Ming felt the temptation, then almost laughed. That's your best shot? Moonlit thunder. That ended the real Goblin King's criminal career. This Goblin Demon Cavern is durable. 2 kings dead and the realm is still standing. More importantly, the reward materials meant one thing. Chen Ming returned to the temporary Hunter Association outpost and submitted the mission under dozens of astonished stares. Praise followed him out the door. He accepted it with the relaxed dignity of a man who had absolutely come to enjoy being famous. A user named Triple Ability Market Wangji had written, "What is there to debate? Obviously king. You people weren't there." Several third-stage monsters surrounded him. Chen Ming frowned. You haven't lived in the same city as king. Once he stood on stage with several other prodigies and the other side nearly surrendered just from his presence. Chen Ming typed again. Half-Life Ancestor, but Myriad Stars is more handsome. The other user finally snapped. Chen Ming smiled in satisfaction. The internet was wonderful. The group created before their first Hellfire Tiger hunt had somehow survived everything since. Spinning kick. Scores come out in 30 minutes. Chen Ming physically shuddered. During that month, Chen Ming had explored secret realms almost continuously. He had completed large sections of exploration by himself, killed several realm rulers along the way, and unintentionally provided more evidence that his impossible examination story might actually have been true. Public skepticism had dropped. His fan count had exploded. If Lansing's live streaming industry had been more mature, Chen Ming had seriously considered changing careers. Recruitment departments offered resources, private instructors, special quotas, and absurd benefits. One school had even promised him a 6th-stage monster resource. The offers were genuinely tempting, but the school Chen Ming wanted most was still Imperial Capital Ability University. It represented the highest level of ability education in Donghuang. Chen Ming rubbed his forehead. It reminded him of an old Earth hypothetical. 100 million in cash, or admission to the country's best university. Forget it. Scores first. The results had originally been expected at midnight, but officials delayed the release several hours to reinforce the central formation and prevent a massive surge of queries from overloading it. 30 minutes remained. Chen Ming replied in the group. Half-Life Ancestor. Haven't decided. AG goes to war. I'm probably applying to Huangnan Xuan Yuan Academy. Chen Ming nodded. That made sense. Huangnan Xuan Yuan Academy was operated by the Xuan Yuan Guard. It had examinations, standards, background checks, and competition. For a student determined to become a Xuan Yuan Guard, Huangnan Xuan Yuan Academy offered one of the best possible routes. Then Zhao Xuan replied, spinning kick. I want Huangbei Demon Hunter Academy. Chen Ming stroked his chin. The association's entry threshold was much lower than the Xuan Yuan Guards. Huangbei taught the most professional monster hunting curriculum in Donghuang. Its students lived through theory, fieldwork, secret realm, expeditions, tracking, anatomy, survival, and constant live combat. Its casualty rate was among the highest of any university. Chen Ming thought about Zhao Xuan, battle, and the glory produced by battle. Scores 30 minutes. Passed. Chen Ming opened the Ability Association website. At the exact second results went live, he entered his information. Written examination, 650, 750 Shangyang Province rank, 17,663. Chen Ming nodded. Practical examination, 750, 750 Shangyang Province rank, 1. He leaned back. Oh. Provincial Practical Champion. His face became unbearably calm, boring, completely expected. Unfortunately, the corners of his mouth were climbing toward his ears. Ah, Provincial Champion. He finally covered his face and started laughing. Chen Ming cleared his throat, composed himself, and answered. Hello, old Lu? Yes, it's me. How did you know I'm Shangyang Province's Practical Champion? Silence. Several seconds passed. Lu Ming finally spoke. But you need to come to school. Now. School? Chen Ming sounded suspicious. Old Lu, don't tell me you want my autograph, so you can sell it later. Lu Ming's temple twitched somewhere on the other end. You little, his roar shook the phone. Every university recruiter who called you got blocked. They can't contact you. So they all came to me. You're the Provincial Practical Champion. Some of the recruitment teachers here are 4th and 5th stage experts just to demonstrate their school's strength. Ancestor Chen, please come here. I can't handle the pressure anymore. Chen Ming held the phone away from his ear with a disgusted expression. When the shouting finally faded, he brought it back. Old Lu, don't panic. I've been traveling towards school since the moment I answered. I'll be there soon. He hung up. He had indeed started moving the moment Lu Ming called. Old Lu gets angry too easily. The group chat buzzed. Spinning kick. Myriad Stars, where are you? I'm already at number 2 high. AG goes to war. Brother Ming, I'm here too. The internet soon became Chen Ming's second battlefield. No monsters, no blood, just strangers with unlimited confidence and no cooldown. Chen Ming blinked. He had forgotten to ask their scores. Half-Life Ancestor. Okay. Space warped. Chen Ming vanished from the sky. The university auction, the reception hall of Yangcheng No. 2 Ability High School was unusually quiet. Lu Ming paced back and forth. No black trench coat, no unshaven stubble. The people seated around the reception area looked surprisingly ordinary. A few people barely older than university students. No visible aura, no arrogance. They were admissions. Representatives from major ability universities. AG sat on the far left. Zhao Shiwen sat on the far right. Teacher Lu, there's really no need to be this nervous. His smile was gentle. We're here to recruit a student, not demolish your school. Nobody looking at him would have guessed that the approachable teacher was a fifth-stage expert. Lu Ming sighed internally. Principal Qian had announced that he needed to leave for several days, and dumped the entire recruitment crisis onto Lu Ming without giving a meaningful explanation. Teacher Lu, you should be happy. Your school produced 2 students above 650 practical points this year, including the provincial champion. That's an extraordinary achievement. Then the offers started again. If Chen Ming enrolled, they would provide rare training privileges, restricted facilities, 6th-stage monster materials. Lu Ming's scalp tingled. A 6th-stage monster resource could be worth tens of millions or far more if it came from a rare species. I can't decide for him. He sounded defeated. Honestly, I can't even give him much advice. He has to choose based on what he wants. He silently apologized to Chen Ming. Your problem now, kid. A smaller group shifted their attention to Aji and Zhao Xuan. Zhao Xuan, 668 practical points. Aji, 697 practical points. Aji wanted Xuan Yuan Academy. Zhao Xuan wanted Demon Hunter Academy. Neither school represented in the other. Hall belonged to those 2 specialized systems. The atmosphere reached an awkward stalemate. Chen Ming had arrived. He really is that handsome. The photographs had not exaggerated. Chen Ming's miracle-type ability possessed an almost unreasonable growth ceiling. Student, Chen Ming, please consider our school. He nearly grabbed Chen Ming's hand. Chen Ming calmly stepped backward. 4th stage. This recruiter looked barely older than Feng Tianyi had when delivering packages. University, students were already like this. My name is Han Mo. I'm a 3rd-year student at Changlin Ability University and a 4th-stage ability user. Our school has extremely strong educational resources and a complete cultivation system. We practically mass-produce geniuses. Someone like me only ranks near the top of my year, not beyond everyone. That sentence alone made the room pay attention. If you join us, the university will give you a LACE, personalized training program, and a 6th-stage monster resource. The other recruiters' faces changed. Every major university claimed to have a complete training methodology, but sending a 3rd-year, 4th-stage student as living proof was much more persuasive than a brochure. Lu Ming himself looked moved. Ability cultivation was notoriously abstract. Talent mattered most, but effort and methods still shaped the result. Belief. Understanding. Every university built a different integrated system around those invisible factors. My name is Lu Hai. I teach ability theory at Minghai Ability University. His voice was calm but urgent. If you enroll with us, I will personally guide your theoretical development using everything I've learned in my career. The school will also provide 6th-stage monster materials. With sufficient performance, comparable resources can be available in later academic years as well. Chen Ming's expression became visibly interested. The young woman immediately joined in. Student Chen Ming, I'm the head of cultivation at Jizhou Ability University. If you choose us, we'll provide 6th-stage resources and unrestricted priority. Access to our department's spiritual energy facilities. Chen Ming widened his eyes dramatically. Ah? He looked as though he had never imagined such generosity. The remaining recruiters panicked. One after another, they began speaking. Mentors. Secret realms. Chen Ming responded to every new offer with another astonished noise. Oh, really? That much? Wow. At first, Aji and Zhao Xuan watched eagerly, waiting to learn which school he preferred. Aji leaned toward Zhao Xuan and whispered, why do I feel like Brother Ming is auctioning himself? Zhao Xuan did not answer. Lu Ming adjusted his tie. Don't interrupt. Just watch him perform. Aji looked enlightened. Do you have no strength left? 4th and 5th stage experts were competing to recruit him. Lu Ming and Aji were beginning to wonder whether they should quietly leave before the adults started fighting. Chen Ming's mouth was already bending into an uncontrollable grin. He lifted both hands. Please, please, don't fight. If all of you are this sincere, how is this emperor supposed to choose? The room went dead silent. Chen Ming's forehead produced one bead of sweat. If only Imperial Capital University had sent someone. As if fate had heard him, a young man who had possessed almost no presence until that moment stood up from the crowd. Black shirt. My name is Lin Xingchen. The room quieted. I'm about to enter my 2nd year at Imperial Capital Ability University. He paused. 4th stage. Every brain in the room seemed to explode at once. 2nd year, 4th stage. Lin Xingchen needed no sales pitch. Ability University, 4th stage. This was the actual upper echelon of the country's younger generation. For one ridiculous second, Chen Ming had a thought. Our admissions department asked me to deliver the offer. If you're willing to enroll, the university will provide 7th stage monster resources. Silence deepened. Our analysis team studied your miracle ability. With material of that level, there is a meaningful possibility that you could craft additional SSS rank abilities. He continued calmly. The department's proposal is 3 7th-stage monster resources, plus institutional assistance while you attempt to create SSS-RANK abilities. Lu Ming's hands shook. He almost tore his tie off. Aji's mouth opened. Zhao Xuan, heir to a wealthy family, stood from her chair. A single 7th-stage monster resource could be worth hundreds of millions. More importantly, 7th-stage monsters were strategic threats capable of endangering entire cities. So did every other recruiter. They had believed elite schools might offer fewer resources because their names and educational systems were already enough to attract top students. Lin Xingchen had corrected that misunderstanding in one sentence. Chen Ming looked at Lin Xingchen as though he had just discovered a long-lost brother separated at birth. In this vast world, a true kindred spirit is so hard to find. Lu Ming frowned. Chen Ming immediately waved them off. We shouldn't contact each other anymore. I'm afraid Imperial Capital University might misunderstand. Han Mo sighed deeply. Luck. Han Mo stood. Looks like I won't be recruiting anyone today. I'll go first. A shadow covered him. Imperial Capital University's reputation is deserved. We can't compete with that offer. Chen Ming, if you ever change your mind, Minghai. Ability University will still welcome you. He made a polite farewell gesture. One by one, the remaining recruiters left. Some became flower petals. Does every 4th-stage expert carry a personal escape skill? Finally, only Chen Ming, Aji, Zhao Xuan, Lu Ming, and Lin Xingchen remained. Lin Xingchen smiled. Then, welcome in advance to Imperial Capital Ability University. Once the official application results are released, I'll come find you. Again. Or you can go directly to campus. The department head will receive you. He turned toward the door. Chen Ming watched closely. What would a prodigy like this use? Lin Xingchen reached for the doorknob. You're using the door? Lin Xingchen looked back. I'm not very interested in showing off. Then he walked out and closed the door behind him. Chen Ming stared after him. Maybe I'm sick. Somehow not showing off looked even more impressive. Lu Ming collapsed into a sofa. I'm finally free. 3 years. Chen Ming glanced at him. Don't celebrate too early. In a few months, you'll have another class. No, Lu. Ming smiled in a way Chen Ming had never seen before. There won't be another class. His eyes turned toward the window. After teaching you 3, I'm leaving education. He smiled wider. I want to see the rest of Dong Huang. Roads begin to separate. Over the next month, Dong Huang entered the chaotic season of applications and admissions. His written score of 650 was strong enough that, if the mood took him, he could even consider elite conventional universities. In the end, there was no surprise. Chen Ming chose Imperial Capital Ability University. All 3 were accepted. Perhaps only after the semester began would the internet discover where King, Dragon, Emperor, and the other monsters of the Golden Generation had gone. Before departure, the 3 friends spent nearly every available day exploring secret realms around Yangcheng. If they were not inside one, they were traveling toward the next. Ordinary 2nd-stage teams approached exploration cautiously. Measure monster density. Chen Ming's team had a different operating philosophy. Move forward. See monster. Kill monster. Their primary damage dealer was Chen Ming. If a 3rd-stage monster appeared, it usually received one gigantic skeletal slap. Most ability users improved most visibly by advancing stages. Chen Ming did not need to wait for that. Every new ability improved him. The most troublesome expedition was a 2nd-level secret realm near Yangcheng whose ruler had reached the peak of 3rd stage. Even the staff maintained emergency plans in case the creature attacked. Chen Ming fought it alone once. After a long battle, he discovered an important fact. Chen Ming described the confrontation as a catastrophic battle where sun and moon lost their light, heaven and earth nearly collapsed, and the laws of existence trembled before our collision. The reporter turned off the camera. Chen Ming advanced to 3rd stage. Within 3 moves, he killed the same realm ruler. His Hunter Association rating rose to 3-star Hunter. It is returned to the trending lists. Aji and Zhao Xuan were mentioned somewhere underneath. Farewell to Yangcheng. University choices finally split the trio. Chen Ming chose Imperial Capital Ability University, Aji chose Huangnan Xuanyuan Academy, and Zhao Xuan chose Huangbei Demon Hunter Academy. At Yangcheng No. 2 Ability High School, Lu Ming stood outside the principal's office. A resignation letter rested in his left hand. He did not knock. Principal, I want to resign. Lu Ming rehearsed sentence after sentence in his mind. Before his knuckles touched wood, Principal Qian's voice came from inside. Come in. Lu Ming froze, then opened the door. Principal Qian sat behind his desk wearing the same gentle smile as always. Lu Ming frowned. Principal, how did you notice me? His presence was currently so low that almost nobody in the school except Chen Ming should have been able to detect him. I just randomly said come in. I didn't expect you to actually be there. Lu Ming stared. He raised the letter. Principal, I approved. Lu Ming stopped. Do you know what I was going to say? You want to resign? Approved. Silence filled the office. Lu Ming looked at the man who had known him for years. He left the orphanage not long after turning 10 and entered the world alone. In those years, Dong Huang's ability awakening systems were far less complete than they were now. Children like Lu Ming could easily pass through life without receiving proper evaluation. Even before society, he had been easy to ignore. Something about Lu Ming simply slipped from attention. Without formal education or a recognized awakening, he began working young. He did the hardest jobs. When it came time to calculate credit, people forgot him. He tried to make friends. People overlooked him. He stood in rooms and somehow became optional to everyone inside them. It was as if existence itself had begun accepting the idea that Lu Ming did not matter. He had awakened long ago. He simply did not know it. He met Principal Qian. Qian recognized the ability immediately. Then, word by word, he pulled Lu Ming back from the edge. Lu Ming always remembered the conversation as completely ordinary. Just a kind man telling a lonely teenager, "You're not lonely because something is wrong with your personality. The road has simply been hard, and your clothes became dirty and black along the way. Wash them clean, and people will notice you again." People naturally look toward children who are clean and bright. It was almost childish. Reassurance. Lu Ming's ability was related to black clothing and presence. He was awakened. He could learn control. Confidence returned. He later entered a privately operated ability university, completed his education, and eventually came to teach at the school founded by the man who had changed his life. There was one detail Lu Ming never knew. Principal Qian had absolutely used abilities that day. Whenever black clothes reduced his presence, loneliness intensified involuntarily. Long-term exposure could cause severe self-negation until, one day, Lu Ming might psychologically erase his own sense of existence. At the time, Qian was already third stage and possessed 2 miracle-type abilities. At third stage, that belief could even weakly influence physical reality. His first miracle ability was words of power. At higher stage, words could become literal effects. A spoken command related to harm could produce physical damage. The ability also extended into persuasion, mental soothing, and limited bodily restoration. Together, the 2 powers allowed Qian to anchor Lu Ming's perception of his own condition. Now, Lu Ming had reached third stage, and it was no longer needed. Principal Qian looked at the resignation letter, then thought of Chen Ming. That boy truly had arrived like a gift from heaven. But Chen Ming's SSS-RANK talent had drawn the Xuan Yuan Guard's attention. Resources followed, training followed. Lu Ming broke through. Principal Qian accepted the resignation letter. Go begin the 30 years of life you left behind. Power passed through the paper. Fragments drifted through the barred window and vanished into the endless sky. At the same moment, the remnants of cognitive anchor finally disappeared. Decades of buried loneliness surged back through Lu Ming. His face trembled. Lu Ming spread both arms and inhaled. A sudden wind rushed across the street. This time, it struck him fully. From today onward, I, Lu Ming, will make my name across Donghuang. Ha ha ha. His phone rang. Lu Ming's expression collapsed. Who the hell? Caller, Chen Ming. Chen Ming's loud voice immediately arrived. Hey, old Lu, what are you doing? Didn't you say we'd all meet before you left? Why aren't you here yet? Did Principal Qian bury you in the school? Lu Ming froze. He had indeed promised that. Of course not. I'm already on the way. Wait for. Silence from Chen Ming. Then, old Lu, did Principal Qian beat you until you cried? Tell me, I'll avenge you. He can't beat me anymore. Damn you. Lu Ming hung up. Principal, Chen Ming, all of you kids. Then he left. 4 bowls of noodles. Near Chen Ming's rented apartment stood a small restaurant called Yangcheng Noodles. Lu Ming stared at the meal, then looked around the table. The atmosphere is this emotional, and we're eating noodles? Chen Ming blinked. What else would we eat? Shouldn't this be barbecue and beer? None of you drink? Chen Ming looked offended. Alcohol weakens combat judgment if you drink too much. Cola is better. AG nodded instantly. Imperial capital. After saying goodbye to Yangcheng, Chen Ming boarded the high-speed rail for the Imperial capital, a city so advanced that even flying ability users had licenses, lanes, and traffic lights. Carbonation hit his mouth and climbed into his head. His eyes brightened. Actually, not bad. Chen Ming slurped noodles and drank cola. Exactly. He looked at the 3 people in front of him. Aji and Zhao Xun would leave in only a few days because their schools required early training. The next time all of them stood in Yangcheng might be a semester later. Their old Whispering Forest group was about to scatter across Donghuang. Aji would train near the front lines, work toward defending the nation as a Xuan Yuan guard. Zhao Xuan would hunt monsters, chasing battle and honor through secret realms. Chen Ming would enter the highest arena of ability cultivation, where Donghuang's strongest young prodigies gathered, even for him. So he lifted his bottle of cola. Come on, one toast. Aji raised his. Zhao Xuan followed. Lu Ming smiled and did the same. May all of us have a brilliant road ahead. They drank. And somewhere beyond Yangcheng, the next chapter of their lives had already begun. Criminal ability users were recorded, tracked, and left with fewer and fewer places to hide anywhere the surveillance network reached. In the early years after abilities and secret realms appeared, monsters had ravaged huge areas of Langsing. But as humanity's ability system matured, city defenses hardened into near impenetrable barriers. Outside those barriers was another world. Wild monsters, uncontained secret realms, fugitive ability users. For an ordinary traveler, crossing wilderness alone carried a horrifying mortality rate. Routes to the Imperial capital were guarded so heavily that hijacking one had become almost a joke. A 7th stage powerhouse might theoretically be strong enough to attempt it, If a capital-bound train were attacked in the morning, there was a real possibility that every monster nest and fugitive stronghold along that entire route would cease to exist by afternoon. The train has arrived at Imperial, Capital Central Station. Passengers, please collect your belongings and exit in an orderly manner. Chen Ming stepped off with obvious excitement. It could detect storage abilities and spatial equipment, though the system focused on energy stage rather than intrusively searching private contents. Chen Ming's fourth stage Thunder Seed and Fire Seed did not even qualify as noteworthy. He passed through, then stopped dead at the exit. Whoa, the Imperial capital was magnificent. Technology and abilities had fused into a city unlike anything Chen Ming had seen on Earth or Langsing. Energy lines ran through architecture like glowing veins. Even a casual glance through the crowd revealed multiple third-stage ability users. And the sky was traffic. Winged beasts carried riders between towers. Ability-generated wings flashed between buildings. Radiant roads formed from layered streams of light stretched from tower to tower, turning the space between skyscrapers into a second city suspended above the first. Every direction rewrote Chen Ming's understanding of ability technology. The Imperial Capital Ability Association is right next to the train station. A few nearby people heard him. Country bumpkin. First time in the Badr capital, obviously. They whispered quietly. Unfortunately for them, Chen Ming's perception was ridiculous. Is this your first time in the Imperial capital? Chen Ming looked confused. Yeah, how could you tell? The young woman chose her words carefully, as if afraid of emotionally damaging him. His first lesson in the Imperial capital was brutal. Even when you can fly, you can still look like a tourist. That's the high-speed rail control center. She pointed elsewhere. The Ability Association is over there. Chen Ming followed her finger. What? Far above the city, countless luminous aerial roads intertwined like ribbons from a celestial loom. Like the brightest lighthouse in the Imperial capital. Chen Ming stared. Lin Xingchen had left his number after Chen Ming accepted Imperial Capital University's offer and promised to meet him on arrival. Chen Ming did not let him speak. What can I say? I called you 2 hours before arrival. Every time. Almost there, almost there. Where are you? At this point, the only thing separating me from a complete country bumpkin is that I'm significantly more handsome. Lin Xingchen stayed silent for several seconds. Don't get mad. There's traffic in the sky. I'm almost there. Chen Ming's eye twitched. Traffic. Send me your location. I'll come to you. Fine. But don't speed. If air traffic enforcement checks your flight license and you don't have one, the paperwork is annoying. A coordinate arrived. Flight license? Chen Ming rubbed his face. Whatever. Just don't speed. Flame climbed his body. At third stage, Radiant Sun Feather had evolved exactly as Chen Ming once hoped. The ability no longer merely produced wing-like effects, it gave him true wings. Air exploded beneath him. Chen Ming became a streak of red radiance and shot upward. The same bystanders who had mocked him moments earlier stared with open mouths. Are those spiritual energy wings? That aura, that's not transportation. That's a work of art. Someone was already calling a friend. You will not believe what I just saw. Chen Ming had come to broaden his own horizons. See, now you believe me about the traffic. Chen Ming stared forward with dead fish eyes. Why was I legally classified as a traffic unit next to a flying lion? He had waited at a red light in the sky, a spiritual energy flyer, and an airborne bus. The memory offended him on a philosophical level. Where are we going? Lin Xingchen checked his phone, left, then pointed. Follow that lane. There's a place called Dun Dun Milk Tea. Chen Ming looked at him. I thought we were going to the university. Lin Xingchen gave him a strange look. What university students spend summer vacations sitting on campus? Chen Ming paused. There's a teleport station nearby. Let's use that. Chen Ming's brain immediately connected the phrase to a game from Earth. Do I have to touch it once to unlock it? Lin Xingchen stared. What? Nothing. Explain teleport stations. The Imperial capital placed restrictions on free spatial movement. Outside designated transfer zones, teleportation abilities became much harder to use normally. Even low-stage teleportation abilities could travel dozens of kilometers through them with relative ease. Chen Ming was impressed. For ability users, that was almost charitable. A single first-stage monster resource could cost tens of thousands. Pale blue spatial light spiraled outward in thin streams, spreading a distinct spatial system fluctuation through the area. Lin Xingchen stepped forward. Chen Ming nodded. 2 figures vanished. Dun Dun Milk Tea. The ground-level capital was as alive as the sky. Pedestrians crowded luminous streets. Balconies had been converted into restaurants, cafes, stores, and terraces overlooking the city. Chen Ming and Lin Xingchen arrived before a storefront framed by broad glass windows and thick green plants. The city skyline filled the windows. The sign above the door read, Dun Dun Milk Tea. This name doesn't match the decor at all. He looked at Lin Xingchen. Who comes up with an abstract name like that for a place this elegant? Lin Xingchen merely nodded toward the interior. They entered. Against the green plants and warm glass, she looked almost like part of a carefully composed painting. She noticed Lin Xingchen and waved. The usually restrained young man broke into a brilliant smile and hurried over. Sis Chen Ming blinked. Both at Imperial Capital University, Chen Ming was still admiring the harmonious sibling reunion when a loud thunk echoed through the cafe. A few minutes later, Chen Ming discovered an even greater humiliation: superpowered traffic laws. Apparently not even winged lions were above a red light. Lin Xingchen grabbed the top of his head. My foolish little brother. Her voice was gentle. I told you. When other people are present, address me by position. Lin Xingchen immediately stood straight. Yes, sis, no, minister. Chen Ming stared in genuine horror. The ancient law was real. The pinker the hair, the more dangerous the woman. The young woman finally noticed Chen Ming. So this handsome guy is myriad stars? She tilted her head. The news didn't do you justice. Sit down. First, she glanced at Lin Xingchen and patted the seat beside her. Chen Ming inhaled quietly. The moment her attention had passed over him, every hair on his body rose. Something dangerous was looking at him. Hey, handsome junior, don't be so nervous. I don't bite. Her eyebrows drooped slightly, as though his fear had wounded her feelings. Chen Ming said nothing and sat. He had no intention of joking too freely with an unknown young powerhouse, no matter how attractive she was. Pink hair means violence. Myriad stars, I've heard a lot about you. I'm Lin Yuxi. I graduated from Imperial Capital University less than a year ago. I'm currently applying to become an intern instructor here, and I'm also the head of the admissions department. She rested her chin on one hand. As for my age and stage, just understand that I'm young and strong. Chen Ming nodded. Hello, beautiful big sister. I'm Chen Ming, third stage ability user. I suppose I'm officially an incoming freshman. When in doubt, call an attractive older woman big sister. A title could feel glorious to the person who earned it and obnoxious to everyone else. Lin Yuxi's smile brightened. Oh, you really know how to speak. Lin Xingchen immediately protested. Why does he get to call you big sister when you hit me for it? Lin Yuxi gave him one look. Just call me Yuxi. Of course, Sister Yuxi. Chen Ming nodded absently. That was the real reason his soul had arrived. In the capital ahead of his body, Lin Yuxi caught the look. As expected, my charm can't compete with 7th stage monster materials. She wiped at an imaginary tear. Chen Ming froze. He looked at Lin Xingchen. All right, I'm teasing you. Chen Ming understood. The speed of the personality switch told him everything. If this woman was not mental system, he would eat a mental system ability. Then, where are my 7th stage resources? He asked directly. Here. Lin Yuxi produced a spatial ring from nowhere and waved it before him. Catch. What the Chen Ming wrapped it in mental force before it could fall. Cold sweat appeared. You're just throwing this around? A 3rd stage radiant spirit bird resource had once required layers of containment out. A fear that exposure might trigger a dangerous reaction. If something inside exploded beside Chen Ming, whether he survived would become an interesting academic question. They're dead. A few organs aren't going to overturn. Heaven. Her voice was casual. A pale pink domain appeared without warning. Dreamlike light covered the room. Even Chen Ming failed to sense direct danger from it. A power associated with 6th stage ability users. Lin Yuxi was probably not even 25, and she was already 6th stage. The structure of the field suggested a mental system ability, likely an enchantment or charm branch, then collapsed inward. Every trace of its power compressed into the spatial ring in Chen Ming's hand. The 7th stage. Residual auras disappeared. Lin Yuxi gave him a thumbs up. There. Now it's completely safe. Chen Ming stared for a moment, then asked, Sky Eye doesn't have a problem with you opening a domain in the middle of the capital? I thought you were going to ask what the monsters were. Lin Yuxi waved the concern away. The ring contains 3 hearts. All came from a 7th stage secret realm near the capital called the Dark Prison Abyss. She counted them on her fingers. One belonged to an executioner that could merge into shadows and kill through dark element attacks. One came from a soul warden with the power to detain and manipulate souls. The last was a malice apostle covered in curses. Just touching it could infect a target. Her eyes began to shine. Actually, yeah. Chen Ming nodded. He could not deny it. That concept attacked the inner 14-year-old boy living inside nearly every man. Why did he suddenly feel like the male lead in a character-building game while the female player selected his outfit and skill tree? Chen Ming silently added another label to Lin Yuxi. Pink-haired mental system woman. Dangerous combination. From what I know, creating S-rank abilities already consumes a terrifying amount of your stamina and spiritual power. I've never seen you craft an SSS-RANK ability, but I assume that kind of event could change the weather, shake heaven and earth, and produce something even I might not be able to suppress. Her face became grave. So we should go abuse the Ability Association's training facilities. Imperial Capital University has private rooms there. Chen Ming nodded immediately. Agreed. He had no idea what creating an SSS-RANK ability would look like either. Lin Yuxi looked at her brother. Xiao Chen, I don't have spatial teleportation. You take me over. Lin Xingchen's eyes became hollow. King, Shadow Death God, and a new level. At the Imperial Capital Ability Association, Chen Ming discovered the virtual battle realm, met the prodigy known as King, and began pushing his miracle crafting system toward an even more dangerous SSS-RANK direction. Yes, Imperial Capital Ability Association. From a distance, the association headquarters looked like a tower piercing heaven. Chen Ming craned his neck and still could not see the top. You could fill the Shenlei Grand Rift with this building and still have structure left over. He whistled. Could an 8th stage ability even knock it down? Lin Yuxi laughed. It could probably make a hole. then smiled sweetly. The 8th stage attacker would die about 3 seconds before making the hole. That answered that. How can I assist you? One training room. Lin Yusi handed over an identification card. Sir, ma'am, please follow me. He guided them through corridors, patterned like a massive honeycomb until they reached a normal-looking residential door. Room 007. Chen Ming stared. This is the training room? It looked like the entrance to a 3-bedroom apartment. He had imagined a golden palace. The spatial barriers were so dense that Chen Ming doubted a full-power strike could even scrape off paint. Then he noticed something mounted where a television would normally be. A huge blue light screen. What is that? He had seen similar screens in the association lobby, where people queued, touched the surface, and vanished in flashes of spatial and mental energy. It's called the Virtual Battle Realm. Chen Ming's attention sharpened. A 9th stage senior created it. It's basically a virtual world where an ability user can upload body awareness and consciousness into a network for simulated combat. She added casually, I heard the 9th stage senior who built it used to be a programmer. Chen Ming nearly laughed. Aside from the mental power required to connect, fighting inside consumes almost nothing in reality. It also has rankings. Your first 3 matches determine placement, and the system usually matches you against opponents at the same stage. Ling Yuxi smiled. At 3rd stage, you should be nearly unbeatable, right? Want to try? Chen Ming rubbed his nose modestly. More or less. His eyes had already drifted toward the screen. Lin Xingchen saved him. Want to queue together? We can't fight each other until your placement is finished, but we can each start a match. Chen Ming's eyes lit. Brother Lin, you are a good man. They approached the screen. A mechanical voice sounded directly in their minds. Connect to Virtual Battle Realm. Available modes, matchmaking, friend duel, placement assessment. Lin Xingchen turned toward his sister before entering. Sis Minister, I'm playing 2 rounds. The psychological scar from years of sibling discipline was visible. Approved. And Junior Chen, have fun. Chen Ming selected placement assessment. No faces. No visible identifying features. The Virtual Battle Realm standardized every user for privacy. Chen Ming looked around. This is impressive. Even Phantom God could not immediately penetrate the anonymization. He could not see true ability fluctuations either. His feet were locked to the ground during preparation. Chen Ming became serious. 3rd stage. Experts were everywhere. Lu Ming alone was annoying enough that Chen Ming estimated he would need at least half his strength to finish him cleanly. 3, 2, 1. The restraints vanished. Chen Ming looked at the harmless white avatar opposite him, then immediately used a real ultimate move. A primordial aura awakened behind him. One of the greatest abilities Chen Ming had awakened after reaching 3rd stage, Taoti SSS-RANK summoning ability. The embodiment of primordial greed, a summoned Taoti could indiscriminately devour matter, spiritual energy, and attacks around it. At 3rd stage, its ability evolved further. Refined power could then be fed back to Taoti and its master. Taoti roared. Its enormous mouth opened. Black-red suction erupted. Devour heaven and earth. Deconstruction power? The standardized voice carried no official emotion. Curiosity? Surprise. But no fear. Chen Ming's eye twitched. The fragments that had already broken from his body reversed direction. They flew back, reassembled. Chen Ming narrowed his eyes. Intangibility? No. Phantom gods, truth-seeing. Perception activated. The opponent had not dodged. Devour heaven and earth had avoided him. Then Chen Ming felt something stranger. A subtle conviction entered his mind. Chen Ming's expression changed. That made no sense. Taoti was his ability. Then Chen Ming looked at the opponent. You're altering my fate. The white avatar visibly froze. How did you see that? This time, surprise was unmistakable. Chen Ming did not answer. He waved again. Taoti stopped devouring the landscape and crouched. The phantom crossed the battlefield in black crimson afterimages. The opponent cursed under his breath. Fate lines flickered. Possibility split. Taoti passed through him. The surrounding virtual battlefield exploded apart, yet the opponent survived. He coughed a mouthful of white virtual blood. Chen Ming finally understood who he was fighting. A 3rd stage user whose ability manipulated fate strongly enough to resist SSS rank attacks. King. His miracle type ability was known as Fate Playing Clown. Widely evaluated at a level comparable to SSS rank. Chen Ming's mouth twitched. First placement match and I get King. Hello King. I've heard a lot about you. The white avatar slowly stood. Interesting. His voice sounded excited now. I've never been injured since my awakening. Who are you? Chen Ming had already disrupted the expected outcome enough that King did not seem particularly shocked at being identified. From the instant Taoti touched King, possibility branched like a tree with infinite limbs. King's earlier gesture had violently pushed reality onto the branch with the lowest available price. Chen Ming shrugged. Who I am doesn't matter. Just remember, I'm more handsome than you. Even while joking, he maintained huge distance. The pressure alone made King's damaged avatar tremble. People love saying, time is supreme, space is king. Chen Ming did not care which quote was correct, and King had reached 3rd stage, which meant he possessed a second awakened ability as well. Chen Ming chose not to reveal more of his own cards yet. Black-red killing pressure erupted from beneath King's feet. King opened both arms. The road of fate twists. Life knows no constancy. Chen Ming's mental expression darkened. King's aura of coolness was beginning to threaten Chen Ming's protagonist status. The Taudi phantom began to disintegrate beneath the combined influence. Constancy, my ass. His own mental pressure descended. It was vastly stronger. King's surrounding field shattered. Taudi's disintegration stopped and swallowed King whole. The furnace attempted to refine him directly into energy. Against a normal third-stage opponent, survival would be measured in fractions of a second. Even the fourth-stage Earthvane Wyvern would have struggled to escape a fully manifested Taudi. But King possessed another famous technique, being refined into spiritual fuel inside Taudi. King slowly stood inside the furnace. Untouched, Chen Ming applauded. Fate playing clown. Deserve reputation. King did not answer. Every one of Chen Ming's attacks seemed designed not merely to win, but to force King into exposing another ability. It felt as though the stranger had recognized him and, taking advantage of the virtual battle realm's no-death environment, decided to test every limit of King's toolkit out of pure curiosity. King's voice became colder. If this battle realm didn't restrict my ability to view your fate, you would already be dead. Chen Ming heard the threat. Then something else happened. King raised one hand toward Taudi. Chen Ming's connection to the summon broke. His eyebrows rose. Control system. Taudi was none of those. The current entity was technically a summoned phantom generated by an SSS-RANK summoning ability. It possessed no natural biological life. If destroyed, Chen Ming could simply form another. Yet King's second ability had still taken control. Die beneath your own summon. Taudi roared. A conviction entered his mind. No matter how he defended next, Taudi would tear him apart. As if the outcome had already been written. As though King were silently saying, "Welcome the cruelty of fate." Taudi's claws reached Chen Ming. Then everything stopped. Then the scene became blurry. Like an old dream losing definition as the dreamer woke. Chen Ming laughed. Bro. His voice was amused. When exactly did you start believing you had altered my fate? King's fate lines erupted into chaos. King's calm shattered. What is this? Illusion. He clawed at empty space. Have you considered that your entire life might be one long dream? His voice sounded directly inside King's mind. King finally broke character. Dream your. Alright, old K. Save the swearing for after you log out. Chen Ming vanished. He reappeared in front of King, then threw one simple punch. 2 months of relentless ability crafting had raised Chen Ming's collection beyond 20 S-rank abilities, not counting Taudi and the rest of his SSS rank arsenal. That punch carried power, comparable to a third-stage SSS rank combat specialist. King's body exploded. He Chao Fan eliminated. Chen Ming lowered his fist. The world really is full of monsters. He did not doubt that. King possessed more methods outside the virtual battle realm, but Chen Ming had also held back. The ability that disrupted King's destiny came from Phantom God's evolution after Chen Ming reached third stage. King had entered. The match believing fate itself was on his side. Chen Ming's response was essentially to gaslight destiny until it stopped cooperating. The evolved Phantom God could partially manifest illusions into reality and blur the boundary between what was real and what was imagined. If a target's belief in their own existence became sufficiently unstable under illusion, reality itself could begin converting into illusion. A life of 100 years. A dream over yellow millet. For those few seconds, Chen Ming used third-stage mental power. All things follow the mind, and false becomes true. Truth becomes false to erase the wounded Taudi from the boundary of reality, while forcing King to doubt the continuity of his own destiny. A system voice announced, "Mr. He Chaofan, you have been eliminated. Your placement assessment has ended. Initial rank, Silver 2. King logs out somewhere else." In the Imperial capital, a red-haired young man materialized inside a virtual battle realm experience center. He removed the blue interface glasses. His hair and eyes were both deep crimson. My fate returned to normal. This was King He Chaofan. There were very few third-stage fighters whose raw physical force could reach that level without an obviously active combat ability. Dragon Emperor, the madman from Changlong, maybe an older third-stage expert from the capital. But the world had too many third-stage ability users to identify someone from strength alone. The stranger possessed an overwhelming summoned beast. But neither was what truly frightened King. The terrifying part was the ability to interfere with fate itself. Fate playing clown was King's foundation. Better hope I never learn who you are. Killing intent entered his voice. Then he would have 100 ways to kill them. He would not allow a person capable of interfering with his destiny to remain an unknown variable. Placement complete. Back inside the virtual world, Chen Ming received his own prompt. There was no way the matchmaking system could give him King twice. The battle had been a collision between 4 abilities at the highest tier. Chen Ming's Phantom God and Taudi against King's 2 extraordinary abilities, and Chen Ming had won. More importantly, Chen Ming had acquired excellent new ammunition for the moment. Internet debate over whether King or Myriad Stars was the true protagonist. Is more handsome and stronger? He planned to log back into his alternate account and fight for truth immediately after leaving. His opponent was an ordinary third-stage veteran. A combat system ability combined with an enhancement ability produced an extremely vigorous physique. The fighter actually charged through Taudi's devouring field and landed a punch strong enough to interrupt the attack. Chen Ming responded by ordering Taudi to swallow the opponent whole. Chen Ming was placed at Gold 2. The virtual battle realm used familiar game-like ranks from Bronze upward to King tier status. A fighter who surpassed Roughly 95% of opponents at their current stage could unlock matchmaking against the next stage early. Lower stage matchmaking was not allowed. Every week, rank produced settlement rewards called battle value. Chen Ming's eyes changed. Who said this place was low-tech? He scrolled through items he absolutely could not yet afford. This is the greatest invention in the imperial capital. Satisfied, he logged out. Lin Xingchen looked curious. Lin Yuxi looked even more curious. I thought you would wipe the placements in a few dozen seconds, like sweeping a dungeon. Lin Xingchen nodded. Someone you consider a smurf? Then whoever it was could. Probably smurf on most third-stage ranked players too. Chen Ming smiled faintly. Apparently, I'm stronger than I thought. Lin Yuxi clapped her hands. Enough games. Time for the important thing. Her eyes locked onto Chen Ming. She slowly licked one corner of her lips. Excitement brightened her gaze. Chen Ming took one step backward. When you say time to begin, you mean helping me craft the ability, right? Of course. What else would I mean? She stepped forward. Chen Ming stepped back. Chen Ming's expression darkened. This woman is Zhao Xuan plus. Sister Yuxi. What exactly are we doing? Lin Yuxi's smile barely moved. Don't talk. Look into my eyes. Her voice softened into silk. Pink light awakened in the depths of her pupils. Chen Ming met her gaze. Every current of spiritual power in his body stopped. Then, an instant later, it accelerated like a dam had burst. Inside the mental world, Phantom God reacted immediately and slammed the spreading mental distortion back into place. Yuan Shen, who had been sleeping peacefully, shot awake. What happened? Earthquake. Its pearl-like eyes widened. 6 tendrils flared. Third-stage peak mental power stabilized the shaking spiritual world like a massive damper. Chen Ming's awareness blurred for only a moment. Why do I suddenly feel hot? His voice had become slightly hoarse. She pushed away from the wall and snapped her fingers. Bingo. That's exactly what you should feel. Her mischievous expression returned. I just used drunken life, lost in dreams on you. It forces your body's metabolism into an absurd state. Spiritual recovery rises with it. Chen Ming stared. But just as expected, Phantom God suppressed the side effect. She waved a hand. And if it hadn't, I could have pulled you back anyway. Chen Ming wanted to say several things. Her expression became serious. All right, Junior, stop sulking. We really are starting now. Her pale fingers traced through the air. The pink domain descended again. Chen Ming understood that the time for jokes was over. He sat cross-legged and summoned the 3 7th-stage hearts from the storage ring. Then the system began to craft. SSS-RANK creation initiated. Chen Ming's palm became a bottomless vortex. Lin Xingchen's face changed. What the hell is that? Power was being dragged out of his body, not just spiritual energy. For one terrifying instant, it felt as though even his soul wanted to slide toward Chen Ming's hand. Lin Xingchen reacted immediately. Sis, this is insane. If an unprepared 4th-stage ability user could be pulled into the process, doing this in a populated neighborhood would have been catastrophic. Lin Yuxi's face had also become solemn. Chen Ming, can you hear me? She released another ability. A huge crimson flower bloomed behind her. Under Lin Yuxi's control, the scarlet vapor poured into the void in Chen Ming's hand. I feel empty. He forced the words out. And this thing feels like it wants to run. Don't talk. Leave the supply problem to your senior. Lin Yuxi glanced at Lin Xingchen. His ability awakened. The training room darkened. At first they were faint. Starlight poured down over Chen Ming and vanished into the vortex. Lin Yuxi activated a 3rd major ability, the kind available only after reaching 6th stage. Behind her appeared a pink angel with 4 wings. Its outline gradually sharpened into the form of an extraordinarily beautiful woman, radiating distant, sacred warmth. Soft pink light descended. Flower, angelic radiance, and star river flowed together into Chen Ming's palm. It's working, Lin Yuxi said. Chen Ming finally had enough room to activate his own reinforcement abilities. Golden radiance fell from nowhere, bathed in divine radiance. After reaching 3rd stage, the ability was no longer dependent on open sky, and its random effects had become far more controllable. Then more abilities activated. Spiritual amplification, vitality. One after another, Chen Ming stacked everything he could. It collapsed. Then that point entered Chen Ming's body. All 3 people collapsed almost simultaneously. Lin Xingchen hit the floor. Chen Ming sat heavily. Lin Yuxi dropped down, face flushed bright red, breathing hard. I should never have promised you this condition. I should have let another university suffer. Chen Ming barely heard her. His new ability had arrived. Shadow Death God, SSS-RANK, Curse ability. The god of death, governing darkness and souls. Those killed by Shadow Death God did not merely lose their bodies. At 3rd stage, the ability already possessed evolved functions, consumed stored soul power to summon dark element soldiers. The soldiers could preserve abilities inherited from the souls used to create them. Those killed by Shadow Death God could have their souls enslaved. While existing under its rule, those souls permanently strengthened the ability's owner. More details surged through Chen Ming's consciousness. Assassination. Army creation. One conclusion remained after he finished reading. Hello, Junior? Lin Yuxi waved a hand. You seriously ignored me after using me up? She pouted. A minute ago it was Sister Yuxi. Now you're done and I don't exist. What a heartless man. Chen Ming turned slowly. He had always believed his own mental condition was questionable. The ability is extremely strong, he said, but I can only demonstrate part of it right now. The rest requires actual souls. That immediately gave Lin Yuxi an idea. Xinghen, stop pretending you're dead. Get up and be a target. Lin Xingchen barely moved. Kick me again and you won't have a little brother anymore. He slowly pushed himself upright. His starry eyes contained genuine misery. Let's begin. I'll only use my first ability, Child of the Stars. Chen Ming nodded. My new ability is called Shadow Death God. Lin Yuxi raised one finger. Xingchen, don't underestimate him. The gap between third and fourth stage isn't so enormous that you're untouchable. Both of you can fight seriously. I'll make sure nobody dies. Lin Xingchen nodded. Be careful, Chen Ming. Then he attacked. A star appeared in midair. It poured down. Crystalline light. This was not illumination. Just before it reached Chen Ming, his body liquefied into darkness. Starlight struck his previous position and instantly vaporized the shadow there. Lin Xingchen did not bother trying to identify which branch of darkness concealed the real Chen Ming. He raised a hand. Shadow from every direction rushed toward Lin Xingchen. Chen Ming's form condensed out of one wave. A blade of pure darkness formed in his hand. He slashed downward. Lin Xingchen's eyes remained calm. He reached up. Then Lin Xingchen snapped it in half. It punched through Chen Ming. His pupils contracted. Chen Ming? Lin Xingchen hesitated. Lin Xingchen's expression sharpened. Chen Ming had not used Phantom God. Shadow Death, God alone could fabricate convincing false bodies. Worse, Lin Xingchen's perception, one full stage higher still, could not locate the real one. Then his shadow moved. A dark creature rose behind him, shaped like a murderous humanoid beast. The elbow blade shot toward Lin Xingchen's neck. Found you. Star lines appeared. Behind him. Hundreds crossed one another, like security lasers in a museum. Lin Xingchen's expression became more serious. So far, Chen Ming had only shown dark element functions. The soul and curse branches had not even entered the fight. Then Chen Ming's voice appeared at his ear. Senior Lin, careful. Lin Xingchen's hair stood up. The world jolted. His perspective suddenly flew backward. The moment Lin Xingchen understood, his disoriented spirit snapped awake. Like a spring released from maximum tension, it crashed back into his body. Star radiance exploded. Chen Ming had barely raised a hand to continue the attack. Fourth stage. Lin Xingchen's starry eyes had dimmed slightly from the soul strike. You really are strong. His aura began to rise. Then I don't need to worry about hurting you too easily. Starlight erupted. An invisible force blasted Chen Ming into the wall. Damn, pain flashed across his face. Good, 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 good. The experiment had changed. One side glittered with cold, clean starlight. The other drowned in ink-black shadow. Lin Yuxi crouched nearby, eyes shining. Fight, fight. Whatever sisterly bias she possessed vanished beneath the obvious fact that two handsome men were having an increasingly cinematic duel in front of her. The cutting power reminded Chen Ming of Lu Ming's spatial curtain, except denser, brighter, and more violent. Even standing near those chains made Chen Ming feel as though invisible edges were already trying to slice him in half. He frowned from within the darkness. Lin Xingchen had used stars for teleportation, and now is cutting chains. It behaved more like AG's long rainbow sword than a conventional caster ability. Annoying. Chen Ming clicked his tongue. Fortunately, a clever man always had methods. A faint light flashed in his eyes. More than 10 gray-white spirits appeared around him. First stage. Their spiritual quality rose towards second stage. Technically, Chen Ming had agreed to test one ability, but using Phantom God for one tiny activation step to feed Shadow Death God surely did not count as breaking the rule. He coughed innocently. Chen Ming's aura climbed visibly. Third stage peak. The spirit refined into dense dark energy. Shadow power flooded outward. Chen Ming attacked first. Boom. Lin Xingchen pointed. A burst of starlight erased the entire summoned figure. Chen Ming refined two more souls. Black chains erupted from every direction. They formed a prison around Lin Xingchen. Lin Xingchen's skull felt as though it might split. His expression became ugly. Chen Ming had enough raw power to fight him directly. And yet, the bastard refused to stand in front of him. Clone. Soul attack. Lin Xingchen needed to force him into the light. He looked toward the stars. Starlight, guide my path. The stars answered. Countless points of light moved around Lin Xingchen like dancers. Chen Ming's face appeared in the light. The stars can rat me out too. He looked at Lin Xingchen in disbelief. Bro, you're the one who should be called Myriad Stars. Lin Xingchen's eyes lit. Found you. The galaxy above converged. A river of stars poured downward. Under its light, Chen Ming had nowhere to hide. He refined them all at once. A terrible roar rose from the darkness. Behind Chen Ming, a massive death god appeared. Chen Ming grinned. Both fighters had agreed to show one ability. Both immediately stacked enough defenses to survive a small apocalypse. Trust was clearly thriving. Let me show you what dramatic tension looks like. The death god swung. Blackness and constellations collided. The impact looked less like swordplay and more like two planets smashing together. Dark curse energy tore through light. Star force crashed into shadow. Lin Yuxi peeked over the backrest like a cautious fox. Her eyes moved left, right. Stop fighting. You two, stop. She was preparing to intervene. Lin Yuxi froze. Lin Xingchen stood inside a swirling blue vortex. The opposite end seemed connected to an endless sea, swallowing every stray fragment of energy before it touched him. Not a single hair had been damaged. Chen Ming was even worse. He wore armor on top of armor. Then several additional defensive barriers from abilities Lin Yuxi could not immediately identify. Lin Yuxi stared, then burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. She doubled over. What are you two? Newly married brides afraid of getting your clothes dirty? Chen Ming and Lin Xingchen looked at each other. We agreed to use one ability. I gave you my heart, and you gave me strategy. Lin Xingchen looked at the human dumpling wrapped in 6 layers of defense. His eye twitched despite his extraordinary self-control. This armored bastard was accusing him. All right, I'm done. Mostly. She took a breath and analyzed Chen Ming's new ability. Junior, do you have a hobby of collecting monster souls? Those dozen second-stage spirits already produced this much power. If you stored 3rd and 4th stage souls instead. Chen Ming shrugged. There's probably a limit to how many I can actively control at once. But storage seems much less restricted. Privately, he wondered whether she had recognized that the souls were manufactured through Phantom, God's reality illusion technique. Perhaps she simply could not interpret what she saw. That was reasonable. Ability crafted. Test complete. What's next? She looked at Chen Ming. Where are you staying? University dorms have already been assigned. You can enter early with your admission letter. Chen Ming considered it. But first, I want to explore a secret realm around the capital. Yangqing's nearby realms had effectively been cleared by Chen Ming, Aji, and Zhao Xuan. He needed fresh hunting grounds. Lin Yuxi thought. 3rd stage. Those are actually rare around the capital. The Xuanyuan guard usually strips them clean within days of discovery. Then her eyes lit. Wait, there's one at Kanglan Square. I forgot the exact realm name, but it's one of the 3rd stage realms the guard deliberately leaves partially unexplored, so hunters have somewhere to train. About 100 kilometers from here. Chen Ming's eyes brightened. In Yangcheng, a 3rd stage secret realm could force the entire city into emergency posture. Tao Ti needed things to devour. Shadow Death, God needed real souls. Chen Ming needed materials. No more carving organs from every 3rd stage monster by hand. Tao Ti could swallow the creature, then pointed to Lin Xingchen. Take him with you. He has a hunter license too, but this lazy idiot is still only 2-star. Help him clear some bounties. Lin Xingchen's eyes widened. Sis, no. It's vacation. Why would I spend vacation exploring an unknown secret realm? No negotiation. Lin Yuxi folded her arms. Otherwise you stay home every day going, big sister, play games with me. Big sister, carry me in ranked. My wonderful sister. She reproduced his tone with alarming accuracy. Stop. Fine. I'll go. Chen Ming nodded in satisfaction. Then I'll trouble you, Junior. And if you encounter any difficulty at Imperial Capital University, come find me. Her eyes curved. Any difficulty? Chen Ming smiled back. Nobody is going to question the amount of destruction we just attempted in here. Lin Yuxi shook her head. Training is private. Nobody wants their personal cultivation methods watched, so there are no cameras inside these rooms. Outside, each room has independent sky-eye monitoring that records your condition when you enter and leave. She spoke casually. As long as you're alive when you check out, nobody cares what you do inside. If you're dead, someone will collect the body. Just don't damage the restrictions. Chen Ming stared. You really said that last part like it was normal. Eventually, Lin Yuxi separated from them and returned reluctantly to the university to handle what she described as important work. She left, complaining the entire way. Chen Ming and Lin Xingchen headed toward Kanglan Square. They departed around 7 in the morning. A 3rd stage and a 4th stage ability user took an entire hour to travel just over 100 kilometers. Chen Ming was offended. Vast Sea Expedition. Once his new abilities stabilized, Chen Ming joined Lin Xingchen in Vast Sea Expedition, a bizarre, oceanic secret realm filled with cursed creatures, high-value bounties, and biology that had clearly stopped respecting itself. This city is enormous. Vast Sea Expedition. From high above, Kanglan Square looked like someone had carved a massive empty wound into the neon metropolis. Most surrounding skyscrapers looked like tiny models from their altitude. Chen Ming and Lin Xingchen eventually found somewhere to land. Chen Ming scanned around. Where's the Hunter Association temporary base? Lin Xingchen fixed his hair. There isn't one. 3rd stage realms aren't worth setting up a full temporary station for here. Chen Ming stared. Lin Xingchen explained. For partially unexplored 3rd stage realms, they usually just assign a 6th stage guardian. If the realm evolves too aggressively, the guardian kills whatever emerges. He pointed towards several sleek machines covered in ability restrictions. Bounties are automated. That's the self-service board. There's an automated treatment room too. Scan your hunter token at the portal and enter. Chen Ming absorbed the explanation with the expression of a rural tourist, learning how self-checkout worked. Numerous islands. Each island contained unknown dangers and opportunities. This is just an all-player ocean survival game. Are they going to hand us a wooden raft and tell us to upgrade it? Lin Xingchen shook his head. You've read too many novels. Then paused. Although when you put it that way, it does sound familiar. I once entered a 4th stage realm where I had to defend a yard using plants against monsters that wanted to eat brains. Chen Ming turned slowly. That's Plants versus Zombies. He rubbed his forehead. I read too many novels. You play too many games. Secret realms were independent worlds. Third stage was often considered the point where realms stopped behaving like simple monster habitats and began developing deeper structures. The Infinite Void realm had already shown Chen Ming how elaborate such worlds could become. Higher stage realms might be even stranger. One listing showed an extraordinarily ugly target, a gigantic three-headed shark with legs, because apparently evolution had stopped respecting boundaries. Chen Ming's eyes gleamed. After the Armored Goblin King bounty, he had learned that even if a target turned out not to be the actual realm ruler, bringing back proof of the listed monster could still earn the reward. The Xuanyuan Guard used specialized methods to certify ruler-class targets. He could not understand people who enjoyed secret realm exploration. It was dangerous, and Lin Xingchen did not care much about money. If Chen Ming's miracle crafting ability had belonged to him, Lin Xingchen suspected he might have gone insane from being forced to hunt for materials constantly. They entered without joining any larger team. No teammate mocking them. No revealing strength to slap the teammate's face. No resentful teammate later sabotaging the group. No carrying useless people through danger until everyone became friends. What the hell? Chen Ming's curse was cut short by instinct. Radiant Sunfeather opened. All things follow the mind caught the surrounding air. He stopped in midair. Lin Xingchen became a cluster of starlight and hovered beside him. Islands broke the surface. In every direction. Almost no sunlight passed through it. The water below was gray-green, thick and unnaturally still. Even strong wind barely disturbed the heavy surface. Sky and sea blended together into a world without warmth. Strange sounds moved across the distance. Chen Ming frowned. Who named this vast sea expedition? He gestured to around. This looks like Cthulhu moved into a cemetery. Phantom God and Yuan Shen protected his mental world, so the oppressive influence barely affected him. That explanation came from an alarming place in your brain. A heavily vegetated island sat directly below. Let's land first. They descended. Watch this. I'm going to make the landing look cool. Then the coconut tree opened its mouth. The entire crown split outward from the center of the trunk. Leaves spread like the whiskers of a gigantic worm. Chen Ming's eyes nearly left his skull. What the hell is that? Anger replaced surprise instantly. Golden reinforcement covered his body. Blue armor followed. Chen Ming became a human artillery shell. Boom. Lin Xingchen descended quickly. Chen Ming. Starlight spread from his body. Dust and debris touched the light and vanished. It was a normal tree. Chen Ming frowned. Then it suddenly became a second-stage monster. After dying, it turned back into wood. I never felt spiritual energy from it. That should have been impossible. A disguised second-stage monster would be obvious to Chen Ming from kilometers away. Even many fourth-stage creatures could not hide from Phantom God unless concealment was literally the species' primary survival trait. He looked across the island. Hundreds of identical coconut trees stood everywhere. Lin Xingchen frowned too. Chen Ming suddenly remembered something. This feels familiar. Yuan Shen had once transformed water with no visible warning. Chen Ming had failed to understand it until learning the creature could use all things follow the mind. Mental system plus miracle system. Chen Ming's eyes narrowed. Old Lin, I think I know what's happening. Really? Watch. Chen Ming flew upward and hovered directly above another coconut tree. Lin Xingchen waited. 1 second. Don't. Chen Ming stopped him. Let me. A primordial pressure awakened. The coconut monster froze under the SSS-RANK beast's aura. Taudi opened its abyssal mouth. Devour heaven and earth. The tree disintegrated into black-red particles. Everything entered Taudi's body. Several seconds later, Chen Ming and the Taudi phantom burped at almost the same time. The summon had strengthened by a nearly imperceptible amount. Chen Ming waved. Chen Ming frowned. No soul. The furnace could separate souls. The coconut monster had form but no true spirit. Only the awakened monster had. Lin Xingchen studied the fragment. That color and fluctuation. Curse system. Mutation branch. Chen Ming nodded. And miracle system. Characteristics. He understood now. These trees only become monsters when a condition is satisfied. The rule itself creates the transformation. He gestured upward. They merged. The resulting essence became larger and purer. Interesting. The fusion was not Taudi's ability. If enough of this accumulates, it may become a high-grade treasure. He looked across the island. Maybe this is one of Vast Sea Expedition's reward systems. Kill rule-based monsters, collect essence, merge it into something valuable. Lin Xingchen looked at the forest, then at Chen Ming's increasingly excited expression. His concern deepened. Lin Xingchen asked cautiously, there are at least 100 trees. Are we really going to fly over every single one? He quietly prayed that Chen Ming would not recruit him as forced labor. No, old Lin. Your ideological awareness is still too low. He smiled mysteriously. Individual effort is always limited. His shadow darkened. They reached outward in every direction. Around him, pools of ink formed across the ground. Something moved beneath them. Chen Ming stroked his chin. Rise. Dozens of shadow creatures erupted from the ground. Ape-like limbs. Silent mouths opened in soundless roars. Those are the same shadow clones from our duel? Then frowned. No, these feel different. Too real. They have monster-like auras. Chen Ming smiled. Reality is exactly what I specialize in. The souls used to construct. These soldiers were imperfect. That meant the monsters probably could not either. Chen Ming gave an order. The Shadow Legion launched. Dozens of creatures crossed over the coconut crowns. In less than 30 seconds, almost every tree activated. The Shadow Legion lasted less than 10 seconds beneath the swarm. Then the awakened tree monsters ripped themselves free from the ground. Hundreds of worm-like bodies covered the sky and charged Chen Ming and Lin Xingchen. Lin Xingchen snorted. Chen Ming raised a hand. My turn. Taodi manifested. Its mouth opened. The monsters screamed, but could neither flee nor resist the suction. One after another, they entered Tao Ti. A few moments later, Chen Ming and Tao Ti burped again. The SSS-RANK summon had grown another tiny amount. If Chen Ming returned to the Monster Tide stage from the Infinite Void realm now, Tao Ti alone might clear the entire battlefield with a single devour heaven and earth. Chen Ming stored it without hesitation. They coconut monsters seemed gone. Want to move to another island? Chen Ming considered it, then summoned several more shadow creatures. They swept the entire island. Bushes. Fine. Next island. He looked across the stripped terrain like a bandit who had emptied a village. Lin Xingchen sighed. Why did traveling with Chen Ming make him feel like a villain? He followed on a path of stars. After they disappeared into the distance, one tiny blade of grass trembled. Life awakened inside it. 2 little legs sprouted. It had survived. Then the grass suddenly became weightless. It slowly turned its tiny body around. A surviving shadow beast was holding it. Chen Ming and Lin Xingchen flew across the gray sky. Chen Ming's eyes gained a faint shadow. He seemed to notice something amusing. The monsters in this world are interesting. He laughed. Too bad I used to hide much better than you. Lin Xingchen moved slightly farther away. What are you muttering about? Hide what? Playing hide and seek. Nothing. I just remembered. My big blade doesn't kill old or young monsters. Chen Ming smiled. Fortunately, I also carry a small blade. Lin Xingchen stared. He increased the distance between them another half-meter. Chen Ming, stop being weird. We're almost there. The yellow island grew larger. Then Chen Ming's eyebrows drew together. Old Lin. What? Something is flying toward us. They both stared. A yellow object moved through the gray air. 4 strips of banana peel flapped like wings. The exposed yellow fruit pointed downward like the stinger of an enormous hornet. I've always considered curse system mutation a niche branch. Lin Xingchen's face twisted. I now realize the word niche was too gentle. Chen Ming shook his head with the basis calm dignity of an experienced monster hunter. Old Lin, you simply haven't seen enough monsters. Your mental resistance needs training. It's just one banana hornet. The banana creature buzzed angrily. Then thick yellow fluid sprayed from the point like pressurized banana pulp. Chen Ming's philosophical composure vanished. What the hell? Life ember flame ignited across his body and evaporated the disgusting stream several meters away. After being strengthened by the 4th stage Thunder Seed and Fire Seed, Moonlit Thunder and Chen Ming's flame abilities had reached another level entirely. DIE. Chen Ming did not even summon Tao Ti. He drowned the banana hornet in fire and lightning until nothing remained. Lin Xingchen looked at him. Didn't you just criticize my composure? Chen Ming smiled very gently. You did well, old Lin. Then his smile sharpened. The problem is this. Secret realm. I believe we should flatten that island. He accelerated toward the yellow landmass, layered ridges. From high above, it looked like an enormous hive lying sideways across the ocean. Right, this is the hive. Solitary Island Bounty Zone. The bounty information warned that approaching the island would trigger attacks from the resident swarm. Compared with this, the 3-headed land-walking shark ruler suddenly seemed biologically reasonable. The island's primary listed reward was 3rd stage royal nectar. Chen Ming's eyes brightened. Royal nectar was more expensive than many 3rd stage natural treasures. Lin Xingchen raised one hand. Attack now? A real star began gathering above his palm. Not yet. First we asked some friends to leave, clearing the audience. Nearly a kilometer above Hive's solitary island, Tao Ti manifested. Its pressure reached the island long before its body did. Beside it, a gigantic white star appeared. Lin Xingchen let his own 4th stage aura unfold. In a curse-dominated realm, that kind of brightness screamed danger. Chen Ming and Lin Xingchen released their presence without restraint. From shallow water, even from concealed spatial pockets nearby, quiet curses sounded. Those two are insane. They're going to trigger the whole swarm. What kind of pressure is that? They plan to attack the island head-on. I'm leaving. Nearly 10 3rd stage auras revealed themselves. Figures emerged from concealment, one after another, looked up at the 2 monsters in the sky, and quickly retreated using their own methods. These were experienced 3rd stage professionals. They had long since abandoned the reckless pride of beginners. Their survival philosophy was simple. If you can hide, do not fight. A bounty can be accepted again. Then came the flying banana. At that point, biology quietly packed its bags and left the secret realm. Then these 2 young lunatics arrived. Even veteran hunters at the same nominal stage felt pressure in their chests. Prodigies. There were this many people here? I only noticed 1 or 2. Chen Ming looked at him helplessly. You really don't explore enough secret realms. The nectar is worth 8 million per jin. That's enough for people to hide here for a month. He shrugged. I wouldn't be surprised if one of them disguised himself as a giant banana. There was another reason for the warning display. Once the battle began, the entire swarm would attack. Chen Ming could have infiltrated perfectly through Shadow Death God. But he was Chen Ming. More importantly, He did not want to fight the swarm for 10 minutes, only to discover some clever hunter had stolen the nectar while he was distracted. So he and Lin Xingchen announced ownership before the battle began. The sound alone made skin crawl. Several gigantic banana trees tore themselves out of the island. Third stage pressure exploded from their trunks. The trees thrashed. Pop. The sky filled with flying banana hornets. Hundreds. The image attacked both trypophobia and the basic human understanding of fruit. Chen Ming stood on Tao Di's huge head with his arms folded. I truly never imagined a day when I'd have to fight a gang of bananas. A faint light appeared in his eyes. His expression became cold. Lin Xingchen looked over. Why had Chen Ming suddenly started acting aloof? Don't underestimate them. Lin Xingchen moved first. Fourth stage pressure swept the battlefield. Lin Xingchen did not even aim individually. He saturated the swarm. The hornets were not mindless. Then the stars exploded. Third stage mutation hornets activated their abilities. Black-purple light appeared inside their bodies. They mutated again. Then the second stage hornets resonated with them and began changing in the same way. Every stinger pointed toward Chen Ming and Lin Xingchen. Chen Ming's calm expression shattered. Banana hornets using 10,000 swords returned to one. His perception screamed danger. Individually, hornet-type monsters were weaker than most creatures at the same stage. A strong second stage beast could sometimes fight a third stage hornet. Nearly 100 third stage hornets were coming at once, supported by an ocean of second stage attackers. That volley could turn the fourth stage Earthfane Wyvern into a sieve. They both went serious. The hornets Lin Xingchen had already killed began releasing faint white mist. One after another, they entered Shadow Death God's soul prison. More than a dozen spirits entered Chen Ming's control. His cultivation remained third stage, but the pressure around him broke through the ordinary fourth stage threshold. Tao Di opened its mouth. Devour heaven and earth. The black-red abyss tore at everything in front of it. Some of the stronger monsters broke through. They struck Tao Di's body like living spears and carved terrible wounds through the phantom. Around Lin Xingchen, a wall of ocean, hundreds of feet high, surged upward and crashed into the swarm. Every drop carried crushing weight. Hornets struck by the water burst apart. This was Lin Xingchen's second ability. Extreme control over water. Those met Child of the Stars. The battle became a war of attrition. But the swarm lost bodies, and Chen Ming possessed Healing Fang, Endless Vitality, and other recovery abilities that continually restored both allies. The hunters who stayed too long, not everyone had escaped far enough. Hunters still near the island were attacked indiscriminately by the swarm. An average third-stage hunter who had advanced through years rather than exceptional talent often required several people working together to defeat one third-stage monster of the same level. Prodigies like Chen Ming who treated equal-stage monsters as livestock were anomalies. A few tried to fight, survived several seconds, then changed their minds and ran faster. Across the edge of the island, third-stage hunters fled while giant bananas chased them through the sky. I never thought I'd be chased by a banana. This realm is worse than a dead swamp. Curses echoed across the shore. One hunter glanced upward while retreating. Tao Di's huge body had become damaged and its aura was fading. The handsome young man standing near it casually waved. Tao Di disappeared. Ink-black darkness stained the heavens. The aura of death and curse made the hunter's own spirit tremble. Most monsters had been drawn away. Greed attacked caution. Damn it. If that monster in the sky kills slowly enough. He gritted his teeth, then every hair on his body stood up. The sensation of being watched by an ancient predator crashed into him. That's third stage? He was third stage too. What kind of monster was that student? The hunter hesitated. Had the glance been a warning, or merely an accident during battle? 8 million was right there. After several seconds, greed won. Vision blurred. Why am I? Something was wrong. The starlight behind him should have cast his shadow forward, but the ground in front of him was empty. His shadow was gone. His head disappeared. Then the entire body dissolved into darkness. Victory. Battle lasted nearly 10 minutes. Both Chen Ming and Lin Xingchen looked tired by the end. Finally, Tao Di swallowed the last mutation hornet and refined it into essence and soul. Hive Solitary Island fell silent. Tao Di had eaten magnificently. Its pressure had begun touching the boundary of third stage. Its aura had reached fourth stage. Chen Ming could still sense room for further growth. The souls were not extraordinary individually, but they were real. You did well. The soldier dissolved into several gray-white souls and returned to Chen Ming's shadow. He thought briefly about the hunter it had killed. You really didn't have to die, man. Chen Ming had not originally intended to kill anyone. That man had consciously ignored the warning and attempted to seize the prize while Chen Ming's group fought for it. In an unexplored secret realm, that choice carried consequences. Official law had limits outside monitored territory. Once hunters entered uncharted realms, the state could not practically supervise every conflict. Chen Ming therefore handled the corpse carefully. He burned body, gear, and traces completely with dark fire, reducing the chance that some unusual tracking method could identify Chen Ming through a stolen object and drag a larger faction into the conflict. No greed. The hunter crossed Chen Ming's boundary after being warned. Chen Ming killed him. Lin Xingchen observed without comment. Chen Ming spread his wings. All right, treasure time. They flew toward the island. Neither suppressed their aura. If anything, they released more pressure than before. The message was obvious. No hunter answered. No monster answered. Silence means agreement. Lin Xingchen frowned. I'm almost certain that saying does not work like that. Details. Chen Ming sighed. By now, Aji had probably started his Xuanyuan Academy special training. The two landed near the center of the island. One patch of terrain carried an extraordinary amount of life energy completely out of place in this cursed realm. Chen Ming's perception sank beneath the soil. It's underground. Lin Xingchen looked suspiciously at his expression. You're sure? Dig and see. Lin Xingchen formed a giant shovel from starlight. He excavated rapidly. Soon the treasure appeared. His mouth twisted. The aura is definitely royal nectar. But I need to ask something. He stared into the pit. What the hell is that? A golden mass roughly the size of a basketball rested below. The entire mass was writhing. Up close, the nectar was not paste at all. Lin Xingchen looked personally betrayed by the curse system mutation branch. You're still going to collect this? Chen Ming closed his eyes and breathed deeply. When the light is off, everything looks the same. He opened his system storage. I'll put it somewhere I never have to see it. Of course, he was taking it. There were more than 4 jin here. Lin Xingchen looked disgusted. You can keep all the nectar. Just give me half of the extra hunter merit from the mission. Chen Ming stared. All of it? This is around 20 million. It's only 20 million. Lin Xingchen scratched his head. Trading money for hunter merit seems reasonable. Only 20 million. Chen Ming looked at the wrist emerging from Lin Xingchen's sleeve, but Chen Ming recognized the model from the Ability Exchange website. Chen Ming became quiet. Old Lin. He slowly placed a hand on Lin Xingchen's shoulder. Had you told me earlier that you were this rich, I would never have called you Old Lin. His eyes shone. Respectfully, what does your family do? Chen Ming had recently arrived in the capital. We collect rent, Lin Xingchen said. Lin Xingchen added, from the training rooms at Imperial Capital Ability Association headquarters. Chen Ming's mental world nearly crashed. What? The words did not belong together. Was the Lin family the landlord of the Imperial Capital Ability Association? Wait, the private room Lin Yushi had used earlier supposedly belonged to Imperial Capital University. No. Impossible. He shook his head. Nobody is that rich. Then looked at Lin Xingchen again. Apparently someone was. Chen Ming stored the writhing nectar. A sour emotion had entered his heart. Lin Xingchen watched his face and felt something invisible appear between them. Then Chen Ming suddenly placed an arm around his shoulder. His eyes were bright with absolute sincerity. Old Lin, from today onward, your problems are my problems. If you ever have trouble in the Imperial Capital, report my name. Lin Xingchen's eye twitched. The familiar Chen Ming feeling. Fine. Whatever invisible distance Lin Xingchen had imagined disappeared. A person with Chen Ming's mental state was far more likely to infect everyone around him with madness than create social distance. Chen Ming scanned the surroundings. Several deeply concealed auras had remained on the island throughout the battle. Lin Xingchen had not noticed them. When Chen Ming stored the nectar, those hidden auras fluctuated. They did not believe they could defeat Chen Ming and Lin Xingchen. Chen Ming gave a cold smile. Boring. Apparently he had become too strong. Let's go to another island. Lin Xingchen hesitated. Chen Ming, I want to go into the sea. Chen Ming blinked. Old Lin. He looked Lin Xingchen up and down. I mean underwater exploration. Beneath the Dead Sea vast sea. Expedition had night. During the day, at least a trace of light filtered through the gray sky. At night, the realm became true death. Curse energy filled everything. There was no meaningful light. A hidden hunter somewhere in the darkness heard them and felt his heart drop. Had someone been unable to bear the pressure and jumped into the sea? Even death by monster seemed preferable to sinking willingly into that silent unknown. It had to be a monster. No aura revealed itself. A blue membrane covered their bodies. The dense cursed water bent around the barrier as though alive, refusing to touch them. Oh. Chen Ming descended along the underwater slope of the island. So when you said you wanted to go into the sea, you meant this. Lin Xingchen stared at him. What else could I possibly have meant? You were the one who made it weird. All things follow the mind altered the surrounding water, changing enormous resistance into something closer to air. Curse. Energy crawled through the dead water and attempted to enter their bodies. Then it encountered Shadow Death God's aura. The curse immediately became docile, curling around Chen Ming like something seeking approval. Lin Xingchen used Ocean Star to cover them as well. Chen Ming cleared his throat. More stone. No seagrass. No ordinary marine life. The cursed ocean supported almost nothing familiar. They traveled 7 or 8 kilometers without seeing a single monster. Chen Ming had to admit the difference between the capital and Yangcheng was staggering. In Yangcheng, even 20 missing second-stage hunters might lead the Xu Yuan Guard to consider destroying a realm. Did all the sea monsters die? Lin Xingchen looked at the monstrous Black Death God aura behind him. Maybe stop radiating enough curse pressure to frighten the ocean. If Lin Xingchen were a monster, he would avoid Chen Ming too. The young man looked like attacking him would automatically trigger 5 layers of retaliation. Wait, his head turned. Did you hear that? Lin Xingchen immediately prepared for combat. Hear what? A voice had entered Chen Ming's mind. Hoarse, yet strangely clear. Then it vanished. Lin Xingchen shook his head. I didn't hear anything. Even so, stars and ocean power activated around him. Strange. He awakened Yuan Shen inside the mental world. Yuan Shen. Did you hear that voice? 6 tendrils lifted. Yes. I was about to ask what insignificant villain dared cause trouble in my presence, but it disappeared before I could speak. Chen Ming closed his eyes. The curse beneath the sea. Deeper in vast sea expedition, the jokes faded. A strange voice began calling through the water. Transformed hunters appeared, and Chen Ming realized an unknown primal spirit beast was building something far worse than an ordinary monster nest. Can you ever provide information without sounding like a teenager in a fantasy novel? Yuan Shen yawned. Fine. The speaker's aura felt a little like mine. Chen Ming opened his eyes. Like Yuan Shen? Yuan Shen was a primal spirit beast. Chen Ming's thoughts accelerated. Did Shadow Death God attract it? I don't know. Yuan Shen had once failed to realize that itself was a primal spirit beast, so it was hardly a reliable taxonomist. Chen Ming grinned. Doesn't matter. We'll catch it and find out. Yuan Shen went quiet, remembering the 2 punches, the humiliation, and the master-servant contract. We're going to catch it too? Yuan Shen lowered its head. Then it suddenly looked up, eyes shining. Excellent. We capture it, punish it severely, and continue until it can no longer endure the suffering and agrees to a master-servant contract. Chen Ming stared. Yuan Shen, what happened to you? He sounded genuinely disturbed. Why are you so cruel? Just because you were once caught in the rain, you want to tear up someone else's umbrella and then hold them under the river? He was preparing to lecture Yuan Shen about morality when he noticed the little beast's aura. You're almost 4th stage. Oh, yeah, I think so. You sleep every day. How are you leveling this fast? Chen Ming felt personally offended on behalf of every monster that had ever needed to hunt for. Survival. I'm too tired. I'm going back to sleep. When I wake up, I'll probably be 4th stage. Then I'll help you dominate the ages. It fell asleep. Chen Ming stood motionless for 2 full seconds. Lin Xingchen panicked. Chen Ming? He summoned the Giant of Stars. Old Lin, calm down. I'm fine. Don't use that. That relic cost 200 million. If Lin Xingchen spent it because Chen Ming was arguing internally with a sleepy spirit beast, Chen Ming might genuinely faint from financial grief. Lin Xingchen frowned. You looked mentally damaged. Before Chen Ming could explain, another desperate cry sounded through the water. Help! 2 hunter masters. Save me. This time, Lin Xingchen heard it too. 3rd stage curse aura surrounded it. Its mouth was packed with steel-like fangs. The man appeared to be using a water-type relic. Illusion created by the cursed sea, not an illusion. Chen Ming shook his head. But he's strange. The curse inside the man's body had nearly become identical to the ocean itself. Save him first. Then ask. Tao Ti appeared. The man froze from the pressure. He slowly turned. The monster struggled. The creature that had nearly killed him had just vanished into another creature's mouth. Chen Ming swam closer and placed a hand on his shoulder. Power steadied the man's trembling body. Tao Ti disappeared. Chen Ming noticed he clearly possessed his own underwater breathing method. Relax. Seeing us means you're safe. His tone was friendly. Chen Ming and Lin Xingchen gradually shifted to opposite sides of the man, silently blocking the route back into deep water. Ah, yes. Thank you. I'm Fu Er, a member of Yanshan Hunter team. 8-star hunter Chen Ming cut him off. Why are you in the sea? Where are your teammates? Fu Er's expression fell. Dead. He lowered his head. Wave Treader has a side effect, right? It turns your feet into webbed fins. Fu Er blinked. Yes. Chen Ming and Lin Xingchen exchanged a look. Chen Ming spoke slowly. So you escaped a 4th stage ruler and a horde of monsters using 1 movement ability. Then, by coincidence, a giant 3rd stage fish stronger than you found you. Your speed happened to be exactly enough to avoid dying while still being chased. And then, across an ocean this enormous, you coincidentally ran into the 2 of us. He tilted his head. That's a plot I'd reject for being too convenient in a novel. Fu Er panicked. It's true. Do you think I mean you harm? Everything I said is true. Chen Ming looked troubled. Chen Ming spoke quietly. You said the webbed feet came from your abilities side. Effect. Yes. Then why is your brain writhing? Fu Er went completely still. Inside his skull was not a normal brain. It was a mass of long, worm-like structures twisted together. Everyone moved. Mutation, curse energy. Filled them. From agony, his entire body convulsed. It hurts. The voice grew rougher. Lin Xingchen's eyes narrowed. What's happening? Chen Ming watched without surprise. Nobody returns from the deep sea of vast sea expedition. He paused. Humans who fall into this ocean are gradually eroded by its curse. Eventually, the curse and the body become one. He looked at Fu Er. By then, even if the body is alive, the person is already gone. Fu Er had no human life aura left. A cursed creature wearing a person's memories and shape. Black curse energy exploded. An infested humanoid monster floated before them. 3rd stage pressure spread through the water. Even Lin Xinghen became cautious. You forced me. Its muscles twisted like giant worms. The aura and tone were so threatening that Lin Xingchen summoned his star giant and prepared for a major attack. Without hesitation, Lin Xingchen blinked. It may originally have been drawn to Chen Ming by the powerful curse aura, planning to work with the giant fish and ambush him. Then Chen Ming summoned Tao Ti and swallowed the fish in one bite. At that point, every hostile thought died. Tao Ti would swallow it next, so it approached. Then, Chen Ming exposed it. Lin Xingchen was still processing when Chen Ming raised one hand. Old Lin, why waste words? He had expected the escape attempt. Chen Ming refined a third-stage soul. Dark power exploded through the Evan. See. A massive skeletal head appeared above the fleeing creature. Its scream attacked the spirit directly. Stop! I won't run. I won't run. He rolled through the water in agony. It exceeded ordinary mental endurance. Chen Ming and Lin Xingchen approached calmly. Don't struggle. Begging. Won't save you. He looked into the creature's eyes. Tell me who controls you. Tell me how many of you there are. Answer, and I'll make the death quick. He smiled faintly. You can try lying. Maybe I'll believe you. Fu. Er's body swelled violently. That made it worse. Think about it. You tell me what I need to know. I keep my promise, and you get released from this miserable existence. You don't betray your organization because, technically, you die immediately afterward. Everybody wins. Lin Xingchen's eyebrows twitched. He had seen interrogation techniques before. He had never seen anyone package torture like a customer service benefit. ILL. Talk. The moment he surrendered, the spiritual pressure eased by a fraction, only enough to let him remain conscious and speak. Chen Ming nodded. Good. Start with who sent you. Fu Er forced the words between clenched teeth. General Sha, the one humans call the ruler. Chen Ming's eyes sharpened. But General Sha isn't the true ruler. The order came from the real one. General Sha obeys it too. Chen Ming's thoughts accelerated. The creature behind it was something else. Most likely, the curse-type primal spirit beast that had spoken directly into Chen Ming's mental world. That realization did not make him feel safer. A fourth-stage ruler had submitted to that thing. The title of ruler usually meant the strongest life form in a secret realm. There were exceptions, and Chen Ming had a strong suspicion he was staring at one of them. Worse, his SSS-RANK Shadow Death God seemed to be having the same effect in this cursed sea that Tang Monk's flesh had in an old myth. How many of you are there? Fu Er hesitated. A lot. Specific numbers. My entire hunter team was transformed, and most of the people who disappeared in this sea before us. Lin Xingchen's expression changed. Fu Er swallowed. About 80% of the missing hunters. Silence. Chen Ming had already suspected Fu Er was not an isolated case. Curse-type mutation branches could resemble puppet control, but they were more grotesque. A puppet ability seize control of a person or monster, species. Turn the victim into the same kind of monster as the source, then use bloodline suppression to force obedience. 11 third stage. 2 fourth stage. Lin Xingchen stared. What is this? An underwater cult retreat. The words escaped before he could stop them. Why had he started talking like Chen Ming? His perception was open to the limit. Fu Er's breathing, metabolism, emotions, mental fluctuations, even changes in his soul, were exposed beneath Phantom God's perception. Nothing suggested deception. 11 third-stage monsters. 2 fourth-stage monsters. That did not include General Sha, and it did not include the true ruler. Chen Ming lifted one hand. All right, you can go first. The enormous skull behind him grinned. Taudi appeared, opened its jaws, and swallowed the fawn. Remains. Heaven and earth furnace refined everything inside. In Chen Ming's personal opinion, he was a man who honored his promises. He had promised Fu Er a quick death if he cooperated, so Chen Ming had killed him quickly. At least according to Chen Ming. Mind like a clear mirror, every action righteous. 11 third stage, 2 fourth stage. Add the ones he called rulers and we're looking at least 4 fourth stage threats. That's already the combat scale of a small to medium evil organization. He hesitated. Yes, Lin Xingchen carried 6th-stage spiritual power sealed inside his body. One mistake could still get someone killed. Before he could finish constructing the argument, Chen Ming turned around and left. Chen Ming, where are you going? Chen Ming looked back as though the question itself were strange. Back where? Out of the secret realm. Obviously, he pointed behind them. You're not actually thinking we're going to solo that entire group, are you? Lin Xingchen was speechless. Lin Xingchen nodded approvingly, knowing when to advance, knowing when to retreat. Excellent judgment. Stop praising me like an old martial arts master. Move. Chen Ming's face had already tightened, because his mental world had become a piece. Nightmare. The hidden primal spirit beast had realized he was leaving. Its voice returned. Save me. Why won't you save me? Let me bite you. Just one bite. At first, it still pretended to plead. Then naked obsession. The voice scraped through Chen Ming's mental world like claws dragged across a chalkboard. And this time, Lin Xingchen heard it too. The hidden creature was trying to force Chen Ming to stay. Chen Ming's eye twitched. You've got to be kidding me. Why did this always happen? The moment he correctly judged the situation and decided to retreat, the thing behind the curtain tried to lock the door. Chen Ming's irritation overcame fear for exactly half a second. Fine. I want to see how you're planning to stop me if I insist on leaving. He looked at Lin Xingchen. Old Lin, we're gone. Space twisted around Chen Ming. A thought across 1,000 miles activated at maximum output. Lin Xingchen's expression hardened. The giant of stars raised a hand. A brilliant dawn-like glow formed inside its palm. The moment spatial energy appeared around Chen Ming and Lin Xingchen, the presence exploded. The ruler arrived. A colossal three-headed shark tore through the sea. At least that was what Chen Ming had expected. When he actually saw it, his expression became indescribable, and each forearm ended in another shark head, as though someone had bolted living shark gauntlets onto a humanoid boss monster. One body. Far too many muscles. Chen Ming stared. What universe did you escape from? A fruit cartoon or a children's battle game? The ruler did not appreciate the critique. Water. Elements and curse power surged, like subjects welcoming their king. The ocean behind it compressed into terrifying force. The punch detonated toward Chen Ming and Lin Xingchen. At the last possible instant, space swallowed both humans. Boom. The ruler punched empty water. Chen Ming's interrogation technique somehow sounded like customer service. Answer the questions. Receive 1 complimentary quick death. Its biceps were too large. The arm could not reach. The 3 shark faces froze in a moment of pure confusion. 2 seconds later, the center head turned sharply. The water exploded behind it. Chen Ming and Lin Xingchen materialized less than 4 meters below open air. Day had arrived outside. Lin Xingchen looked back in the direction they had come from. That ruler is strong, but if we both go all out, I think we can kill it within 3 minutes. Chen Ming's expression moved. You've clearly never played top lane. Lin Xingchen frowned. What? The guy's trying way too hard to keep me here. You see a boss charging out of the jungle that desperately, you don't ask whether you can kill him. You ask how many people are hiding in the brush behind him. Chen Ming pointed upward. We leave the water first, everything else later. He activated Endless Vitality, then Mystic Spirit Armor. Blue fire and violent lightning wrapped around his legs. Beside him, Lin Xingchen activated Ocean Star. The shark ruler had caught them. Fast, far too fast. The spectral predator opened its jaws and raced toward Chen Ming. Already, lightning and fire detonated beneath Chen Ming's feet. 1 instant later, he broke the surface. Water erupted beneath him. Chen Ming and Lin Xingchen shot into the sky. For a split second, its speed exceeded even Chen Ming's. Lin Xingchen raised one hand. Stars began gathering. He was about to drown the ruler beneath a galaxy. Chen Ming moved first. Phantom, God opened, then asked, almost casually, a shark made of spiritual energy. How exactly is it flying outside the sea? His lips curved. It's an illusion. The statement was absurd. The attack was real. Its killing power was real. But Phantom God no longer cared about such distinctions. After being reinforced by Shadow Death God, Chen Ming's spiritual strength had reached a terrifying level, comparable to 4th stage mental ability users. Reality and illusion overlapped. The mental wave collided with the giant shark. Instantly, its spiritual fluctuations vanished. The attack could no longer stir the wind. It became what Chen Ming said it was, a dream. The enormous shark dissolved in midair, gone as though it had never existed. Lin Xingchen stared. He had blocked powerful attacks before. Chen Ming had looked at a 4th stage ruler's killing move and simply denied its reality. Lin Xingchen suddenly understood something unpleasant. Most people knew Phantom God as an SSS-RANK mental ability. King had experienced one fragment of its true terror inside the virtual battle realm. In truth, Phantom God remained one of Chen Ming's deepest trump cards. Chen Ming turned back, toward the horizon. Alright, the idiot has shark fins, not wings. No way, he chases us through the air. The ruler floated in the ocean below, all equally blank. Then its aura changed. Water poured toward them. Not merely seawater, elemental power. The ruler began swallowing the ocean's strength. Blue-violet light ignited across its entire body. Behind it, an enormous pair of blue-violet wings condensed from ocean power. Ocean's will. The moment those wings formed, the creature's aura surged. Its 5-meter body suddenly carried the pressure of the gigantic earth-veined wyvern Chen Ming had fought before. Boom! Chen Ming and Lin Xingchen were still discussing the nearest island. Hive Solitary Island is closest, Lin Xingchen said. We can return the way we came. Agreed. Once we break, Chen Ming stopped. Every danger instinct in his body detonated. What a massive figure was crossing. Hundreds of meters almost instantly. Chen Ming's body moved from habit, perfect intangibility. The ruler's charge passed through the position he had occupied. Lin Xingchen reacted in another way. A blue vortex appeared beside him. It looked small, not gradually. Abruptly, as if every ounce of force had been removed from its body. Lin Xingchen moved both hands in a circular pattern like a martial artist guiding a current. Then Lin Xingchen snapped his palms outward. Boom! The ruler was hurled backward. This was the 3rd stage evolution of Ocean Star. Within its tolerance limit, Lin Xingchen could absorb an incoming attack's force and return it intact. Chen Ming's head emerged from a patch of darkness. Then at the ridiculous shark body. So its ruler technique is becoming a flying idiot? Lin Xingchen laughed. The central head locked onto Chen Ming, then charged. Again. This time its aura was among the strongest Chen Ming had felt from any 4th stage enemy. Lin Xingchen's own energy began rising. So, what's the move? He asked the question calmly. But the stars gathering behind him revealed the answer he already wanted. No other choice. His eyes hardened. Chen Ming refused the shark's bait with the wisdom of a veteran top laner. If the enemy is chasing that hard, somebody is absolutely hiding in the brush. 3 minutes. We kill the flying idiot and leave. The sky went black. Darkness poured outward like an ocean and swallowed a vast section of heaven. Soul pressure descended. Curse energy followed. Then Taudi tore through space. Lin Xingchen went all out too. A boundless galaxy unfolded. An endless sea answered beneath it. Together, they formed exactly what their names promised. The battle erupted over vast sea expedition. Curse power, Elemental power. Three categories of spiritual energy ripped the sky apart. Taudi attacked from one direction, the Reaper from another. They divided the battlefield and surrounded the shark ruler. Blue-violet streaks became afterimages. Fist after fist hammered into the giant with explosive impact. It rode an enormous wave toward Lin Xingchen. This attack was powerful enough to tear open even vast sea universe. The Reaper had refined the force of 6th third stage souls into one attack. The spectral shark split in half. The same line continued toward the ruler. The shark twisted at impossible speed. It avoided losing its torso. Taudi swallowed the entire section of darkness along with it. The wound was not merely physical. Shadow Death, God's curse, bit into the broken leg and soul connection. It was the kind of injury that could become permanent. And now, it could no longer resist Taudi's devouring force with the same confidence. If Taudi swallowed it completely, there was no guarantee it could escape the heaven and earth furnace. A colossal blade of galaxy light seemed to divide the entire sky. It descended. Boom. A brilliant path of starlight extended across the heavens, marking the direction the creature had been thrown. Hunters across the secret realm stopped. Others were flying through the sky. Every head turned toward the impossible celestial road. Is that the secret realm ruler? Who's beating it that badly? A 4th stage ruler can shred an ordinary 4th stage team. Who are those two monsters? The observers drew closer. Wait, they look young. Another lifted a telescope-like relic. Young? They look like they just finished the college entrance exam. Then the hunter saw Chen Ming. Golden divine light covered it. Lightning and fire twisted together around the shaft. Black curse energy stained the edges. A descending ray of sacred brilliance fused into the weapon. Ability after ability. Not one ability. A convergence of many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How many abilities are inside that thing? Why can one person use this? Many. Is there no law left in the world? Even veteran 3rd stage hunters had never seen anything quite like it. The provincial champion. He's only 18. An 18-year-old suppressing a 4th stage ruler. That's not a student. That's a natural disaster with a student ID. Someone pointed toward Lin Xingchen. And the other one, that's Lin Xingchen. More voices exploded. Imperial Capital University's monster freshman from last year. He reached 4th stage during his first year. His father is the Lin family head and vice president of the Ability Association. A hunter looked back toward Chen Ming. Everybody moved farther away. Myriad stars. Is charging something huge. Nobody argued. The crowd scattered. A heartbeat thundered across heaven and earth. Thump. Its once overwhelming aura had collapsed. Worse, Lin Xingchen's starlight road seemed to suppress spiritual circulation. The starfall spear would kill it. 1/3 stage. Hunter pulled out his phone. I'm recording this. When am I ever going to see an 18-year-old prodigy execute a 4th stage ruler again? He raised the camera. Something was wrong. The man's eyes were fixed on Chen Ming. Brother, you okay? The hunter began backing away even while he spoke. Excited is one thing. You don't need to shake that hard. The stranger's body convulsed. Skin collapsed inward in some places and bulged outward in others. A dense curse aura leaked out like the stench of something fermented for decades. The observing hunter's face changed. Damn it. He turned and ran. No heroic challenge. A grotesque cursed creature emerged. The entire viewing area erupted. What the hell? Who are you? Move. Hunters used every escape ability imaginable. Lightning. Some methods looked elegant. Others looked ridiculous. The cursed creatures ignored them. The moment they emerged, every one of them rushed toward Chen Ming. 2 carried 3rd stage power. 1 carried 4th stage power. Their destination was not Chen Ming himself. It was the descending starfall spear. They reached it in less than half a breath. Damn it. Boom. Boom. 3 high-stage curse monsters self-destructed. The shockwaves swallowed the starfall spear. Golden light fractured. Chen Ming stared at the explosion with a genuinely ugly expression. The hidden primal spirit beast's force had arrived while they were fighting. It had sacrificed 1 4th stage combatant and 2 3rd stage combatants without hesitation, just to save the already crippled ruler. Lin Xingchen's expression was equally grim. Now what? Chen Ming looked toward the wounded ruler, then toward the horde of cursed creatures rushing at them. The ruler was almost dead, and that money was his. But something did not fit. Chen Ming's eyes narrowed. What if the curse-type primal spirit beast needed more time to reach the battlefield? What if it believed the current group still might not be enough to hold Chen Ming, keep the bait alive, make Chen Ming spend just a little more time trying to collect the bounty, wait for the true predator to arrive, and once it arrived, it would have absolute confidence in preventing Chen Ming's escape. Chen Ming's jaw tightened. Humans were not machines, and Chen Ming loved resources. With 50 million, he could buy materials. Materials became abilities. For a few seconds, every greedy neuron in his brain argued that he could kill the ruler fast enough. Maybe Chen Ming closed his eyes, exhaled. We run. Lin Xingchen looked at him. A ruler can be killed next time. A life only comes once. The decision had barely settled when a clear, ethereal voice rang through Chen Ming's mental world. Young man, are you lost? Chen Ming froze. Yuan Shen opened its crystalline eyes. Its voice carried theatrical grandeur. Go, do what your heart desires. This Yuan Shen shall stand behind you. Chen Ming's first reaction was joy. Yuan Shen had awakened and successfully broken through to 4th stage. 4th stage. Only. Fourth stage. So, Yuan Shen's promotion meant one thing above all else. Chen Ming ignored the heroic speech. He gave Lin Xingchen a retreat signal. Shadow Death, God's mobility went to maximum. Wind Step, wave treading form, and A-rank movement ability he had recently created from the essence refined. After swallowing Fu air, Chen Ming crossed hundreds of meters almost instantly. The cursed monsters were left behind so abruptly that several stopped in confusion. The hidden primal spirit beast had not expected it either. With 50 million almost within Chen Ming's hand, he had still walked away. Inside Chen Ming's mind, Yuan Shen was having an existential crisis. Why are we not going back to kill them? Do you look down upon this Yuan Shen? Fine. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Never bully a young Yuan Shen into poverty. Let me sleep for 3 years and then you will only be able to stare at my back until even that disappears beyond the horizon. Chen Ming's temple throbbed. He muted Yuan Shen for 30 seconds through the master-servant contract. My dear Yuan Shen, your master is not looking down on you. Even if I believe you can beat that flying shark, one-on-one. The other primal spirit beast clearly believes that once it arrives, it can keep all of us here. That probably means at least 5th stage. He paused. We all attack together and we still lose. So we run. The cursed monsters only remained confused for a quarter second. The 4th stage 1 unleashed an ability. They howled around Chen Ming's escape route. S-rank undead ability, death spirit extinction. Not destroyed, assimilated. That was the oppressive hierarchy of SSS-RANK shadow death. God. Even Lin Xingchen's 4th stage starlight, the light element standing opposite darkness, had once failed to expose Chen Ming after he entered shadow. An undead ability from the same conceptual family had even less chance. Several were preparing to self-destruct. Apparently the hidden ruler had concluded that the explosions could not easily kill Chen Ming, but might force him out of intangible darkness. Lin Xingchen looked back. Chen Ming, you, go first. Chen Ming looked over. Their target is obviously you. I'll hold them here. There was no melodrama in Lin Xingchen's voice. He simply made the tactical decision. Chen Ming nodded. Yuan Shen wanted to charge back into the horde. Chen Ming preferred the ancient strategic technique known as not dying for no reason. Makes sense. Old Lin, don't die. Then he continued running. You really don't hesitate at all, do you? He turned toward the approaching cursed monsters. All right, this is troublesome. He was about to reveal another trump card. The creature's mutated skin immediately began smoking. Beneath the pure light element, S-rank, elemental ability, golden rock chains, elemental attacks, summoned creatures, the cursed monster formation exploded, bodies were thrown apart. A deep voice thundered over the battlefield. Monsters, do you think humanity has no one left? A middle-aged man covered in golden light descended from the sky. 4th stage. A 4-star monster hunter. Others came from nearby teams or operated independently. At their core, they were all the same kind of people. People who chose to make a living by entering places where ordinary humans died. People who fought monsters for resources, reputation, money, survival, and sometimes because somebody had to. Most veterans survived precisely because they did not confuse bravery with stupidity. A swarm of monsters had transformed human hunters into cursed creatures. Then those creatures had gathered to hunt one of humanity's newest prodigies, an 18-year-old provincial champion. They could tolerate caution. If vast sea expedition, its ruler, or some hidden cursed creature, wanted myriad stars, then it would first have to step over the senior hunters standing here. Everyone, his voice carried across the sea, ignore the bounty, ignore the merit, the golden light around him intensified. Shall we kill the ruler together? The hunters behind him looked at one another. Gladly. First time fighting a 4th stage ruler head-on. Can't embarrass myself now. And let me say this first, anyone who starts thinking about that 50 million bounty, Xiao here will be the first to look down on him. Another hunter raised his thumb. Exactly. Anyone thinking about money at a time like this is this guy. Nobody asked who this guy was. Spiritual pressure erupted. Lin Xingchen's eyes widened. Even Chen Ming, already far away, stopped. Every aura he sensed behind him was the same stage. More than 10 4th stage hunters. And farther away, more hunters were still watching. Vast sea expeditions, stronger teams had apparently been gathering in this region for some time. Lin Xingchen's gigantic starlight road had acted like a signal flare visible across the entire region. Chen Ming floated far from the battlefield and watched the scene. Okay, that's actually pretty spectacular. More than a dozen 4th stage hunters. With that force, they could probably surround and kill an ordinary 5th stage monster under the right conditions. Whether they could handle the hidden curse type, primal spirit beast, was another question. Yuan Shen, be confident. In terms of being dramatic, if you claim 2nd place, nobody dares claim 1st. You are 1st. What? The master-servant contract influenced me. I became like this because of you. Chen Ming shook his head disdainfully. I refuse to argue with you. You aren't qualified to hear my explanation. Yuan Shen fell silent. So this is natural talent. Chen Ming had already stopped retreating. He looked back at the places, hunters gathering around the ruler, then at the swarming cursed creatures. Chen Ming turned around and charged back toward the battlefield. What? For chapters, Chen Ming had behaved like the patron saint of tactical retreat. Now he was going back? Master, aren't we running? Chen Ming moved faster. Yuan Shen, your entire brain is full of running away. You don't understand. Yuan Shen's tiny face went blank. Don't understand what? Darkness surged across Chen Ming's path like a blade cutting through a curtain of light. The honor of a monster hunter. Idiot. Yuan Shen's mind appeared to crash. How had this somehow become Yuan Shen's moral failure? It tried to process the logic. Then the little beast's expression changed. The joking disappeared. He's here. Chen Ming's heart dropped. At the center of the battlefield, the shark ruler was fighting like a trapped animal. Blue-violet spiritual armor spread across its body. Its already massive frame appeared even larger. The damaged wings beat violently. A fourth-stage defensive ability appeared in front of it. The ruler smashed through it in one collision. The shark screamed. Its body froze for one precious instant. Boom, boom. Even a ruler's physical strength had limits. The shark was blasted backward. Its body broke apart. Only the outrageous vitality of a fourth-stage ruler kept the remaining flesh alive. Monster, submit. 4 golden rock chains erupted in 1 second. Golden light burned away its curse energy. Then 4 luminous rings appeared, half real. Then the 4th. Each carried crushing pressure. The ruler stopped moving. Completely. Kill it now. He did not know why. A ruler's death might destabilize or evolve the secret realm. Chen Ming understood the danger better than anyone. A black mark appeared before Fu Sheng had even finished shouting. Darkness. Chen Ming had returned at maximum speed. After Yuan Shen reached 4th stage, its perception of similar creatures had become clearer. And it had given Chen Ming one critical piece of information. The hidden curse-type primal spirit beast had no stable physical body here. It could only descend by using cursed creatures. Already under its influence, what container could be better than a 4th-stage ruler? Chen Ming refused to give the enemy the chance. The space between Chen Ming and the battlefield became something Phantom God could treat as unreal. He appeared from the distant sky almost instantly. Then, Shadow Death God consumed nearly every soul Chen Ming could currently command. Mind, like a clear mirror, amplified the execution. The Reaper's deathline crossed the ruler. Then the soul vanished. The shark ruler died so completely that even resurrection should have been meaningless. Chen Ming exhaled. Good. The ruler was dead. For less than a second. Then black-purple energy flashed across the corpse. No blink. No warning. The ruler's remaining flesh became covered in curse patterns. The attack capable of instantly killing a 4th-stage ruler snapped like spider silk. Death aura exploded from the broken line. His face became grim. The moment the two curse powers collided, both of his light-based abilities had been overwhelmed. He had only looked at the new presence once. What is that? Nobody answered. It was dead, yet something had arrived through it anyway. Chen Ming opened Phantom God and finally sensed a thin defensive membrane wrapping the entire secret realm. Goblin Demon Cavern had one too. So had every secret realm Chen Ming entered afterward. Outside that membrane was chaos, not empty space, not normal darkness. Chen Ming understood. The membrane was the secret realm's defensive boundary. Then the ruler died. Or perhaps more accurately, then the primal spirit beast descended into the ruler's corpse. The shell ruptured, like a balloon punctured by a needle. The chaos outside became exposed to the dying world. A savage emotional pressure invaded every living thing. The world was crying for help. No, the world was dying. Every monster in the secret realm reacted. Hidden solitary creatures that normally avoided humans. All of them went mad. If the world collapsed, they would die with it. Their survival instinct supplied only one solution. Fight. Fu Sheng looked around at the changing world and exhaled. As expected, vast sea expedition is evolving. He did not sound surprised. Even if countless inhabitants died, even if the ruler representing the world's will was replaced, the realm could continue. Goblin Demon Cavern had survived more than one ruler transition without evolving. One ruler died. How had a dead ruler suddenly produced power far exceeding what it possessed in life? Chen Ming did. Yuan Shen. What exactly is happening? He quietly retreated behind the other hunters as he asked. We may have misunderstood one thing. Which thing? Maybe that creature doesn't need a living vessel. Chen Ming's expression became heavy. A corpse is enough? Apparently. Wonderful. The possessed ruler raised its head. Black-purple eyes met Chen Ming's. One moment it felt like peak 5th stage. The next, newly advanced 5th stage. At one terrifying instant it touched 6th stage. But one conclusion did not fluctuate. They could not beat it. Not even close. Yuan Shen swallowed. Prepare yourself. We may need to risk our lives. Chen Ming still had extreme survival methods. Lin Xingchen arrived beside him with a grim face. He pressed a wrist-worn emergency artifact into Chen Ming's hand. Use this directly if you need it. Its target is you. Chen Ming accepted it, without false politeness. Thanks. Whether the artifact cost a fortune could be discussed after everyone survived. The possessed ruler released a wave of curse energy. The blast hit everyone equally. Several frontline hunters were thrown across the sky before finally stabilizing. Pure curse power, recognition struck. A primal spirit beast. One of the rarest and strangest life forms imaginable had descended in front of them through a dead ruler's body. Its black-purple gaze locked onto Chen Ming. Several enormous tentacles emerged. They were grotesque, irregular, and saturated with curse energy. Each one carried crushing force. They slammed down toward Chen Ming. Chen Ming could not simply become shadow and vanish, so he layered defense after defense. Spirit light armament, mystic spirit armor, the soul-marked armor forged using high-grade goblin essence. His body became covered beneath so many overlapping protective layers that he resembled a heavy knight from an ancient battlefield. Phantom God twisted the boundary between real and unreal. A shield of fantasy wrapped around Chen Ming. The tentacle struck. Then Chen Ming disappeared downward. Boom. The impact shook every heart on the battlefield. Damn it. The hunters reacted in fury. By the time they stabilized from the initial blast, they saw Chen Ming, the 18-year-old third-stage prodigy driven into the ocean by an attack carrying fifth-stage power. For an ordinary third-stage ability user, such a strike should have been death. The secret realm had become hell. The horizon looked like a battlefield covered in smoke and fire. Monsters with impossible bodies crossed the heavens. They screamed at one another, devoured one another. A coconut tree monster broke through into fourth stage. A lump of flesh shaped vaguely like an elephant charged through the air. A star-shaped sloth monster dragged itself across a broken island while consuming anything weaker than itself. The monsters had already discovered that other monsters were excellent food. Then they saw the hunters over the ocean. Monster after monster turned toward the hunters. One veteran hunter snorted. So now we're food? Another raised his weapon. Big appetite. Hope they don't choke. A third stared at the skin of an approaching beast. Perfect. My armor is still missing one piece of hide. There was no time to mourn myriad stars. They were trapped inside a third-stage secret realm undergoing violent evolution, a process dangerous enough that even fourth-stage experts could die without warning. The secret realm was evolving. A fifth-stage primal spirit beast had descended through a dead ruler, and every monster in the sky had begun looking at humans as food. For Chen Ming and the veteran hunters trapped above that boiling sea, the real battle had only just begun.